All right, folks, breaking news right now. Laura, a major hurricane, a Category 3 storm, but forecasted to get even stronger as the day progresses and before the storm comes crashing into the Texas and Louisiana Gulf Coast later on today. Life-threatening winds, unsurvivable storm surge, inland flooding are near certainties in this forecast and for this storm. We have live team coverage spread from Texas to Louisiana. Meteorologist Paul Goodloe is in Galveston, Texas, and meteorologist Mike Seidel in Nacogdoches, Texas. I'm meteorologist Tevin Boone live for you in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where potentially we're looking at the threat of not only damaging winds on the order of 120 to 145 miles per hour, but unsurvivable and life-threatening storm surge up to 20 feet in some spots of Calcasieu Parish and also into Cameron Parish as well. So this is a very sobering forecast. Let's get you up to speed with the latest on Hurricane Laura. Again, 125 mile an hour winds with this storm. This is certainly where your preparations, folks, they need to be done now. If you got any sort of loose ends to tie up, do it. Go ahead and do it now and finish it, because this storm is certainly on the way. Look at how wide this storm is, covering portions of southern Louisiana and potentially eastern Texas as well. Very deep convection has been ongoing. This storm has rapidly intensified, primarily since yesterday. This wasn't just something that happened over the last few hours. This was ongoing before folks went to bed last night. We were really, as meteorologists, staying attuned to this. And then the forecast here. Notice how we get up to 145 mile an hour winds potentially this evening. That is a bona fide Category 4 storm, and it doesn't just stop, folks. It rages inland, and look at the threat beyond landfall stretching into northern Louisiana between Shreveport, Monroe, Ouachita County, Arkansas, central Arkansas, western portions of Tennessee, and eventually into the Ohio River Valley as well, and potentially portions of the Midwest as the upper level jet stream carries this storm out. So we've got significant impacts that stretch way beyond landfall and for the next several days too. Let's go back in time though and look at where we have gone with Laura here, because just yesterday morning we were looking at 75 mile an hour winds. That actually happened right around 7:15 when the National Hurricane Center officially classified Laura as a Category 1 hurricane, but a short-lived Category 1 because it quickly ramped up to Category 2, and now we have a bona fide Category 3 storm on our hands. You're looking at the enhanced satellite now, and notice how we've got those darker reds and those purples right near the center of this storm. Folks, yes, this is a very serious and a textbook storm. If you were to wake up and look at something like this, you would very easily say that is a hurricane, and this is certainly a substantial storm. What are we seeing right now with winds? Well, along the Louisiana Gulf Coast and portions of the Texas Gulf Coast, primarily coming out of the east. That's because the storm is still about 200 miles away. But as this storm starts to move more northbound, not only do we get that easterly flow with winds at maybe 15 or 20 miles per hour, then the wind gusts start to ramp up. Then come the outer bands. Then comes a heavy rainfall threat, and eventually the core of this storm moving right through the Texas and Louisiana Gulf Coast. The oranges and reds showing up. This is the ocean temperatures here. Plenty of instability. The oranges and red, that's more than enough. That's almost excessive to some extent, because you really only need what you see there in the greens and the yellows. So Laura moves right over one more zone of strong instability and heat here in the Gulf of Mexico before it moves inland later on today and into our Thursday morning. Let's go to Texas now, to Galveston, where Paul Goodloe is standing by. And Paul, I know you were in Houston yesterday. You sort of got a little bit closer towards the coast. We are not out of the woods, despite not being in the cone. We've still got a strong storm on the east side and where you are on the west side as well.
Yeah, Tim, let me talk about Galveston and Houston as well, because people think, oh, I'm not in Houston anymore. There's no threat in Houston. Oh, there's a threat in Houston. It's not going to be Harvey. It's not going to be that Ike threat, but you're going to have a strong wind threat. You're going to have potential power outages there. We can still easily have a tropical storm, maybe even a hurricane-force wind gust tonight into early tomorrow morning there in Houston. Here at Galveston Island, we're seeing very strong winds right now from the north and kind of the east as well, and that's going to push a whole different type of storm surge and flooding issue here on Galveston Island. We're going to see the Gulf become very angry. Big waves right now, unusual type of waves for this part of the Gulf Coast. But we're going to have the winds pushing that water from the bay back on the north side and northwest side of the island here. So areas that typically don't see that fast of a water rise or big wave action, you could see wave action. You can see storm surge and big flooding on the northern and western side of this island here, where you don't have a seawall kind of protecting you from the Gulf. It's the back side. It's a big concern here. But it's not just here across Galveston. It continues across much of Texas. In fact, about a half hour ago, we talked to the governor of Texas, Governor Greg Abbott, about his concerns for his state.
You have a few more hours to make sure you get out of harm's way. As the National Weather Service has made clear, this is a very dangerous storm, stronger storm than what most have come through there. And it could be difficult for some people to make it through the storm. So take these last few hours, if you are subject to a mandatory evacuation order, to do everything you can to get out of the way, because you may not be able to be saved after 5 or 6 hours from now.
That's a big concern, because even here in Galveston, our winds have increased. Earlier this morning, we had some rain coming through, winds gusting 20, 25 miles per hour. Now they're gusting closer to 30, and sustained winds around 20 miles per hour, and that's with the sun shining. So as we head later this afternoon, we'll see more clouds and more of those outer rain bands eventually come on shore, but that still might be hours away. You might be saying, it's not that bad, and they blew this forecast. No, it's a matter of, if you are going to leave or thinking about leaving, go ahead and do it now, as the governor mentioned, because that window is going to close. And here's the thing, the worst of the impacts will come in the dead of night tonight. And if you are staying in harm's way or close to harm's way, it's going to be a rough night of sleep. I've talked to countless people who have rode hurricanes out, and they will never do it again. So they were thankful to survive that. So I'm not wishing that upon anyone, but I'm just, I have some experience with this under my belt. So if you're anywhere close to the coast or close to a body of water like Galveston Bay that's going to see storm surge and wave action, that is going to be life-threatening. In fact, it's a big concern as we head along the coast on towards Louisiana, and this entire coastline is very storm surge prone because we don't see a rapid drop-off in the coastal shelf here. It's a gradual kind of deepening of the Gulf, which gives it a long time to really push that water up, and then waves on top of that. And high tide is coming in the middle of the night as well. So like the worst confluence of all these things coming together. But unlike Harvey or even Imelda, the last two things that kind of hit this coastline, Houston onto Louisiana, this is not going to be a huge rainmaker in terms of 30, 40, 50 inches. You can have some areas picking up maybe 5, 8 inches of rain. Maybe Houston seeing 1 or 2 inches. We can deal with the rain, but it is that wind driving the storm surge and the wave action and just blowing things around is going to be a big concern. We're already dealing with an unusual higher push of the Gulf here, even Galveston, close to 2 feet. And we're still, probably 18 hours or so from the landfall of this system and its closest approach here to Galveston. And the bigger concern on that east side of center. Still plenty of concerns west side of center where we are, but it's still going to be a long 24-hour period here on the Texas and Louisiana coast as we await the approach and landfall of our first major hurricane of this crazy pandemic year of 2020. I know, Dr. Tell, you're watching this closely here because, again, every moment, every satellite image coming in, this thing is looking better and better organized. That eye is pretty ominous as well.
Yes, and the data that we're recovering from the hurricane hunters in there does indeed suggest it is still strengthening. And that's a big problem for all of us here in the Texas-Louisiana region and elsewhere, where we expect destructive winds to move in later on tonight and do so very quickly and move well inland. This is a map which shows you the kind of wind gusts you need to prepare for as the landfall of Laura happens very early in the morning hours tomorrow, likely just after midnight, and then Laura continues to move inland, carrying with it that significant wind damage threat. And how about the storm surge? You've heard the ominous wording from the National Hurricane Center with unsurvivable storm surge in spots where water rises 40 miles inland, could be at least several feet, up to I-10 and even north of that. This is a very remarkable storm surge event that we really need to prepare for right now. There is no time. You cannot run from the water by the time it's rising. You have to act now and be prepared for these kinds of water rises. Look at this, Lake Charles. Everywhere here in red, all around and surrounding Lake Charles, there may be water rises above dry ground that exceed 9 feet. This is remarkable. This is so far away from the Gulf of Mexican coast, so this is something to watch very, very carefully, and it is also in many other areas across southern Louisiana. You can find these maps from the National Hurricane Center's website and do your best to zoom in and find out exactly your elevation and if indeed you are required to evacuate. Because if you are, ordered to evacuate, do it. Don't wait any longer. The time is now. We are already starting to see the outer bands of Laura closing in and move through the northern Gulf of Mexico and parts of the Louisiana coast. It is this band right here that will likely carry with it wind gusts over 50 miles per hour and also a tornado and waterspout threat. Now, once that band, assuming it survives all the way to the coast, moves on by, the weather will improve behind it a little bit before it gets worse again with another band, and then finally the core comes in and the weather will get progressively worse, and that will be in the core of Laura, which is right out in there. That's where the hurricane force winds are, and we're already seeing a buoy there that just recently registered a sustained wind of 60 miles per hour. In fact, earlier today we had a buoy that measured wind gusts over 100 miles per hour. Speaking of winds, well, the recon was just in there. The NOAA recon passed through the eastern eye wall with a reliable estimate from SFMR measuring the surface wind speeds of near 130 miles per hour. So we are dealing with a very, very powerful hurricane that, believe it or not, still has a little bit of room for strengthening. That is indeed possible. But let's track this thing and watch the bad weather close in. It is by about 5 or 6 o'clock local time tonight that, if indeed this modeling is right, that suggests that the real core of the hurricane, the outer edge of it, will begin to move in, and those tropical storm force wind gusts over 40 will become routine. And that will only get worse through the evening hours tonight. And watch out for that eye wall, because it's in that eye wall that may indeed pass very close to Lake Charles just after midnight. That wind gusts over 100 miles per hour will be likely, with a storm surge following along and just on the eastern side of the center of circulation. This is a very, very dangerous situation that will likely carry all those hazards into Arkansas by Thursday evening. So, Tevin, I'm going to take it over to you, and be prepared. I need to know what your elevation is where you are right now, and do you have a way to get to higher ground?
Yeah, Dr. Postel, I'm glad that you asked that question, because when we got here a couple of days ago, the first thing that we did, we knew that the storm surge was likely to be great here in Lake Charles, so we did make sure we've got adequate shelter and also the potential to get to higher ground too. To answer your question, elevation here right around 7 to 10 feet. So with a forecast 10 to 20 feet, obviously this would put this entire place underwater. In fact, back during Hurricane Rita, while this hotel or this property was not here, one neighboring it did get encompassed in water, and it took all this sand at the beach and carried it out. The only thing left or remaining, because this is man-made, is a tarp underneath. But Dr. Postel, I hope you're still standing by, because a lot of people like to compare storms. So Rita is sort of the storm of record here. How will this differ with the storm surge here in Lake Charles and as far inland as Moss Bluff and points north?
Yeah, one of the things that this might do differently is carry those destructive winds a bit farther inland, because it is moving progressively to the north, and it is even earlier in the season. So this will likely preserve the intensity all the way through the coastline and into southern Louisiana. So there's a storm surge map. This is the kind of water rise that you should prepare for. But Tevin, you asked a pointed question about one of the differences. Well, it may be with the wind and how far inland the destructive wind goes. This is something to watch very carefully. Don't think just because you're not on the coast or you're out of the storm surge threat that this is not going to be a big deal, Tevin, because it will, and perhaps into one of your home states, Arkansas as well.
Yeah, I've already sent texts to both my parents and all of my family and friends to let them know to take this seriously. 37 miles inland from the coast is how far we're talking about the storm surge. Let's pivot a little bit, because yesterday and in days past, everyone's asking, how strong will Laura get? How strong will Laura get? Is there any chance it's going to get stronger? And I think we've sort of seen the answer to that question. Now I want to ask you, is there any chance that Laura does the opposite and potentially weakens? And if so, where is that window of opportunity for it to do that?
Well, that's a great question. There is some chance, because as Laura closes in on the coast, the heat content in the ocean and the Gulf of Mexico comes down a little bit. That is true. And the wind shear should increase a little bit. That is also true. But it still won't do enough to dramatically reduce the intensity. And as far as we're all concerned, it's not going to matter, because what we're going to be dealing with is a major hurricane, as you know, with all the wind and all the surge that we're expecting as of now. So even if the wind comes down to 5 or 10 miles per hour, so what? You won't notice the difference. It will do the same amount of damage. Tevin.
Yeah, I'm glad you answered it that way, because this is sort of like a heat engine. And
Yes.
anytime you shut down an engine, it doesn't just go off immediately. It takes several notches for it to really shut down. Right. And unfortunately, this thing will not shut down until it's several hundred miles inland. All right, let's go to meteorologist Alex Wallace now. He's in the studio. And Alex, you're going to go, I believe, city by city and sort of break down the threat, because it looks differently for different people in different parts of the country.
Yeah, absolutely. First, we want to get to what we know about Laura. In Louisiana, Governor John Bel Edwards says about 1,000 people have been put up in hotel rooms. More are expected today. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says 200,000 hotel rooms are available due to COVID-19. They're a bit better for families. And officials in Galveston say they are not enforcing evacuations, but if people stay, they may not have emergency services to help them. Beginning at 4 p.m. today in Houston, Metro will suspend operations at all transit services. Well, in the greater Houston area, the business and outdoor locations Comcast is actually opening up nearly 1 million Wi-Fi hotspots to non-customers and emergency personnel to help them stay connected for free. Visit www.xfinity.com/Wi-Fi.
Through our love promise, Subaru and our retailers are proud to be replanting 500,000 trees in areas devastated by wildfires. Subaru, more than a car company.
Start your day with Secret. Secret stops sweat 3 times more than ordinary antiperspirants. With Secret, you're unstoppable. No sweat. Try it and love it or get your money back. Secret.
No sweat.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hold my pouch.
Trust us. Us kids are ready to take things into our own hands. Don't think so? Hold my pouch.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food.
And astronauts?
Everything.
Yum.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it.
And eating it.
I love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
This is Fracture. Just upload an image, place your order, and it'll show up at your door, beautifully printed directly on glass. And this isn't just another frame, not just another canvas. This is new. This is a Fracture. Visit fractureme.com and print one today.
Age-related macular degeneration may lead to severe vision loss.
So the National Eye Institute did 20 years of clinical studies on a formula only found in PreserVision.
If it were my vision, I'd ask my doctor about PreserVision.
It's the most studied eye vitamin brand.
If it were my vision, I'd look into PreserVision.
Only PreserVision AREDS 2 contains the exact nutrient formula recommended by the NEI to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
I have AMD. It is my vision, so my plan includes PreserVision.
This summer, get back in the driver's seat. Your Honda dealer is open and ready to get you into a new Honda today. Like the versatile HR-V or the fun-to-drive CR-V. Visit the Honda Summer Clearance Event and get a great deal from Honda, KBB.com's 2020 Best Value Brand. Get a great deal on the CR-V at the Honda Summer Clearance Event today.
I tried a new laxative that's both gentle and fast.
New great tasting Dalcolac Soft Chews works naturally with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes. Puts you comfortably in control. New Dalcolac Soft Chews.
It's a familiar story. Allergies ruining your sleep and next day too. Taking Zysol at night relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin and on first dose provides the same relief as Zyrtec at nearly half the size. Be wise all. Take Zysol at night.
Unbelievable, this is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 74 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Today, lots of sunshine. High 82. Winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, late night thunderstorms. Low 72. Winds west at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Thursday, partly cloudy early. Scattered thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
Be ready for impacts well beyond the center of the hurricane.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
Yeah, we certainly are dealing with a hurricane season unlike any other. Welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Hurricane Laura. I am meteorologist Tevin Wooten as we prepare for this storm. One thing here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, that a lot of the residents are trying to come to sense with is sort of what does 10 or 20 feet of storm surge look like? Well, let me show you very quickly, and the best way that I can do that is tell you, if you think about a basketball goal, that's about 10 feet high. Regulation basketball goal in the NBA, that's 10 feet high. So if you just stack two of those, you've got 10 and 10. That makes 20. Well, this probably about 2 feet off the ground, somewhat close to 6 feet tall. So now you have 8 feet. Stack two of these, and you're still not all the way to 20 feet. That, folks, is the forecast for you in Cameron Parish, Louisiana, for the highest of storm surge, the worst reasonable scenario for a lot of people. So you have to prepare for that. How do you do that? You get out of the way of the water immediately. The window of opportunity to get away from that 10 to 20 feet of storm surge is quickly dwindling down. Do it now. Get out. You're better safe than sorry. Let's go to Nacogdoches, Texas now to meteorologist Mike Seidel, where in Nacogdoches, Texas, Mike, the winds could certainly be furious as this storm comes through. It's not just going to shut down once it makes landfall. We've still got perhaps Category 2 force winds to contend with.
Yes, indeed, exactly. And there are folks that have evacuated from the coast, from the surge zone up here, and it's going to be better up here. There's no surge component this far inland. We're about 150 miles inland from the Gulf. Here's our concern here. Everything else, rainfall, flood potential, power outages, and wind gusts in this area could exceed certainly hurricane force. Maybe we get a gust to 100 miles an hour, certainly along the Sabine River and just east of there as the core goes north tomorrow morning. Let's first talk about the rainfall, because it's going to be on the move. That's really a good thing. Unlike slow-moving storms, hurricanes like Harvey that dump 30 to 40 inches of rain, look at that orange shaded area. That's where we expect 8 to 12 inches of rain. It's in and then it's out. It's going to rain very hard for, say, 4, 5, 6 hours, then it ends. So watch out for the flash flooding. We do have a flash flood watch for this whole area, southeast Texas, southwest Louisiana, up to Shreveport, those areas. Some of these go until Friday. So we're going to have to deal with the water rising with all this rainfall. The other issue is the wind. And I just mentioned the potential for wind gusts, hurricane force, even up to Shreveport. We're in hurricane warnings here. They extend all the way across the Sabine River, Leesville, Alexandria. basically anywhere west of I-59 and north of I-10, or 49 rather, that's where you're concerned with the strongest winds. That's where that core is going to come up out of Lake Charles and out of the Gulf of Mexico early tomorrow morning before sunrise down there, certainly on the Gulf Coast. So the winds combined with a wet ground and a lot of pine trees, softwood, we're going to see a lot of trees come down, and there's going to be a lot of people, thousands without power. And back in Rita, some folks lost power in this area for as much as 2 weeks. Let's hope the power doesn't stay off that long, but gives you an example of what can happen with a major hurricane going inland at 15 to 20 miles an hour. It's still going to be very ferocious, and it's still going to cause a lot of problems. Power outages will likely be the #1 impact once we get past that flash flood risk between now and early Friday morning.
All right, Mike, indeed. We'll be watching things closely there, along with a number of other areas as we move away from the coast. The impacts will be felt as well. We'll take you into essentially tomorrow now, starting off tomorrow morning, where we'll start to notice those winds picking up in speed here across the state of Arkansas. There's Little Rock. Notice how your winds really start to crank up as the core of the system moves on through. I mean, gusts here certainly could be up into hurricane force, not out of the question. And then as we move through into Friday, it kind of puts the foot on the brakes and then scoots east. So it takes a hard turn towards the right, crosses the Mississippi, and then begins to move its way across parts of the Tennessee Valley. And again, there could be some strong winds there as well, at least tropical storm force in those areas. There's also going to be the rain threat coming up into Arkansas. West of Little Rock looks like 5 to 6 inches. A spot like Hot Springs, you're right in that zone. And then you notice as it moves east, we start to lose the amount of rainfall. The totals come down because it will be moving much, much quicker as it starts to move its way towards the east. But continuing down the road, this is now Saturday morning, still finding some of those gusty winds across central Tennessee and then racing over towards the Appalachian chain. You've got parts of the Carolinas that could be involved in dealing with some gusty winds as well throughout the afternoon on Saturday. We actually have a cold front that's going to be diving on in it, and that's going to help to kind of sink south and pick up a little bit of what is left of Laura, and that will all begin to work its way eastbound, focusing some of that moisture, so there will be some wet weather, gusty winds even making its way towards the east coast. Let's head back down towards the Gulf Coast, check in with Paul Goodlow. And Paul, you're in an area that certainly can feel the impacts there in Galveston.
Yeah, feeling the winds already, Alex. Gusting well over 20, sustained around 21 miles per hour, but even stronger as we head on towards tonight in the landfall and approach of the first major hurricane of the season. With a press conference with the governor of Louisiana coming up in just a few minutes.
When you've got auto glass damage, Safe Light can come to you.
And you'll get a text when we're on our way. Just leave your keys on the dash, and we'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service. Schedule at safelight.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, forgot something.
Thank you.
Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
You like off-roading in nature, but you don't like getting stuck in nature. That's a conundrum. Psych! These tires have mud scooping and rock crawling technology. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! I haven't said psych in a while.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
Am I too old to start skateboarding?
Something on your mind? Chew on it. Twizzlers.
So you ready to hit the road?
I don't know. Come on, you're fine.
You can't leave your bike here.
Now man up. Just get on your bike.
No.
Breakfast wants you back. Try Just Crack an Egg, packed with real potatoes, veggies, meat, and cheese. Just add a fresh egg for a hot scramble in less than 2 minutes to get those warm, fuzzy feelings again. Take breakfast back. Find it in the egg aisle.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Start your day with Secret. Secret stops sweat 3 times more than ordinary antiperspirants. With Secret, you're unstoppable. No sweat. Try it and love it or get your money back. Secret.
No sweat.
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Breaking for us now as we track a tornado warning that has popped up here in Louisiana. This is on the very far periphery of what's going on with our Hurricane Laura. But here in Louisiana, we've got East Baton Rouge, as well as Livingston and St. Helena parishes under a tornado warning. That's until noon. It's this storm right there. It really popped up here just within the last few moments, working its way on off towards the north and the west at about 30 miles per hour now, mostly over a rural area. But nonetheless, if you're in these areas just to the north and west of Hammond, now's the time to take shelter, get and seek shelter. Lowest floor of a sturdy building and getting away from the windows. As again, it tracks its way on off towards the northwest at about 30 miles per hour. And this is again well away from the center of the circulation. What we're going to start to notice here as we head on through the rest of this afternoon, some of those outer bands working their way on in. In fact, we're starting to see that one outer band there right across the southern coast of Louisiana. Within some of those, we could certainly see some brief spin-ups. That is certainly a possibility and oftentimes a big risk when we're talking about these tropical cyclones making their way close to land. So that is a risk. We already are seeing one warning popping up, and certainly we could see more as we head on through the rest of this afternoon and into the evening hours as well. All right, let's work our way back on into Texas. That's where we find our very own Paul Goodlow there in the Galveston area. And Paul, you're on the sort of west side of this thing, but impacts could be coming on in. Of course, gusty winds and watching out for some of that storm surge from sort of the bay side.
It's an unusual side of the island concerned themselves with storm surge because of we're going to be on the west side of this system here. I know even with Ike, there was a big concern, a big storm surge as this thing kind of rolled over the area and really devastated parts of the Bolivar Peninsula, which is just across the channel, also devastated parts of Galveston as well. And even on the west side of that, you're still so close to the eye wall, you had massive damage and massive storm surge. But we're far enough west where we're still going to have a storm surge, but that's going to be, like you mentioned, Alex, on the bay side. So we're going to see those northerly winds already kind of pushing up water. Still seeing a pretty agitated Gulf of Mexico, but the highest storm surge will be well east of us, but still a 2 to 4 foot storm surge is going to be a concern. And reading some of the local discussions about this area forecast here in Galveston, they're concerned with even a 4 to 7 foot storm surge. And imagine that on the bay side without a seawall like you do here on the Gulf side. So we're going to talk about some interesting impacts here as we head over the next 24 hours. And a lot of this happening in the dead of night. Again, landfall is going to be somewhere on either side of, say, midnight or 1 a.m. But you remember, there's a run-up of bad weather for landfall with the set of the storm, and also a decrease of bad weather on the backside of that eye wall. So it's not going to be a one and done. It's going to be a long duration of impacts, and then a long duration of those impacts lessening. Not to mention the wind changing direction all during that time as well. This is not going to be a Harvey, but this is going to be a big-time wind maker, and even Houston will have tropical storm force winds. That's going to bring down power lines and even bring down trees and do some roof damage to many areas. That's going to be a big ongoing concern here. But the big concern currently is if you're thinking still about getting out, These winds are already 20-plus mile-per-hour gusts with us staying at 21 here on Galveston Island. So the weather is not really helping at all in terms of trying to even put plywood up to protect windows from flying debris. Yeah, batten down the hatches. Even in Houston, bring the patio furniture in. That could be blown around as well. Let's talk about the timing, Alex, because I know you're going city by city, because we're going to see impacts even hundreds of miles away from the coast as we are still tracking Laura.
Yeah, absolutely, Paul. No doubt about it. Well inland in these areas here. So let's take you through it here. A number of areas that will be feeling the impacts, including Lake Charles. As we head through this evening, those winds starting to gust, 50-plus mile-per-hour winds here for us. And then by tonight, overnight into tomorrow morning, now we're starting to get into that major category 3+ category with those winds. 110-plus, pretty incredible with the rainfall. That could be anywhere from 8 to 12 inches. So despite the fact that this thing will be moving and not just sitting for a prolonged period of time, we still could be looking at up to a foot of rain and the storm surge getting into the 6 to 9 foot range. That's an incredible amount of water rise for these areas. And Lake Charles is a spot that is about 30 miles from the Gulf of Mexico. So imagine that dealing with water rise that far, because we've got some of these lakes and bayous and all these other waterways where that water is going to be rising as well. So really a terrible situation setting up here for us across this zone as we watch the outer bands start to move in, and then late tonight, overnight, we start to see the core of the system moving in and watching for those big time winds, heavy rain to work its way on into our neck of the woods there. Then, of course, we got some issues back towards the west here into Texas. Houston's a spot on the west side, so we're going to generally see as this thing moves on in, pick up some rain, but the higher totals will be on off towards the east, maybe up to an inch. Higher totals there east on Interstate 10. Well, as we work our way on into the Houston area, businesses and outdoor locations, Comcast, they actually opened up nearly 1 million Wi-Fi hotspots to non-customers and emergency personnel to help them stay connected for free. Visit www.xfinity.com/Wi-Fi to find that hotspot.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture.
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
On the road again. Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again. And wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
It's about the humans. These humans, those humans, groovin' and golden. It's about getting more than health insurance and a partner who listens and acts. Humana calls it human care. It's talking to a doctor from your couch or helping you find a cheaper prescription before you ask. It's helping you fix the rugs so you don't fall and keeping you social, online or off. It's getting to know you so you can be your healthiest. That's our superpower. That's human care from Humana.
Am I too old to start skateboarding?
Something on your mind? Chew on it. Twizzlers.
Water?
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Neo.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food.
And astronauts?
Everything.
Yum.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Stouffer's mac and cheese is made with 100% real cheese.
So creamy.
So cheesy.
It's too bad you're a dog. This is really creamy. You'd love it.
Stouffer's, the taste you love at a price you'll love.
That's a buffalo flatbread bullseye for my mouth to aim at. Oh, hiding, huh? The new grilled buffalo chicken papadilla. Tangy buffalo sauce, grilled chicken, and melty cheese for just $6. Papa John's.
Around here, nobody ever does it.
I didn't do it.
So when I heard they added Ultra Oxy to the cleaning power of Tide, it was just what we needed.
Dad, I didn't do it.
#1 stain and odor fighter. #1 trusted. It's got to be Tide.
I'm Norm.
I'm Saz.
And we live in Columbia, Missouri. We do consulting, but we also write.
We take care of ourselves constantly. It's important. We walk 3 to 5 times a week, a couple miles at a time.
We've both been taking Prevagen for a little more than 11 years now. After about 30 days of taking it, we noticed clarity that we didn't notice before.
It's still helping me. I still notice a difference.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Breaking now, we have our first tornado warning now, and we'll probably see more as the afternoon wears on, sort of the outer periphery of our Hurricane Laura. That's prompted a tornado warning as some of these outer bands and some of these storms are firing up now on the outer edges. One of those here in Livingston and St. Helena parishes here until noon. That is that one lone storm here. Again, this one right there that's popped up within basically the last half an hour to 45 minutes, tracking on off towards the north and the west at about 30 miles per hour. That's for a mostly rural zone here just north of Interstate 12. But nonetheless, if you're anywhere in that zone just north and west of Hammond, now's the time to take and seek shelter. Lowest floor of a sturdy building and away from the windows is where you want to be as this storm continues to move in that direction. And that tornado warning is there until noon Central Time, so for about another 20 minutes or so. All right, let's work our way off towards the west and check in with our very own Mike Seidel. He's in Nacogdoches, Texas. And Mike, that's an area where we are expecting gusty winds, power outage issues, heavy downpours, all things that we're certainly going to be concerned with.
Yeah, everything but the surge. Simply because we're so far inland. We're 150 miles from the coast, so we don't have to worry about surge. We do have to worry about the flash flood impacts tomorrow, especially the first part of the day. The core is going to go just to our east here, probably just on the other side of the Sabine River, which kind of it really basically is the state line between Texas and Louisiana. So we're going to be on the west side. But again, wind gust here over hurricane force and power outages. The lasting impact and the legacy of Laura this far inland by far is going to be the power outages and the tree damage. That's a guarantee. We've seen this with previous hurricanes, Ike and Rita. So be prepared to be without power for at least a week in some of these areas. Here's the rainfall forecast. And since Laura continues to move, it's not stalling out like Florence and like Harvey. Kind of noisy here, too, in East Texas. Since it's going to be on the move, the rainfall totals are going to be limited. I say limited to 8 to 12 inches. That's still going to increase the flash flood potential. We've got the flash flood watch here in Nacogdoches County and these counties in East Texas until late tomorrow night and Friday morning. The rain, for the most part, is going to fall between about 3 a.m. and noonish. That's going to be most of it. As it whips on through, then the winds will come around from the backside. But again, Alex, we've got all factors on the table except the surge. This is a dangerous storm. When you talk about a major hurricane forecast to have 145-mile-an-hour winds as it approaches the coast, it's going to take a while for the gust to wind down. We're not talking about a Cat 1 coming in, and then it gets up here, maybe we have wind gusts 50 miles an hour. We're talking about likely a Cat 4, and then it winds down as it heads up towards Shreveport. So all these areas in play. In fact, with the rainfall and the surge, we're expecting that parts of I-10, for those of you in other parts of the southeast, south central United States, if you're planning a trip on I-10 tomorrow and even the next day, Alex, be prepared to detour because I-10 may be shut down at times. Also, all these trees blowing down on these back roads, these farm-to-market roads in Texas, they could be closed too until they can get those pine trees off the roadways.
You said it, Mike, no doubt widespread impacts for a number of locations. Well, we want to bring in now Ashley Buller, Assistant Director of the Cameron Parish Office of the Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness. Joining us now on the phone. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
So what's the biggest concern for Cameron Parish at this point?
Water. Definitely the storm surge. This is going to be catastrophic for our entire parish right now.
Now, we know evacuation orders are in place. Have people really heeded those warnings and gotten out of harm's way? And how's that process been going?
Well, we issued our mandatory order of evacuation on August 25th for the entire parish. Before that, it was the lower portions of the parish. As the track and intensity became a little more confident and we decided to go ahead and issue it for the entire parish. But most people have been getting their stuff out for close to 4 days now when we issued the voluntary evacuation. We've been through this before a couple of times, unfortunately. So the lower portion of the parish has been getting out, and we're still trying to convince some people. They need to know that this is nothing to play with. You have to get out.
Wow, you said it. And of course, the National Hurricane Center, they're putting out some pretty strong wording saying that storm surge could be unsurvivable. How are you communicating with folks about the severity of the storm?
Exactly. We have been pushing out that same message through our Facebook pages, through our local media. We have our emergency alerting system. We've been pushing out text messages and phone calls to let everybody know that this is a life-threatening situation.
And what's the one message that you want to stress to residents here as we count down the clock to when this thing arrives?
Property can be replaced. A life cannot. We know people want to stay and protect their belongings, protect their property. But the important thing is just to get to safety.
Absolutely, indeed. We echo that statement for sure. Thanks so much for updating, sir, in Cameron Parish. We certainly appreciate you joining us here, and certainly good luck as we deal with this really pretty incredible and massive and very, very powerful hurricane. Well, we've got, of course, Laura expected to undergo that rapid intensification. It's been doing that, potentially be a Category 4 hurricane before all is said and done. 125 Cat 3 now moving to the northwest at 16 miles per hour. Very dangerous.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Don't forget your lunch! I'm making pizza on King's Hawaiian mini subs.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea.
Water?
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Mio.
I first noticed hair loss in my late 20s.
I did not think that I'd ever be able to grow my hair back. I thought there was nothing I could do about it.
Get your real hair back. Yes, your real hair. See results in as little as 4 months with the EXT Extreme Hair Therapy Program from Hair Club.
I saw the before and after pictures and was like, what?
Even UFC champion Forrest Griffin turned to Hair Club.
It's not unmasculine to want to look good and have your hair. I wish I'd come in a couple of years ago, but I'm glad I came in when I did.
EXT is clinically proven to regrow your hair and slow further hair loss. Call in the next 5 minutes, and when you purchase Extreme Hair Therapy, you'll receive our Keratin Fiber Strand Builder absolutely free. You're going to love your Hair Club results. We're 100% committed to your satisfaction. Our CEO guarantees it. Call now for your free consultation and free Keratin Fiber Strand Builder with your Extreme Hair Therapy purchase.
Do you know why I love Coffee Mate? Well, it's triple churn and 2 times richer than milk for one perfect cup of coffee. Think I love Coffee Mate too much? No, impossible. Coffee Mate. Coffee's perfect mate.
Stouffer's mac and cheese is made with 100% real cheese.
So creamy.
So cheesy.
It's too bad you're a dog. This is really creamy. You'd love it.
Stouffer's, the taste you love at a price you'll love.
This is Richie Vento from Bay Ridge Hyundai. And going on now, it's our list of zeros sales event. 0 down, 0 interest, 0 first month's payments on all new Hyundais in stock, like the Palisades. Hurry in, log on to BayRidgeHyundai.com. This is Richie Vento from Bay Ridge Hyundai. And going on now, it's our list of zeros sales event. 0 down, 0 interest, 0 first month's payments on all new Hyundais in stock, like the Palisades. Hurry in, log on to BayRidgeHyundai.com.
This is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Today, lots of sunshine. High 82. Winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, late night thunderstorms. Low 72. Winds west at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Thursday, partly cloudy early. Scattered thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel, and we're tracking Hurricane Laura, now a major hurricane, and it is still strengthening as it approaches the Texas and Louisiana coastline over the next 24 hours, probably making landfall just after midnight as a crow flies maybe about 60 miles, 70 miles up the Texas coast on towards Louisiana from where I'm standing. I'm in Galveston Island, Texas, and we're under a mandatory evacuation. And talked to the mayor a little while ago, and he was saying, hey, if people still want to leave, they can, but time is ticking. We've seen our winds increase. Had some rain this morning up until about, say, 2 hours ago, but our winds, yeah, they've been increasing, sustained now in the 20s, and the Gulf is definitely agitated here as we still have the center of Hurricane Laura about 210 miles off in the Gulf of Mexico. Its closest pass, again, could be 50, 60 miles. That's close enough to get us into those hurricane-force sustained winds here. And we have a lot of memories of hurricanes here in Galveston, as well as the Bolivar Peninsula just across the channel from us. And storm surge. This area is very prone to storm surge. It wiped out 12 years ago with Hurricane Ike coming on shore in this area. People lost their lives because of that storm surge, and that's the biggest concern at the coast. Inland is also more the wind action that goes hundreds of miles away from the coast as well. So there are a lot of things we're tracking here, and we hope that people stay out of their harm's way. All our teams, we're here all day, all night long giving you coverage. And again, we know we have to keep ourselves safe as well. So we thank you for your concerns of our safety. You know, we're going to stay safe, trying to bring you the latest on our first major hurricane of this pandemic year of 2020. Let's get back to the studio. Alex, you're tracking other issues we're going to have with a landfalling major hurricane.
Yeah, absolutely, Paul. In fact, some last-minute preparations, they're actually being done in Louisiana, there in Texas, all, of course, ahead of Laura. Dave Malkoff is in Finette, Texas. It's about 15 miles southwest of Beaumont and is part of the Beaumont-Port Arthur metro areas. He's at the Green Acres grocery store with folks as they prepare for Laura, remembering what happened in Imelda last year.
This is Finette, Texas. 11 months ago, it was largely underwater after Tropical Storm Imelda. Now they are gassing up, getting ready for another round as this hurricane comes through. This one pumped 5,000 gallons of gas yesterday. They are getting down to the bare minimum here at Green Acres Grocery. And Tom is the guy who's owned this place for 25 years. You've boarded up your place, and what do you expect? You saw a lot of water during Imelda.
Harvey and Imelda, we didn't get any water in the store on Harvey, but Imelda we did get 14 inches in the store. So we got back and cleaned that up, and we were back running within a week after we got the 14 inches out of the store.
You're a lifeline to a lot of people here at the store.
I feel like I am over the years because of all the storms that we've done. People are going to count on me being open Thursday afternoon after this thing's gone.
How do you do that? Do you have a generator here?
I've got a 100 kW generator, and it is full, and it's been tested, and we're ready to go. So when it happens tonight and we lose power, it should be, we're all good to go, and it runs for 24 hours, so I'll get back and we'll fill the generator up and we'll start selling groceries and gas.
Well, we'll stop by later on and see how you're doing after the storm. Best of luck.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And as we go back to you guys, let's just look over here. The boards are already going up on some of the windows here. They'll be trying to place sandbags around a lot of the businesses. But here in Fannett, it kind of dips down, so a lot of that water kind of spills into the city. Best of luck to the folks here. In Fannett, Texas, I'm Dave Malkoff, the Weather Channel.
Really good to see that folks are taking this seriously, getting prepared there in Fannett. Another spot that is certainly need to be doing that is in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where they continue to get the preps going. But time running out here for us because we are seeing this thing getting closer and closer and closer, and those conditions are going to be moving downhill. Let's bring in meteorologist Tevin Wooten, who is there now. And Tevin, an area where you got to rush to complete those preps at this point.
Yeah, Alex, most certainly we are in the 11th hour for the preparation window here before Hurricane Laura, a monster of a storm, folks. This is not just something that will blow through lightly at all. We're anticipating winds at 125 miles per hour and the potential for life-threatening storm surge that you will likely not survive. This is wording coming from the National Hurricane Center. They're certainly not mincing their words whatsoever. So do keep in mind, if you remain behind, you're facing storm surge of close to 10 or 20 feet. We'll show you what that looks like, and we're also going to talk about the last-minute evacuations and what some of the city leaders are doing, and also the parish leaders as well. We've got Sheriff Tony Mancuso standing by here in Calcasieu Parish. We're going to talk to him coming up in about 10 to 15 minutes or so. So stick around for that. Much more to come on the other side of this break.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it.
Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
We got a Subaru to give him some adventure, to reconnect and be together. And once we did that, we realized his greatest adventure is just beginning.
Welcome to the most adventurous Outback ever. The all-new 2020 Subaru Outback. Go where love takes you.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
All right, everybody, I'm making sandwiches. On King's Hawaiian bread.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product, very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
What getting fueled with one protein feels like. What getting fueled with 3 energy-packed proteins feels like. Meat, cheese, and nuts. Pay 3 because 3 is better than 1.
All right, folks, we are just hours away from the landfall of the first major hurricane of the season. The year 2020, not just delivering a dangerous blow in terms of COVID-19, but we are preparing and we are going through a major hurricane in the middle of a pandemic. So your preparations likely look a little bit different this year, not just in terms of COVID-19, but also anticipating a bona fide Category 3 storm by the name of Laura. We have our crew spread out all the way from Shreveport, Louisiana to Nacogdoches, Texas. Yes, this storm will deliver severe winds, the threat of flash flooding, all the way inland to northern portions of Louisiana, eastern Texas, Arkansas, Tennessee, and beyond. We've got the forecast for you to get you through it state by state and day by day as well. We also have expert analysis with our crews in the studio as well. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. I'm live for you in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where we have several different things in terms of the forecast to watch out for. It's not just the dangerous winds, the potential for that eye to come dangerously close to the Texas and Louisiana state line, but also the threat of life-threatening storm surge. Let's go right now to Carl Parker, who's standing by. And Carl, I understand we've also got tornado warnings coming now with Laura.
Yeah, that's right, Tevin. We're looking at a tornado warning right now, very close to Baton Rouge and working off towards the northwest. So let's take a look at the latest on that. That is for West Baton Rouge Parish. That going until 12:15. Heads up in Allendale. A cell moving in right now and perhaps coming towards Cary as well. So here is the latest on our storm. This is an exceptionally dangerous storm. The threats from the storm cannot be overstated. 125 mile per hour Category 3 hurricane now moving northwest at 16 miles per hour. It is expected to become a Category 4 hurricane this afternoon, and then it will be nearing landfall later tonight. At that time, some interaction with land and some wind shear may level off the intensity, but an extremely dangerous storm. Here you see the storm surge potential, and the National Hurricane Center calling this storm surge in southwest Louisiana in particular unsurvivable. Unsurvivable is the language that they are using to describe this surge, which may penetrate as far as 30 miles, 40 miles inland. It is going to be absolutely devastating in places like Cameron and also Holly Beach, and very, very bad, perhaps some of the worst flooding that we have seen in Lake Charles as this comes in. So please, please listen to your local officials. Hurricane warnings extending well inland all the way to nearly Shreveport. Here you see the current radar picture, and we are getting some outer bands now beginning to move in. Winds now gusting to 40 miles per hour in Port Fourchon there in southern parts of Louisiana, and now gusting to 33 miles per hour in Beaumont. Watching these bands coming on shore, could be some very gusty winds as they do so. So here's a look at the forecast from the National Hurricane Center. Want you to notice that area of hurricane force winds. So that comes into southwest Louisiana late tonight. We'll be moving towards Lake Charles as well. Winds gusting well over 100 miles per hour. So in addition to that incredibly serious surge threat, we're going to be looking at structural wind damage. We're going to be looking at widespread power outages. It is going to be an absolutely awful situation in southwest Louisiana and also in southeast Texas near Beaumont there as that comes up and along the Sabine River. But the right front quadrant appears to be most affecting southwest Louisiana. Then still looking at potentially hurricane force winds even into tomorrow as the storm comes up and along the Sabine River and makes its way towards Shreveport. So widespread power outages are likely in western parts of Louisiana, East Texas, and also into southern Arkansas. And another big story here, Tevin, is going to be the potential for flash flooding well inland, huge areas of as much as double-digit rainfall up in those areas that I mentioned. And that will continue into Arkansas. And as you know well, Tevin, Arkansas has a lot of terrain. So you add that kind of tropical moisture to that terrain, and you're talking about potentially life-threatening inland flash flooding.
Yeah, Carl, you're exactly right. A host or a myriad of impacts coming out of Laura, not just inland, but of course along the coast as well. I want to bring in Sheriff Tony Mancuso. He is the sheriff here in Calcasieu Parish. And Sheriff Mancuso, can you talk to me, what is the most urgent information you want to get to your constituents right now?
Well, obviously, you know, we've been preaching for several days now about evacuating and getting your family and yourselves to safety, and now we're kind of at the last hour. There still is a window of opportunity to get out of here. The roadways are pretty clear, and you can safely get out right now if you leave now. And look, I mean, I think what's coming is far more dangerous than Hurricane Rita, which was 15 years ago. And I think that they need to keep that in mind. And what may have been safe 15 years ago may not be safe this time. So, you know, we're trying. We've made all the pleas and the urges that we can. So this is kind of the last ditch effort that we would like them to leave.
For folks that are sticking behind or maybe on the fence about leaving, at what time should they sort of have everything decided by today?
Well, I mean, you know, I can tell you when the maximum sustained winds get to 40 miles an hour, then we probably will not be able to get to them and help them. Any emergency services, whether it be fire, ambulance, police, they won't be able to get to you. So, you know, that's a time frame, probably guessing 6 o'clock. You probably know better than I do. But then there's a 8 to 10, 12-hour period that we're just dead in the water at that point. And so, you know, they have to be able to take care of themselves completely, whether that's a medical need, their food and water, and anything else. We will not be able to help them.
And let me ask you one more final question. For the storm surge forecast, you see something like that, very sobering, potentially life-threatening too. Talk to me about how difficult that is to convey to people, because this is a very, it's a bayou. The water runs through this entire parish. That's how these places are connected. What does that look like in different spots of the parish?
Well, we have a major ship channel, 2 big lakes, and then we have bayous and tributaries that run all through that, from the Sabine River, which is the line, all the way to the other end of our parish, and north and south. So a big part of this, and that's what our weather people have been preaching that, you know, forget the wind and the rain. The storm surge in this particular storm appears to be growing and getting even bigger than they first anticipated. So those bayous and those rivers and streams are going to rise, and they're going to rise quickly when they do, and they may be trapped and not be able to get out.
Sheriff Mancuso, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
And we wish the best of luck in the coming days here. We know it's going to be a daunting and a difficult task at hand, but hopefully we can get the message out to everyone, as Sheriff Mancuso just said, get out and get to safely as quick as possible. All right, Carl, let's go back into you in the studio.
Tell him to close. All right, so let's talk about where the timing of this is going to be. And what we're looking at here in Lake Charles is the storm moving in late tonight. This is a model forecast showing you that eye wall starting to brush the coast by 10 o'clock tonight. This may be off some in terms of timing, but it's meant to give you a rough idea of how this is going to shake out. Then we see the eye wall coming up into Lake Charles. Winds gusting well over 100 miles per hour at that time. Also exceptionally windy, hurricane force wind gusts in Beaumont. Then the storm moving up the Sabine River into East Texas and western Louisiana. Very strong wind even into tomorrow morning in Alexandria and also in Monroe. Here's the wind gust forecast. Take a look here. Winds gusting to 100 plus miles per hour in Lake Charles by 1 o'clock in the morning. In this model depiction, 125 plus. We think at about 2 o'clock in the morning, could be either side of that by an hour or so, but you get the idea. We're talking about a level of wind that could easily cause widespread wind damage in addition to the serious surge threat in Lake Charles. I would not want to be in Lake Charles as this is coming in. And even on the back side of the storm, winds coming out of the west at 100 miles per hour. Then in DeRidder, 100 miles per hour tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. So this is a powerful storm that is not going to wind down quickly as it makes landfall, it's going to extend well inland. Look at this, going into early morning tomorrow, 90-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts in Alexandria and getting up into Natchitoches as well. Also want to talk about the rainfall threat. That's going to be huge as water is coming in from the Gulf. We're going to be looking at terrific amounts of rainfall, so it's going to be trying to escape as well. That is also going to lead to significant flooding. And then there you see the impact there in Lake Charles, Louisiana, looking at 110-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts early in the morning and a storm surge of 6 to 9 feet. Well, threats from Laura's wind and rain extending well beyond the coast, and the Weather Channel's Justin Michaels is in Shreveport this afternoon. And Justin, this thing is really going to pack a punch come tomorrow morning there in Shreveport. It's going to be every bit a hurricane as it gets to your location.
I'll tell you what, and because of that, Carl, people here are doing everything they can to prepare. And I have to tell you also, people here are scared. They're concerned. They think of Rita, they know what happened then, and they're wondering what's going to happen now. And to hear hurricane hitting here tomorrow morning, that's bad news. Now, why am I standing in front of a line of cars? Well, I have to tell you, this line of cars actually sends about a half mile, maybe even 3/4 of a mile that way. What are they doing? Follow me this way. They're in line right now to get sandbags. 20 sandbags per truck or per vehicle that shows up here, and then they can actually get back in line if they want. But if you can only imagine, some people sat in this line yesterday for 3 hours to get 20 sandbags, went to the end, and did it all over again. The sandbags we're talking about, here's one right here, a nice 20-pounder. You can get 800 pounds of sand here for free. But remember, 20 sandbags doesn't go too far, but it is something that can certainly help. You can see the crews here, they're bagging right now, and every car that pulls up will get these 20 as long as their vehicle can actually withstand 800 pounds of weight. Some people are pulling up and they can't actually do that. But you can see it is an all-out effort here at this one sandbagging station here in Caddo Parish, right outside of Shreveport, Louisiana, to get people what they need to try to help them weather this storm. Actually, let's head right now to Mike Seidel in Nacogdoches, Texas. Mike, over to you now.
Okay, Justin, back here in Texas on the other side of the Sabine River. This is Nacogdoches, and what we're concerned with here is everything but the surge, because we're 150 miles inland. The flooding potential. We have flash flood watches up into Friday morning for all this area across the river into southwest Louisiana. And you can see the rainfall totals, that swath of orange coming up from the Gulf, 8 to 12 inches of rainfall on either side, 3 to 6. So we're going to have a sufficient enough rain in a short period of time. Remember, this is a quick hitter. This is not going to lollygag and fester like Harvey and like Florence did in North Carolina. So we're not going to get the 30 or 40 inch totals, but it's going to hit quick. So watch out for the flash flooding in these areas. The other concern that's going to have a lasting impact, the power outages. We're going to be emphasizing this quite a bit from East Texas, Nacogdoches over to Leesville, Natchitoches, also the Alexandria area, anywhere from the coast and all the way from the interstate 59 to the river and into East Texas. This is where we've got a good chance of power outages likely to widespread. And some of these power outages will, I can almost guarantee you, last at least a week, because in Rita, some of them lasted 2 weeks. And I'm being optimistic here. And, you know, it is the heat of the summer, so not having power is not great. Julie Martin, let's go back to you. I know we've got Ken Graham standing by from the National Hurricane Center.
Mike, we do. We want to bring in the director of the National Hurricane Center now, Ken Graham. And Ken, thank you so much for joining us during this very busy time. We know that Laura is a high-end Category 3 right now, on track to become a Cat 4. How strong do you think it will be at landfall?
Yeah, I think it could maintain those winds. I mean, just looking at the structure here from the radar to satellite, you've still got more of that warm water. So really not seeing much reason that we really have anything to majorly change. However, I think one thing to think about, you know, plus or minus 15 miles an hour or so, either way, you're going to see devastating, hurricane force winds. You're going to see deadly storm surge and also the dangerous flash flooding as well. So all these impacts, plus or minus 15 miles an hour, there's going to be a ton of impacts associated with Hurricane Laura.
Earlier today, you used the word unsurvivable when it comes to that storm surge. Elaborate a little bit more on those dangerous areas and why it's the time right now for people to get out of there.
Julie, I just look back at the last couple decades of doing this, and you always see these impacts before landfall, and everybody focuses so much on that landfall. You're already seeing some of the water rise. You're already seeing these rain bands come in. You're already starting to see the wind. So if you think about these values, and the water's already coming out, if you're told to leave, you need to do it now, because what happens is the water comes in early and you start cutting off your evacuation routes. The water starts getting in the streets and you can't get out. And you start looking at values. I mean, some of the highest values, the Johnson Bayou over to Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge, 15 to 20 foot, and even beyond that, 10 to 15 foot. That's above a house. That's well above you, and there's waves on top of that. So as a result, that's not survivable. It's too much water. It's too violent a water, not just on the coast, but even well inland.
And Ken, given the terrain there, I mean, we're talking about an area that's a bayou. All of the tributaries there are likely to flood as well. So that's going to make things even more difficult when it comes to getting out if you don't get out now.
Absolutely, because if you think about it, the river, like the Calcasieu River, all these bayous, every canal, it's used to drain all the rainwater out to the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to flow the opposite direction. So everything you expect to go one direction, the Gulf is going to come in and push it the opposite direction, and you're going to cover over the land. You're going to cover every bayou and river. And if you look at I-10 right here, some of that's even north of I-10, 35, 40 miles inland. So just because you're not on the coast, you think you're even above I-10, you're still in danger of some of this values of the storm surge. So if the local officials are telling you to leave, now is the time to do it.
Absolutely right. Ken Graham, Director of the National Hurricane Center, thank you so much. I know you're a busy man right now, and we have go time here in Louisiana. We want to get back out there right now with Tevin Wooten.
Yeah, Julie, we've been seeing the preparations for the better part of a day to a day and a half, but the window is closing down. The boards are up. The gas stations are starting to close down. People are starting to head out of town or continue to head out of town, but you need to have those preparations done. Once those 40-mile-an-hour winds get here, first responders will not be able to get to you should you need medical assistance. We have team coverage spread across the board and across the Gulf Coast and inland as well as Hurricane Laura moves northwest.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just one drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right in the cells that make them itch. Fast, just one drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription. Everywhere.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Try Drive Up at Target. Contactless delivery right to your car, designed for your day. Your moves. Your style. Your taste. So quick and easy. Just download the Target app today.
At SafeLight, we're here for you with safe, convenient service.
We'll come right to you.
You'll get a text when we're on our way.
Before we arrive, just leave your keys on the dash. We'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service.
And that service you can trust when you need it the most.
Schedule at SafeLight.com.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. If your child doesn't seem themselves at times, they may not be hydrated enough. All new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
Look, Limu! Someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need. False alarm.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food.
And astronauts?
Everything.
Yum.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
Is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
Did you help build New York or New Jersey? Did you work in the building trades or military or do industrial or automotive work where you were exposed to asbestos that led to a mesothelioma or lung cancer diagnosis? If so, you are a real hero. And Whiteson Luxembourg wants to speak with you and help achieve justice and compensation.
Call 1-888-411-LAWS. That's 1-888-411-LAWS.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter.
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Watch this.
Breathe. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you?
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class. Right now, get a low $149 per month lease on the 2020 Nissan Sentra.
Unbelievable, this is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 76 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. This afternoon, sun and clouds mixed. High 82, winds northwest at 15 to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, late night thunderstorms. Low 72. Winds west at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday, partly cloudy early. Scattered thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
Be ready for impacts well beyond the center of the hurricane.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
All right, folks, welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Hurricane Laura. Guess what? With hurricanes and tropical entities, you can get tornadoes. We've got a tornado warning that we want to get to right now. This is in southeastern Louisiana in Terrebonne Parish. And as we look at the latest with this storm, it looks like it's in the city of Delac. This tornado warning does go for the next 25 minutes. So if you are between just south and west of Houma, Louisiana, you need to take shelter. If you're towards the east of Morgan City, you need to take shelter. What are we talking about shelter in terms of a tornado warning? Well, that's downstairs under something, center of the home, and keep away from windows. What you're seeing right now is perhaps radar indicated, so not necessarily confirmed. And oftentimes they also come through off of the coast as a water spout. Beyond that tornado warning, you see the yellow polygon. That's a severe thunderstorm warning, and that extends into Thibodaux and also right along portions of Highway 90 and points towards the west. So overall, with the outer rainfall bands of Laura and any tropical entity, you can get brief spin-ups, and you can also get strong to damaging winds as well. So with this tornado warning, again, keep that in mind as we go throughout the day today. That will be the theme. This isn't the only threat, though. We, of course, do have the strong rainfall threat and the damaging winds, and, of course, the threats coming along with Laura and the storm surge, too. So a lot to keep track of. And Julie, if you may have noticed, I just put on my rain jacket. If we could call an audible really quickly pull up the radar again. I want to show you guys what's on the way to Lake Charles, Louisiana. This is just the first, the appetizer of what's to come with this storm. A dangerous line of storms coming through on the west side of the state as well. So not just what we're seeing near Houma and also Morgan City, but right here near Lake Charles and points towards the north and west. So let's take that radar towards the west a little bit and ride it towards along I-10. Because what you will see is a strong to damaging wind event coming out of this as well. That's why I put on the rain jacket, but just like what we're seeing on the east side of the state, you can also get tornado warnings and spin-ups inside of this next warning coming along as well. So that's the latest here from Lake Charles. Let's go to Julie now. Julie.
All right, a lot to happen, a lot just getting started. Tevin, thank you for that. Here's what we know right now about Hurricane Laura. Mandatory evacuations are underway in Tyler County, Texas. The order went into effect just this morning at 10 a.m. local time. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the state has 9,000 power crew personnel ready to respond to power outages and another 6,000 personnel on standby. The Houston Metro will suspend all transit operations in just a few hours at 4 o'clock local time. And the city's mayor requests all residents to avoid travel and shelter in place. And Comcast has opened nearly 1 million Wi-Fi hotspots in the greater Houston area to allow non-customers and emergency personnel to stay connected for free. Want to get into now Carl Parker. And Carl, I mean, when you take a look at just one component of Laura, the storm surge, it is stunningly just frightening.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near the coast with this storm coming onshore. This is a very surge vulnerable area of coastline. And you're talking about a storm that's got a large wind field, tropical storm force winds extending out 175 miles from the center. And so that large area of winds piles up the water, and also intensity factors into that. We think this is going to be a Category 4 as it's approaching. So you see these values here. I mean, these are incredible values in southwest Louisiana in particular. You're talking about areas of 10 to 20 feet of storm surge. And let's take a look at the modeling from the National Hurricane Center. This is the reasonable worst case scenario. So it may not happen like this in all of these locations, but certainly southwest Louisiana is the target for this very worst of the surge. And down into Cameron, Louisiana we go. This town lost about 80% of its population after Hurricanes Rita and Ike. So down to a population of a few hundred right now. And, you know, the surge here is going to be absolutely devastating. You would not want to be here. If you are here for any reason, you're taking your life into your own hands. And then here up into Lake Charles, much larger area, population of about 80,000 people. And you can see all of these city streets in here, all of that, those are all cross streets. And look at the level of flooding. All those yellow areas are where we see flooding of 3 to 6 feet. Orange areas are where we see flooding of over 6 feet. And so this could rival, it could be worse than Rita, and it could rival the flood of record, which goes back to 1913. This could be one of the biggest flood events that we have seen in Lake Charles. So please, please, please listen to your local officials. And then even well away from downtown Lake Charles, up the Calcasieu River, you see in the Calcasieu River Basin there, that is flooding that extends all the way up to Route 383. That flooding on the northern end is going to be a good 50 miles away from the Gulf Coast. So you're talking about all of this storm surge flooding penetrating well inland, and that's why this is such a dangerous situation. So please, please, folks, also keep in mind there's going to be heavy rain, and that heavy rain is going to add to the flooding here in southwest Louisiana. Well, you can get the latest track and up-to-minute forecast from the Weather Channel now on Sirius XM Channel 721.
Now you can make any morning of the week feel like the weekend with Jimmy Dean Simple Scrambles, made fresh with 2 real eggs, sausage, and cheese, and ready in seconds.
Why don't you put a Sunday morning shine on tomorrow morning's breakfast?
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
We invited food reviewers to learn to make a Whopper.
The Whopper is 100% beef, flame, grilled. First slices of tomato. You get the first slices of onion. That's how we do the flagship all-beef magic. Only thing missing about this Whopper is a second mouth.
The Whopper, now in the 2 for $5 mix and match deal.
Need a nice reward today? Treat yourself to a Heath bar, because nothing says special like rich English toffee. Heath, it's English toffee.
These days, every dollar counts. And with the Lowe's Advantage card, you build savings on top of savings. With 5% off eligible purchases every day. That's 5% off to sand it down, keep it trim, and get the upgrade. Last year, 9 million Lowe's shoppers saved big with the Lowe's Advantage card. Open an account today to build your own savings. 5% at a time, every time.
I like Liberty Mutual. They get that no two people are alike. And customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. What do you think?
I don't see it. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Hi, I'm Pat, and I'm 75 years old. We live in the mountains, so I like to walk. I'm really busy in my life. I'm always doing something. I'm not a person that's going to sit too long. In the morning, I wake up, and the first thing I do is go to my art studio. A couple came up and handed me a brochure on Prevagen. I've been taking Prevagen for about 4 years. I feel a little bit brighter, and my mind just feels sharper. I would recommend it to anyone. It absolutely works.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
We got a Subaru to give him some adventure, to reconnect and be together. And once we did that, we realized his greatest adventure is just beginning.
Welcome to the most adventurous Outback ever. The all-new 2020 Subaru Outback. Go where love takes you.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Target's same-day delivery. Contactless delivery right to your door, designed for your day, so you can work out, join in, and game on. Just download the Target app and try it today.
We are pre-staged in 3 states, Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. So everything from commodities to staff to special teams, urban search and rescue, DOD helicopters and high water vehicles on standby, power crews, and the list goes on. We have leaned pretty deeply into this. Again, first major hurricane of the season making landfall on the Texas-Louisiana border.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to our continuing round-the-clock coverage of dangerous Hurricane Laura, expected to make a Category 4 run for the Gulf Coast, Louisiana and Texas, just after midnight tonight. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel here in Nacogdoches, Texas. We're in East Texas, and even though we're 150 miles inland, there will be significant impacts. Power outages, flash flooding. The main 2 concerns here could be even some tornadoes across southeast Texas along the Sabine River and then across the river in Louisiana, including Alexandria, Leesville, all the way up to Shreveport and then Little Rock sometime tomorrow afternoon. Let's bring in meteorologist Carl Parker. Carl, this is a monster hurricane, and there's no way it's not going to become a Cat 4. But then it comes in, and even inland, where we are, this far inland, we're going to have some real nasty impacts.
Yeah, you know, Mike, I was thinking about the fact that we've had so many slow-moving storms in recent years, and this one is not going to be that. So, yes, it is going to carry those impacts well inland, and we'll discuss that here in just a second. Here you see the latest from the Hurricane Center on the storm, and now a Category 3 hurricane at 125 miles per hour, not very far away from being a Category 4. It is expected to be a Category 4 this afternoon. afternoon, and then we'll begin to weaken as it gets along the coast. Going to be some wind shear factoring in that too as well, but we do expect that it's going to be an exceptionally strong storm well inland. There you see the storm surge forecast, and the National Hurricane Center characterizing this storm surge as unsurvivable in southwest Louisiana, 15 to 20 feet in some areas. And, you know, this graphic shows you the forecast along the coast, but this is not going to be only a coastal event. That storm surge is going to penetrate well inland, 30, 40, even 50 miles in some cases. This could be one of the worst flooding events we have seen in Lake Charles history, also very serious in Beaumont as well, and in many, many areas along I-10. And keep in mind that water level is going to be coming up through this afternoon, so if you wait too long to evacuate, it may be too late to get out in some areas as water starts covering the roads. Here you see the visible satellite picture, and right now we're getting that sort of classic appearance. You see how the clouds are spiraling out in all quadrants. We knew that the environment would be favorable, very well-defined eye at this time. And so looking at the forecast for the hurricane force winds, that begins to move into southwest Louisiana late tonight. And so perhaps somewhere around midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, winds dramatically stepping up in Lake Charles, even as that flooding is occurring, and we're talking about winds gusting well over 100 miles per hour, so easily potential for significant structural damage in addition to widespread tree and power line damage. And then the storm probably holding on to hurricane force winds as it comes up into northwest Louisiana tomorrow morning. So this could deliver quite a punch to Shreveport as well as East Texas. There you see the forecast for maximum sustained winds, 110 plus miles per hour there in southwest Louisiana and southeast Texas as well. Let's get back out to Mike now in East Texas. And Mike, we don't want to forget about East Texas. Certainly a lot of focus on southwest Louisiana, but it's going to be really tough for the Piney Woods in Beaumont and Jefferson County there.
And let's key in on those words, piney woods. Pine is a soft wood. It comes down very easily, especially if the ground's wet. And look at the rainfall we're forecasting. And as Carl mentioned, this one's going to keep moving, thankfully, thank goodness, because between Harvey and Florence and North Carolina and Texas, boy, I tell you what, when it slows down, it just dumps a lot of rainfall. Not that a foot of rain's not a lot, but it's better than 30 or 40 inches. So it's going to come in, it's going to hit hard, so flash flooding is likely. We've got flash flood watches up for a good deal of southeast Texas, East Texas again, the Sabine River area, over into western parts of Louisiana, and that includes from Shreveport and parts of Arkansas, even up to Little Rock, all the way down. As this core comes in, it's going to bring the slug of rainfall, and we're talking about the blinding torrential rains that we see with tropical systems. You've seen the very heavy rainfall. We'll throw in 50, 60, 70 mile an hour wind gust, and that's what we're talking here. So a foot of rain potentially, a quick hitter tomorrow morning. Here in Nacogdoches, we're thinking somewhere between about 4 a.m. and about 10 or 11 in the morning is that 7 or 8 hour window. We're going to have the worst of the winds and the rainfall. And don't forget this wind knocking down trees, power outages, and even structural damage. So in addition to the power outages and trees down, we're going to have structural damage in addition to trees on houses. Long way to go. We've got a major hurricane, Laura, making a beeline towards the coast. Likely as a Cat 4 late tonight. Stay with us.
When you start with a better hot dog from Oscar Mayer,
That's no way to treat a dog.
you can do no wrong.
Where did you learn that? The internet.
Yeah.
With no artificial preservatives or added nitrates or nitrites, it's all for the love of hot dogs.
Ta-da! Did you know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need? I should get a quote.
Do it.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Am I too old to start skateboarding?
Something on your mind? Chew on it. Twizzlers.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food.
And astronauts?
Everything.
Yum.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
On the road again. Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
We know to wash our hands. Here's a reminder from Cetaphil to wash your face, too. Dermatologist recommended Cetaphil washes away germs in 20 seconds and leaves skin moisturized and healthy. Show your sensitive skin some love with Cetaphil.
All right, folks, welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing coverage of Hurricane Laura. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. We're in Lake Charles, Louisiana, and as quickly as we go from overcast skies and maybe even peaks of sun, you get into an outer rainfall band of Laura that not only produces tornado warnings, but also severe thunderstorm warnings and the potential of flash flooding as well. We're in this outer rainfall band. The eye of the storm, folks, is still about 200 miles away. And we're in a severe thunderstorm warning from a storm that's 200 miles away at its core. But that's how far outer-reaching rainfall bands can be. But that's also how strong and how wide this system is. This severe thunderstorm warning right now for Jeff Davis Parish, also Beauregard Parish as well, and Cameron Parish too. Hardin County, Texas, you're in the severe thunderstorm warning. This is where we could see winds. Excuse me, water's getting into my jacket a little bit. This is where we could see winds at 60 miles an hour progressing through this line of storms. So if we have the radar up, I want to go through and time this line of storms out to show you when perhaps it's headed to your area so you can know what to expect, because this is why we say the window of preparation, folks, essentially it's already closed. Because when you get 60-mile-an-hour winds, despite the fact that the hurricane has not made landfall, preparation should be done. You can't put up plywood or boards in 60-mile-an-hour winds. And also look at the visibility, too. If you're thinking about leaving town right now, you can't quite see across the port of Lake Charles here in Preon Lake and areas around the Calcasieu. We were able to see some of the industrial plants earlier. If you've been watching us all day today or even yesterday, you were able to sort of see some of the plants across the way. Can't see that now either. So you've only got visibility to perhaps a mile and a half. But overall, with strong winds, if you're thinking about going across some of the bridges, you certainly have to keep the hands on 10 and 2 and perhaps go below the speed limit. But again, I think a lot of people have gotten out of town. I did speak with the sheriff earlier of Calcasieu Parish. He said that they will not be able to go out to respond to you. Say if a tree comes down or if you need medical assistance, they can't come out and respond when winds surpass 40 miles an hour. So that preparation window is closing as well, and that window or that threshold is quickly arriving. Julie?
Tevin, thank you. We want to show you right now another vantage point from Lake Charles there. This along I-10 here, and you can really barely see off in the distance. If you are driving out there trying to get out of harm's way right now, it is going to be very difficult to see. So already, as Tevin mentioned, that window of opportunity starting to really close, if not closing already here for the many people in and around Lake Charles and all of the parishes in jeopardy here. So again, weather starting to deteriorate already at this early hour, but only going to continue to get worse in the hours to come. So Laura is buzzsawing toward the Texas and the Louisiana coasts. Casey Tingle joining us now. He's the Deputy Director of the Louisiana Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. So Casey, thanks so much. I know you're busy, but can you just talk briefly about what plan is in place right now to keep your residents safe?
Thank you for the opportunity. So really, we just want to reiterate the point that was just made, is that if someone is in one of those parishes that have called for a voluntary or mandatory evacuation, that the time is now to take that action, and we would encourage them to do so and to find safe shelter to ride out the storm. This is historic. There are some storms in the past and that we've talked about. This seems to be one that will exceed all of those. Our state, under the direction of the governor, has assisted with transportation, evacuation, and sheltering operations. And all of that is going to be wrapping up very, very quickly as this afternoon.
And Casey, we not only have Laura to deal with, but we have COVID to deal with. Talk about how that has changed your efforts to really prepare for this hurricane.
It absolutely has. So we have, up to this point, not put anyone into a congregate shelter. All of those are on standby if we absolutely need them. But we've housed over 1,000 people in hotels thus far and have some more hotels on standby should they be needed.
If you had one piece of advice to give to people during this time, what would that be?
It would be to reiterate the point that if you haven't left and you're in one of those areas where an evacuation has been called for, you need to leave now. You need to head east if you can, go towards Baton Rouge, go towards New Orleans. You need to get out, because there's going to come a period of time here relatively quickly where if something bad happens, and it looks like it will, first responders will not be able to get to you.
And what kind of backup do you have there in Louisiana right now?
So from a staffing perspective, we've got great federal partnerships, great local partnerships. So we are postured and prepared to respond once it's safe to do so. And we anticipate being able to do that relatively quickly. But there's going to come a period of time here pretty quick where we're just going to be watching what happens and being ready to go after that.
And it's such an important point for residents out there to remember that when the height of the storm hits, even before the height of the storm, you really can't do anything to help them. So they're on their own at this point.
That's absolutely correct. There's going to be power outages. There's going to be communication outages. The worst of this is going to happen overnight. That's going to be a very difficult environment for people to survive in on the coast, and we would encourage them to get out.
Casey Tingle, Deputy Director of the Louisiana Governor's Office of Homeland Security, Emergency Management. Your work cut out for you. Thank you so much. And again, if you haven't left yet, please leave now.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Kids love me. I'm what they dream of. I'm a horse, but cuter. I'm a horse, but magical.
Pizza on a bagel. We can all agree with that.
You're like a party rental.
Don't forget your lunch! I'm making pizza on King's Hawaiian mini subs.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea.
This is Fracture. Just upload an image, place your order, and it'll show up at your door beautifully printed directly on glass. And this isn't just another frame, not just another canvas. This is new. This is a Fracture. Visit FractureMe.com and print one today.
If you're balding, thinning, or receding, it's not your fault. Get your real hair back. See results in as little as 4 months with the EXT program from Hair Club. Clinically proven to regrow your hair. Even Forrest Griffin turned to Hair Club.
Hair Club presented me a bunch of personal options that are directly tailored to my needs and my actual head. I wish I'd come in a couple years ago.
Call or go online for your free consultation, plus a $250 digital gift card toward any qualifying Hair Club program.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed Crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
This is Richie Bento from Bay Ridge Hyundai. And going on now, it's our list of zeros sales event. 0 down, 0 interest, 0 first month's payments on all new Hyundais in stock, like the Palisades. Hurry in, log on to BayRidgeHyundai.com.
It's back! It's back! It's back! It's back! It's back! It's back! God, it's back! Wow. I miss it so much! It's back! It's back! It's back! Woo!
Get all the sports you want with the Spectrum TV Sports Pack. Over 10 sports channels for just $5 more a month. Upgrade now on channel 2495.
Sports!
This is Richie Bento from Bay Ridge Hyundai. And going on now, it's our list of zeros sales event. 0 down, 0 interest, 0 first month's payments on all new Hyundais in stock, like the Palisades. Hurry in, log on to BayRidgeHyundai.com.
It's unbelievable this is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 77 degrees under partly cloudy skies. This afternoon, sun and clouds mixed. High 82, winds northwest at 15 to 25 miles per hour. Tonight, late night thunderstorms. Low 72. Winds west at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday, partly cloudy early. Scattered thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Laura, and we have breaking news right now. It is now a Category 4 hurricane, 140 mile per hour wind, moving northwest at 16 miles per hour. This is an exceedingly dangerous storm that is going to be taking aim on southwest Louisiana and southeast Texas coming up this evening. Let's take a look at the forecast winds here from the National Hurricane Center. You see the tropical storm force winds starting to move in this evening. Then those hurricane force winds coming into the coast of southwest Louisiana, we think by mid-evening and by late tonight, then moving into the Sabine River, getting very close to Beaumont and coming into Lake Charles as well, and then coming up into northwestern Louisiana. Could still be looking at some hurricane force winds, or at least wind gusts, into tomorrow morning as the storm is approaching Shreveport. One of the huge concerns here is the level of storm surge. This is a very surge vulnerable part of the country. A lot of marsh, a lot of low-lying territory. So you see these values here, and we've got this depicted as if though it's along the coast, but it is going to be well inland, penetrating 30, 40, in some cases 50 miles inland and right into Lake Charles, Louisiana. We want to show you what that looks like on the ground here. This is the forecast from the National Hurricane Center, and this is what we call the reasonable worst case scenario. So you see the color coding there. Where you get into those orange values, that is storm surge of 6 to 9 feet. Where you get into the red, that is 9 to 12 feet. So that is not survivable. That is literally an incredibly life-threatening situation because it's not just water, it's also going to be wind at the same time as this is happening. There you see we go more towards downtown, and there's the Civic Center right there. And look at that, the entire parking lot in storm surge of above 9 feet. And then here you see more of downtown, including City Hall right there. We're looking at surge of 3 to 6 feet, maybe above 6 feet there just in front of City Hall. We can continue on through Lake Charles. Look at all these residential areas. I mean, huge swaths of residential area where you got surge of 6 to 9 feet. So this flood in Lake Charles could be worse than Rita, and it could be worse than the flood of record, which goes back to 1913. This could be one of the worst surge flooding events that we have ever seen in Lake Charles. So please, please listen to local officials. There you see more of the homes here, some very nice homes on the water. Again, looking at potential surge above 9 feet. And then we expand out a little ways and we show you some of the hotels here. And you see they are just surrounded by surge of 6 to 9 feet with some areas above 9 feet. So we are talking about an incredibly dangerous situation, not just because of the surge, but also because the winds are going to be gusting over 100 miles per hour in Lake Charles later tonight. This is a look at the maximum wind potential. So the maximum sustained wind, huge area of 110 plus mile per hour wind. We think later tonight that's going to be Lake Charles into the early morning hours up into Jasper. And as I mentioned, very strong winds in Shreveport, gusting to hurricane force. Here's one of our model forecasts showing you how this comes in. And there you go, 1 o'clock in the morning, there's that northern part of the eye wall starting to affect Lake Charles, winds gusting over 100 miles per hour. And then here we see into 2 o'clock in the morning, gusting over 125 miles per hour. So, you know, Julie, when you get to that level of wind, it's not just about trees and power lines. We're going to be looking at significant structural damage as well. Just an awful, awful situation for Southwest Louisiana.
Just kind of gives you chills looking at this, knowing what's to come, Carl. Yeah. Carl, thank you for that. We do want to talk about timing now when it comes to Laura here in Lake Charles. Those 50-mile-per-hour gusts starting later on today, and certainly by the time we get in or around midnight, we can expect to see possibly those gusts in excess of 100 miles per hour coming in and lasting through Thursday morning. 8 inches to a foot of rain and a storm surge of 6 to 9 feet, maybe even higher here. So looking at our high-res future radar, starting to see those rain bands. We're already seeing some of those extreme outer bands start to work their way in through Lake Charles right now. We'll continue to see them just pick up in earnest there along I-10 throughout the evening. Here's a look at midnight, and boy, this is not a picture we want to see at all. This is a very dangerous hurricane, possibly making landfall right around this hour, coming in, pushing through Lake Charles across I-10 in the wee hours of the morning when a lot of folks, again, are sleeping. So again, the timing is bad on this as well as everything else, and moving off inland where it's going to hold together pretty well for a while. So we could see those impacts far inland, not just here in Lake Charles or right along the coast. Here in Beaumont, our gusty weather starts today later on. 60-mile-per-hour gusts lasting possibly through Thursday morning here for you. 5 to 8 inches of rain coming your way in Beaumont. The rain total forecast. Now, we're not talking storm surge here. This is just the additional rainfall coming in, and it's not looking good. Again, in excess of a foot of rain, but as much as 5 to 8 going as far north as Little Rock, Arkansas. So a big flood component to this storm as well. Team coverage out there for you. Stay with us.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food.
And astronauts?
Everything. Yum. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
Don't forget your lunch. I'm making pizza on King's Hawaiian mini subs.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea.
Make the summer yours with a twist of flavor. Discover the Mediterranean flavors and gentle bubbles of San Pellegrino Essenza. Add a twist of flavor.
Still fresh.
Unstoppable. In-wash scent booster. Downy Unstoppables.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
All right, folks, here we go. We have a Category 4 storm, winds at 140 miles per hour just 24 hours ago. This storm, not even a hurricane. Yesterday morning, that is, and now we have a bona fide Category 4 storm on our hands. The potential for storm surge that the National Hurricane Center is saying is not survivable. Inland flooding and also the possibility of tornadoes as well. We've got you covered here with team coverage, not just in Louisiana, but in Texas and inland as well, as this storm continues to track closer and closer towards the northwestern Gulf Coast and eventually inland as well. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten, live for you from Lake Charles, Louisiana, where we are anticipating storm surge on the order of 10 to 20 feet in portions of Calcasieu Parish and also Cameron Parish as well. Let's get to the latest on what Hurricane Laura is at this moment with meteorologist Carl Parker standing by in the lab. And Carl, here we go, man. This is something that unfortunately is panning out to forecast, and a lot of people, thank goodness, have gotten to safety and evacuated. But for those that have not, here we go.
Yeah, I hope everybody listens to their local officials, because this is going to be one of those stories that we remember in this part of the Gulf Coast region. 140 mile per hour winds, Category 4 right now, and the storm surge is going to be unbelievable in southwestern Louisiana. You see those areas of 15 to 20 feet. That is not just on the coast. We're talking about that surge extending well inland all the way up into Lake Charles. That's a good 30 miles from the coast. This could be one of the worst floods we have ever seen in Lake Charles. Huge areas of the city of 80,000 people underwater, 6, maybe even 9 feet of surge, and maybe much more than that as this comes in, along with incredibly strong winds. We're seeing the eye very clearly on the radar picture right now, combined with the satellite, getting some stronger winds. Port Fourchon now gusting to 40 miles per hour. Lake Charles gusting to 29. Keep in mind the wind's going to be steadily increasing through the afternoon. afternoon, and the water levels are going to be rising as well. So if you wait to the last minute to evacuate, you may not be able to escape. We may see water over some of these roads already here. Winds now 15 miles per hour in Beaumont, but they're going to get a lot stronger in short order. There is now a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and that moving to the northwest. So here is the Hurricane Center forecast for the winds starting to really pick up later this afternoon and the early evening. Tropical storm force winds coming onshore. Then those hurricane force winds approaching in southwest Louisiana. That's going to be this evening. And by late tonight in the early morning hours, that most dangerous part of the storm, that eye wall coming up into Lake Charles with winds gusting well over 100 miles per hour. That will continue for several hours and coinciding with that really high water. So, I'll tell you personally, I would not want to be in Lake Charles tonight as this is coming in. I would not want to be there. And then here you see the storm coming up towards Shreveport tomorrow morning, still packing a punch. In fact, the hurricane warnings extending to almost Shreveport throughout western Louisiana, as well as into the Piney Woods there in East Texas and just outside of Houston. There's the forecast for power outages across the region. That's going to be a significant problem and well inland up into Little Rock, all the way up towards Memphis, Tennessee. And rain is going to be huge. And keep in mind, as we've got the surge coming in, heavy rain is going to be falling, trying to run back out to the Gulf. They're going to be coming together, and that too is going to add to the water level rises there in southwest Louisiana. But flash flooding could be a huge threat well to the north through the Piney Woods and up into Alexandria and Shreveport, and then into Arkansas, where you've got a lot of mountainous terrain, and that will add to that threat. So a flash flood threat is going to be likely through much of the interior mid-south there in those areas that we mentioned, and then all the way up into Arkansas. And Tevin, I know you're from Arkansas. You know the terrain really well. There's a lot of mountainous terrain there. So when you're talking about adding deep tropical moisture, you're going to be looking at some serious flash flooding.
Yeah, you've got the southern tip of the Ozarks in northwestern Arkansas, the Mississippi River to the east as well. So anywhere along that and the Delta, likely seeing some significant flash flooding as well. Let's come back to the coastal impacts that we're expecting from Hurricane Laura, because if you are along the Gulf Coast, if you're in Cameron Parish, if you're even inland too into Calcasieu Parish, you need to pay attention to this forecast. This is something that will be very significant, and the time for preparations, I would say that's already closed, because we've already got wind gusts surpassing 45 miles an hour with 1 or 2 thunderstorms coming through. Yes, rumbles of thunder embedded in these tropical downpours. And you should not be out not only with that lightning, but of course, if you're trying to put up plywood in 40 or 50 mile an hour winds, it's a bit difficult to do. In terms of the coastal impacts, though, very sobering words coming from the National Hurricane Center saying this storm surge potential is not survivable when you have 10 or 20 feet of water above normally dry ground. That coinciding with high tide could certainly lead to a life-threatening and downright dangerous storm surge coming inland. And here's the thing you have to keep in mind. If we look at Lake Charles and if we look at Moss Bluff and points towards the south too, notice how bayous and rivers and streams and creeks run all through this area. That's what makes this part of southwestern Louisiana so gorgeous and so attractive for folks to come to. However, as Laura is attracted to this as well, we see the strong southerly flow coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. So the water essentially almost reverse in direction, so not likely to drain out into the Gulf, but certainly surging in. That's why it's called storm surge. And speaking of surging in as well, we've got rain bands, outer rainfall bands that are some 200 miles removed from the center of this storm, and those are pushing through as well. And ever so often you get a dry spell, but it looks like this band is perfectly aligned to the Louisiana coastline, that we're really just already adding that insult to injury as the rain does surge through from the east towards the west. So this is just really just priming the ground, just a trickle essentially compared to what we're expecting later on in terms of the storm surge. So Carl, a little bit of water falling from the sky, but the big impact here in southwestern Louisiana, that's going to be the rising water threat from storm surge.
Yeah, it's going to be just an awful night there in Lake Charles. Tevin, thank you so much. Let's talk a little bit more about the timing as one of our models sees it. Here you see the eye wall approaching the coast there this evening, and then coming up into Lake Charles in the very early morning hours. Again, winds gusting well over 100 miles per hour. Beaumont on the edge of that western eye wall, so also seeing some very strong hurricane force winds, and then it continues farther north up into western Louisiana. So here's the model forecast for wind gusts, and you see these winds. Look at that, 100 plus miles per hour, 1 o'clock in the morning. By the time we get into 2 o'clock in the morning, 125 miles per hour in gusts. So you're talking about easily causing structural damage at that level. Then continuing into the early morning hours on the backside, the underside of the eye wall. Remember, this storm is so powerful and it's going to be moving right along, so it's not going to come right down as it moves onshore. There's a lot of momentum, a lot of what we call inertial stability. It's going to keep going strong for a while. Winds gusting to 100 plus in DeRidder tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock in the morning, and then gusting a 90 plus miles per hour in Alexandria and Natchitoches into tomorrow morning. So that wind threat, that power outage threat, and even structural damage threat extending well inland. Talking about the impact in Lake Charles, there you see early in the morning, 110 plus mile per hour winds in Lake Charles. Storm surge 6 to 9 feet. In Beaumont, we're talking about 60 plus mile per hour wind gusts as you're just on the western edge of that. And then we watch that core of the storm continuing to produce very strong wind up into Little Rock, Arkansas by tomorrow evening. Then moving over into Memphis, Tennessee by the time we get into early afternoon on Friday, and moving over into parts of central Tennessee early in the morning on Saturday. Also a heavy rain threat. We talked about the terrain there in northeastern and northern parts of Arkansas, so flash flooding will be a significant threat. And then well beyond that, we're looking for impacts over into the mid-Atlantic region. The storm probably getting injected with a little bit of energy from the jet stream, and so there actually could be some very strong winds in the northeast and the mid-Atlantic as well by the time the weekend rolls around. All right, let's get out to Justin Michaels right now. He's been reporting on the storm for us from Shreveport, Louisiana. And Justin, as we've said, this storm is going to be moving right along, and because it's going to be so strong, it really will pack a punch all the way up into northern Louisiana.
Well, Carl, I understand earlier you were talking, we could have a Category 1 hurricane force storm here, and we're 184 miles north of the Gulf Coast. Really incredible to think about that, how far we are away from the water, and still we're talking about a hurricane here as early as tomorrow morning. You can see the sandbagging effort going on right now. And to give you some perspective, this is all free. People can come in, they can line up, and they can get 20 40-pound bags of sand. Now, after they get their 20, they can, of course, go to the end of the line and get 20 more. But I will tell you, people were waiting for 3 hours in line yesterday afternoon. The expectation is they're going to be doing that again today. And you can see a very small portion of the line I'm talking about right here. Okay, it wraps around and it's extending out almost 3/4 of a mile behind these folks right here that are in this parking lot. So it's a tough go for so many people, but they know that these sandbags can mean the difference between life and death. They know that these sandbags can mean the difference between saving things in their home and not. And you can see one of the cars pulling in right now. Go ahead up there. Mark Whaley behind the lens, bringing you these images. And you can see opening up the truck bed, filling it up with as many as they can. Of course, right now they can get 20 40-pound bags, and you can see the loading happening right before you. This is what we're talking about, folks. And again, this guy can actually go to the back of the line now and come back and get some more. They're going to give away more than 12,000 sandbags, 12,000 40-pound bags of sand by the time it's all said and done. This is an all-out effort, and the people here, of course, have more time, Mike Seidel, than the people on the coast. So we still have maybe, 12, 18 hours before it's go time here in Shreveport. That's good news for people here, but we know people on the coast, Mike, are dealing with it beginning now. Mike, to you now in Nacogdoches, Texas.
Yeah, already the first band coming in there on the Louisiana coast. We're here in Nacogdoches. We're in East Texas, and this is going to be the kind of the western edge of the worst of the inland impacts of Laura. We're about 150 miles inland, and the other concern, besides the wind and the power outages, that's a huge concern, and that's going to have a long-lasting effect, is the short-term flash flood threat. Look at the rainfall totals we're expecting from the storm, and this is going to be a quick hitter. 8-10 hours, that's the window. Some of these rainfall totals will be 1 to 2 inches an hour. So we've got those flood watches up right on in this area until early Friday morning. So again, tomorrow here in this area hitting about 3 to 4 in the morning, and then by noontime it'll be pretty much out of here. It'll still be windy. don't get me wrong, on the backside, but the threat for any more heavy rain will be over with. So, again, if you're in a flood-prone area, used to flash flooding, watch out, even small creeks and streams. The other issue, wind gust over hurricane force this far north, maybe even as far north as where Justin is in Shreveport. Widespread power outages or likely power outages over this whole area of southeast Texas and southwest Louisiana, extending north to Shreveport. And we may even have power, and wouldn't be surprised to have power outages into Arkansas as that core heads up north and then starts to make its turn off to the east and north towards the right. Let's go back to Julie Martin in Atlanta as we continue our coverage, Julie, on a Category 4 hurricane. Amazing how fast this thing strengthened. Yesterday morning at sunrise, it was just a tropical storm. Now it's already up to 140 plus miles an hour, and the pressure is just, boy, it's just falling like a rock.
Dropping, yeah. It's a very scary storm, Mike. Thank you so much. We want to talk now with Vermilion Parish, Louisiana. We have Becky Bouchard there. She is with the Homeland Security Emergency Management. Becky, you know, I know that you have a lot happening right now. Thanks for taking some time out. But we want to know, now that people there are under a mandatory evacuation order, where can they go? Are there emergency shelters set up?
No, we have this COVID situation now that we are trying to avoid shelters because you can't cohabitate people that may have COVID and then spread the disease. So what the state has tried to do is get some emergency hotel rooms that are just for tonight and tomorrow night around the state, and the people who can travel there can go and get one. They have to come through the EOC naturally to get that done. And, you know, we're trying to accommodate them there. But as far as for shelters, there's never any shelters pre-storm in Vermilion Parish. We're too close. We're on the Gulf.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you mentioned people having to come through the EOC. Have you seen them come through in a high number? You think people are leaving?
No, ma'am, I haven't. In fact, I have right now in front of me one request for 2 people for a hotel room that I'm, waiting to get stuff. People here are pretty self-sufficient. They go out, take care of themselves. They'll go visit relatives, friends, or go get their own hotel room, whatever.
And we hope that's what they're doing. How big of a challenge then in terms of, you can't plan for something of this nature, but given the pandemic, but just talk about the differences during this time.
Oh, it's very hard because you don't know. Some people can be asymptomatic. They have no symptoms whatsoever, but they have COVID and they can pass it. So, you've got to kind of watch that. You've almost got to treat everybody as COVID positive.
All right, Becky Broussard there. Good luck in the coming hours. Of course, if you need a place, go through the EOC there in Vermilion Parish, and they will get you a hotel room. That is the solution during these COVID times. All right, we talk about the impacts coming with Laura. Certainly a formidable hurricane coming in right now. It is a Category 4 storm expected to move pretty quickly once it does come in, though. And in fact, we could see impacts stretching in through the weekend all the way into the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic range, with still winds in excess of 40 miles an hour. So it is going to be a long haul here for millions of people. But right now, our forecast here for the power outages is a big concern here. In purple, widespread outages expected, of course, places like Cameron, Lake Charles, even up into Shreveport. Very likely that you will not be without, you will be without power come tomorrow. Texarkana, even as far north as Memphis, certainly not out of the realm of possibility. The power outages are going to be mounting. Here's what you want to do. These are those last minute steps. If you still have time there, get those prescriptions filled, get the cash out of the ATM. Your debit cards aren't going to work if everything's down. Batteries, a portable cell phone charger, and fully charge up those electronic devices. Get everything as charged as possible at this hour. Also, don't use candles. Make sure your generators are outside. Get away from down power lines. Don't go looking around out there. And shelter with backup power if you need to.
When you have diabetes, managing your blood sugar is crucial. Try Boost Glucose Control. The patented blend is clinically shown to help manage blood sugar levels. It provides 60% more protein than the leading diabetes nutrition shake. Try Boost Glucose Control.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed Crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Do you remember your first kiss?
It was a long kiss.
So I wouldn't say it was that long.
Did she know it was coming? I think so.
The first kiss was a shocker. I remember being pretty caught off guard.
At Safe Flight, we're committed to taking care of you and your car.
We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safe Flight.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
When you start with a better hot dog from Oscar Mayer,
That's no way to treat a dog.
you can do no wrong.
Where did you learn that? The internet.
Yeah.
With no artificial preservatives or added nitrates or nitrites, it's all for the love of hot dogs.
Don't just do it yourself.
Honey?
Yeah.
What are you doing in there?
Nothing.
Do it for yourself.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
Is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, Litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong, unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Start your day with Secret. Secret stops sweat 3 times more than ordinary antiperspirants. With Secret, you're unstoppable. No sweat. Try it and love it or get your money back. Secret.
No sweat.
Look, Limu! Someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need. False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. Call today for free information.
Call 800-867-0280.
Introducing Plaza Automall's pickup and drop off for servicing your vehicle. Whether you're just needing an oil change, alignment, new tires, or a brake job, schedule with us online or on the phone, and we will pick up your car and drop it off when it's done. We are here for all of your service needs. Hey, did you know you can get a 2-year lease at Plaza Automall? That's right, 24 months with no public transit. Sounds right on time to me. Payments as low as $199 a month. Many options available with no money down.
You one-stop block when you auto shop.
If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS or state, then you owe it to yourself to call this number. Let our experts help guide you through the process of negotiating a tax settlement. Call this number or go to tax10000.com.
Unbelievable, this is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 78 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. This afternoon, partly cloudy, high 81. Winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a slight chance of thunderstorms overnight. Low 72. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Here's our 7-day outlook.
season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
Be ready for impacts well beyond the center of the hurricane.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
All right, folks, we are dwindling down in terms of time and preparations. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and call it now. Your preparations need to be done. We are out of time here in Lake Charles, Louisiana. It's not necessarily because of the storm surge threat, but here's the thing, folks. We've got tornado warnings already spawning right now from a storm that's still about 200 miles away in terms of its core, but those far-reaching outer bands are starting to arrive. Let's get you up to speed with a tornado warning that we do have right now. This is for eastern portions of Cameron Parish, Acadia Parish, Jeff Davis, and also Vermilion Parish as well. And here's the thing, this tornado warning moving at a pretty quick clip here, 50 miles an hour is how quickly this storm is moving. How fast are the winds within? Well, yes, closer to 58 or 60 miles an hour as well. And notice how this is just to the southeast and east of Lake Charles, Louisiana. The rainfall that we're seeing right now is ahead of that tornado warned storm. But overall, you can get quick notches or sort of spin-ups embedded in these tropical entities. That's certainly one of the many conditions and one of the many impacts we're watching coming along with Laura. So if we can, JD, let's time out this line of storms to show folks where perhaps this tornado warning is headed next. Again, it's just to the east of Lake Charles. So perhaps if you're thinking about going out of town, you may want to wait until this warning dies out, until this line of storms has passed. I do think there is an opportunity for us to dry out very briefly. But overall, what we're seeing right now, this is sort of what first responders warned about earlier. They can't go out in 40-mile-an-hour winds that are sustained. Now, overall, this is just one tornado warned storm that we've seen, and it is a severe thunderstorm warning that did spawn that tornado warning, Julie. So no eye confirmation nor visual confirmation. But I'll let you know this. It is hard to get a visual when you have rainfall coming down at a rate like this, and the visibility has been reduced.
Yeah, very
Julie?
characteristic during a tropical entity that you may not see a tornado out there, Tevin. Thank you so much for that. And here's what we know about Hurricane Laura right now. Mandatory evacuations have been ordered in parts of Vermilion Parish, Louisiana. There's also an 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. curfew for the entire parish. Louisiana's governor says the entire Louisiana National Guard has been activated. In Texas, there are 9,000 utility workers ready to respond to power outages and another 6,000 personnel on standby. The Houston Metro will suspend all transit operations in just a few hours at 4 o'clock local time. And the city's mayor requests all residents avoid travel and shelter in place. Well, mandatory evacuations are underway right now in Tyler County, Texas. That order went into effect this morning. Judge Jacques Blanchette joins us now on the phone. And Judge, thank you very much for the call. What do you think prompted this order?
We were monitoring your station, and about 5:30 or 6, we began to take some concerns with the broadcast that you were creating. And 7:30, emergency management coordinator and I reviewed the information and believed that it was now time to indicate a mandatory evacuation in order for the citizens to go ahead. And since the roadways were pretty much opening up from the northbound traffic out of the counties below us, we believed it was in the best interest of the citizens at that time.
And just for those of you watching, we're talking about an area that's north of Beaumont.
That's correct.
Is pretty far inland. So do you think there is enough time for those who want to evacuate to still get out safely?
Absolutely.
Okay. How many people would you say are affected by this order?
Well, there's almost 22,000 population inside the county for itself, and so those who choose to get out, they'll have that opportunity to. As I say, the roadways literally right in front of us, the northerly bound route of 69 is just available for anybody to merge right in and head north to safety.
And where are you telling people to go as they're leaving the county?
North and west.
North and west. And obviously shelters, I mean, that's sort of like the last resort during these COVID times. So friends, family, hotel, that kind of nature. But will there even be any emergency shelters?
We have moved citizens that need assistance in evacuating. We have 10 chartered buses standing by loading citizens that needed some special assistance in evacuating, and they will be transported over to shelter facilities in San Antonio.
We have about 30 seconds left, but what is your biggest fear with Laura?
Uncertainty, the winds.
Power outages possibly, and a lot of damage to property and flooding as well.
We have experienced that before, Julie, in my time since being in this position back in 2008 when Hurricane Ike hit, and then immediately prior to that in 2005 when Hurricane Rita pretty much decimated the county.
So some lessons learned there. All right, thank you so much to Tyler County, Texas Judge Jacques Blanchette, where they are evacuating there in Tyler County. All right, you can get up-to-the-minute forecast from the Weather Channel on Sirius XM. That's channel 721. We are streaming through noon Eastern time, at least on Thursday, there to keep you safe on Sirius XM.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Holy mother of thin. Look what we did. We made it thin. How is this possible, you ask? It's not, but we done it anyway. Reese's Thins. Not sorry.
When you've got auto glass damage, Safe Light can come to you. And you'll get a text when we're on our way.
Just leave your keys on the dash, and we'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service.
Schedule at safelight.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of the Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. What's in your wallet?
With Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh, it's not just a sandwich. Far from it. It's a reason to come together. It's a taste of something good. A taste we could all use right now. So let's make the most of it and make every sandwich count with Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh.
Try Drive Up at Target. Contactless delivery right to your car, designed for your day. Your moves. Your style. Your taste. So quick and easy. Just download the Target app today.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Weather Channel. We've got continuing coverage of Hurricane Laura. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. I am live in Lake Charles, Louisiana, and let me tell you, this area has several lakes. It has several bayous, and it has lightning now as well. We do have to be cautious of that every so often because of Laura and its impacts here. Let me tell you, we've got this severe thunderstorm warning, or we did have a severe thunderstorm warning earlier. That's been allowed to expire, but that does not mean the threats have diminished. And in fact, this is a precursor. This is your appetizer, and this is just the beginning of a very dangerous, a very severe, and a very strong storm surge threat that will move inland, not only here in Lake Charles, but points towards the north as well. And beyond that, we've also got a threat for damaging winds into northern Louisiana and southern Arkansas. Heavy rainfall coming down right now. We have had breaks here or there, but overall, this is why we said you need to have those preparations done because of the heavy rainfall and the strong and gusty winds that come through with this thing. Yes, there will be one or two more breaks before the main core of Laura does arrive later on tonight, but this is it, folks. The 11th hour is here. If you do have plans to ride out this storm, do keep in mind that this will be a storm surge unlike any other previous hurricanes that we have seen here in southwestern portions of Louisiana. Let's go inside now to Carl Parker. Carl.
Yeah, Tevin, this is going to be an extraordinarily dangerous storm, one we have never seen there in southwest Louisiana. We've never been hit by a Category 4 hurricane in that part of Louisiana. And here you see the visible satellite picture, and that is the portrait of a monster right there. An unprecedented hit for southwestern Louisiana as it's forecast to be a Category 4 storm through the rest of the day today, but slowly weakening as it comes in. Northwest now is the movement of 16 miles per hour. This is the forecast from the Hurricane Center. Those tropical storm force winds starting to move in late this afternoon and through the evening, and then the hurricane force winds coming in tonight and then moving up into Lake Charles in the early morning hours, winds gusting well over 100 miles per hour. In addition to that, we're talking about an incredible storm surge, and there could even be hurricane force wind gusts making their way up into Shreveport by tomorrow morning. There you see the surge forecast, and we're looking at areas of 10 to 20 feet of surge, and this is not just going to be on the coast. It will penetrate well inland. This could be one of the worst floods that we have seen in Lake Charles. It will rival and exceed most likely what we saw with Hurricane Rita and even going back to 1913. And there you see the maximum sustained wind potential. So in that core there, that area of southeast Texas, southwest Louisiana, Beaumont included in that, we're going to be looking at widespread power outages, tree, power line damage, and structural damage as well. But then that damage extending fairly far north up into the Piney Woods and also into northwestern Louisiana. And this is the model forecast showing you again those winds gusting 100 plus miles per hour in Lake Charles early this morning, or tomorrow morning, I should say, and then maybe getting up to 125 plus miles per hour. Well, the National Hurricane Center warning that Laura will cause unsurvivable storm surge, and we're not just talking about the Gulf Coast. Storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel shows us just how far inland that water will go.
Major Hurricane Laura continues to close in on the northern Gulf Coast of Texas and Louisiana. We know there's going to be destructive winds that go many miles inland, but so will the storm surge flooding. Let me show you this map produced by the National Hurricane Center to show you that some places, even in southwestern Louisiana, may see up to 20 feet of flooding above normally dry ground. But this map doesn't tell the whole story. It doesn't tell you how far inland that water's going to go. Let me take you to these maps that do. These are produced by the National Hurricane Center and give you an idea that the water flooding will go way past I-10 in some cases, maybe as much as 40 miles inland. Let's zoom in on Lake Charles to show you what that might look like. Here's some of the regions around downtown Lake Charles. Many of them may find themselves underwater. And in some places, for example, like the Civic Center, we could see more than 9 feet of flooding above areas that are normally dry. The water is just not around the buildings, it is inside them as well. Let me show you what that looks like. Let's bring the water up to about 3 feet. A couple of inches of water, flowing water, will knock you off your feet. But 3 feet of water, it's too late to evacuate. Cars can float away in just 3 feet of water. Who knows what's in this? Could be dangerous wildlife or toxic chemicals. But there's going to be plenty of places that see water rises way above 3 feet with Laura. Maybe even up to 6 feet. That's above my head. Objects as big as cars floating around doing damage themselves. This amount of water rise, you have to escape to higher ground or a higher floor in your building. But how about this? We're going to see places that see water rises beyond that, perhaps 12 feet or even more. This is why they call it an unsurvivable storm surge flooding. And this is also why you need to pay attention to the latest forecast of Laura and evacuate now as ordered to do so. It just may save your life.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture.
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Do you remember your first kiss?
It was a long kiss.
So I wouldn't say it was that long.
Did she know it was coming? I think so.
The first kiss was a shocker. I remember being pretty caught off guard.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
So you ready to hit the road?
I don't know. Come on, you're fine.
You can't leave your bike here.
Now man up. Just get on your bike.
No.
So Dish lets you share your TV with your family on multiple devices. Why?
Sweetie, I forgot something.
Because we know one thing's for sure. It's a little less scary leaving home when you can take a little bit of it with you.
Share your TV on 5 devices, no extra charge. Dish, tuned in to you.
Some things are big, others are huge. It's Empire Today's half-price sale. Get $2,400 of flooring for $1,200, $5,200 for an amazing $2,600. That's half the price of your entire purchase. Shop for carpet, hardwood, vinyl, and laminate right from home and have it professionally installed. Don't miss Empire's half-price sale. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
All right, everybody, I'm making sandwiches. On King's Hawaiian bread.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea.
Breakfast wants you back. Try Just Crack an Egg, packed with real potatoes, veggies, meat, and cheese. Just add a fresh egg for a hot scramble in less than 2 minutes to get those warm, fuzzy feelings again. Take breakfast back. Find it in the egg aisle.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
All right, folks, we have a monster of a storm on our hands, a Category 4 storm by the name of Hurricane Laura. I'm meteorologist Tevin Rudin live from Lake Charles, Louisiana, and I was just checking my email. This information coming from Mike Ventris and also Sarah Dillingham. Sarah's one of the weather producers here at the Weather Channel. Laura nearly doubling the rapid intensification threshold, growing by 65 miles per hour. 2 p.m. yesterday, we had winds at 75 miles an hour. Today, 140 mile per hour winds, nearly doubling that, and also pressure dropping about 38 millibars in close to 21 hours. So if that is not rapid intensification, folks, I don't know what is. And rapidly intensifying, so is this storm. Let me tell you, we've got one outer rainfall band right now, but it's perfectly staged such that I think we will be in rain for the next hour to an hour and a half, if not longer. And this is just one outer rainfall band that is far removed, folks, from the center of Laura. I'll show you the lay of the land here. I-210 River Bridge right behind us here, or at least the Lake Bridge. We're talking about Prion Lake. And every once in a while, when you get a strong gust of wind and a heavy downpour, it's hard to even see that bridge that's barely a mile or so away, perhaps not even a mile. And then across the way, too, we've got several industrial plants for oil and gasoline that are also being clouded over with vision, too. That's a bit difficult to make out. You may have heard a rumble of thunder. Yes, you can get thunder and lightning embedded in a tropical entity, though overall, we're not looking at a huge lightning storm. So I want to let you guys at home know we are safe. But for those that are trying to prepare and trying to get out of harm's way, time is running out. You've practically got just a handful of minutes at this point because you need to be out of harm's way. You need to be indoors. Not only can I tell you that we are safe, but the National Weather Service here in Lake Charles, they have boarded up their facility. Operations now have been handed off to the National Weather Service out of Brownsville, Texas, which is not in the projected path of Laura by any stretch. So, Julie, there are several different precautions that folks need to be taking. And if this is not sobering, I don't know what is. Storm surge 10 to 20 feet, the National Weather Service saying, and the National Hurricane Center saying, unsurvivable for those that are sticking around.
And I know you have a plan in place as well, Tevin, to keep you and your crew safe. So we're glad for that. Of course, thank you so much, Tevin. Louisiana's entire coast in that area anyway, right in the path of Laura. So joining us now, one of the state's U.S. Senators, Senator Bill Cassidy. Senator, thank you so much for being with us. Your message to residents right now.
Evacuate. There is a report that Calcasieu Parish, which is the parish or county just adjacent to the Gulf, will be part of the Gulf of Mexico for the next 2 days. Think about that. An entire landmass will be indistinguishable from the Gulf of Mexico. So if you're in if you're in Cameron Parish, you need to evacuate. They say that the I-10 will be covered with water. That's pretty far up in the next parish, which is Calcasieu Parish. That will be covered with water. Evacuate if you're told to evacuate. That's my message, Julie.
And a good one. The president has approved the emergency declaration for your state. Talk about what other steps are being taken at the federal level to help out Louisiana.
Yes, once the hurricane hits, there'll be other assistance that's made available. Right now, the assistance is for emergency responders, but then for those businesses and individuals affected, they will step in and with further assistance. And so it's kind of triggered, if you will, by that which happens. On the other hand, I'll go back to my message. You can prevent a lot of need on the backside by taking the appropriate precautions beforehand. So if you've been told to evacuate, if you think you might want to evacuate, clear out.
And not only do we have a major hurricane on our hands here, this is unprecedented. We have a pandemic right now. So many challenges come with that, shelters, planning. What types of things are being done, even at the state level, to help communities meet this challenge?
I'm told that there will not be these mass congregate settings, a gymnasium or that sort of auditorium set up to house people. Rather, people are being placed in hotels. In one sense, the fact that people may not be traveling as much because of coronavirus creates capacity within the hotel chains. So hopefully that will meet the need. But and Cameron Parish is not that much populated, but Calcasieu Parish is. But the federal government will step in with assistance once the storms hit. On the other hand, people have to recognize there will not be as much facilities for people to evacuate as they perhaps have experienced in previous such events.
It'll be different, right? And Senator, talk about the federal supply chain. Are there any shortages because of the pandemic, because of COVID?
Well, we've heard about the shortages in PPE. But fortunately, those things are not needed as much in this sort of an episode, particularly if there's not the congregate setting. I suspect there'll be adequate water generated, generators, fuel pre-positioned, et cetera. Our state has a lot of experience with this. If you will, our response has become a template for other states having similar issues. And I can promise you that there are assets being pre-positioned outside of the storm, but close enough to where the storm will hit so they can be quickly moved in.
All right, Senator, thank you so much. Stay safe there in Baton Rouge. And of course, we'll continue to check back in with both state and federal officials here as the planning continues and preparation in order as Laura, well, the window is closing in for Laura. Time to get out right now.
Yeah. Little choices make a big difference. Like delicious fruits and veggies. However you healthy. Naked.
I like Liberty Mutual. They get that no two people are alike. And customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. What do you think?
I don't see it. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If you're balding, thinning, or receding, it's not your fault. Get your real hair back. See results in as little as 4 months with the EXT program from Hair Club. Clinically proven to regrow your hair. Even Forrest Griffin turned to Hair Club.
Hair Club presented me a bunch of personal options that are directly tailored to my needs and my actual head. I wish I'd come in a couple years ago.
Call or go online for your free consultation, plus a $250 digital gift card toward any qualifying Hair Club program.
We asked our customers, what do you like most about Consumer Cellular?
Definitely, it's a great value.
The great customer service.
There are no contracts.
The price, the plans.
You can get talk, text, and data for just $20 a month from Consumer Cellular.
You can have more data, you can have less data, you can have more minutes, you can have less minutes. It's flexible, and it fits my lifestyle.
I can change my plan whenever I want to. Our flexible plans save you money. The average customer pays less than $25 a month for everything they need.
By moving to Consumer Cellular, my cost is 50% less than it was.
Consumer Cellular provides the same reliable nationwide coverage as bigger carriers for less. And AARP members get exclusive discounts.
Customer service is just excellent.
Consumer Cellular has received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service again.
Consumer Cellular fits me perfectly.
Switch today, and for a limited time, get your first month of service free. Call 1-800-485-8390. Go online or find us at Target.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Real people are realizing there's a better way to mobile.
My carrier probably has a lot of fees I don't even know are there. Basic phone line access, federal universal service charge, I don't even know what that is. Why am I paying these fees?
At Spectrum Mobile, there are no added taxes and fees. What you see is what you pay. $45 a line with our unlimited data plan or $14 a gig with our Buy the Gig plan.
The calculator said that we would save $600 a year. We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $350 a year.
$650 a year.
It's true. Most customers who use our calculator find they could save hundreds every year. Don't wait. Find your savings at SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115 and get it all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts.
I'm ready to switch.
Get more for less with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Plus, get the flexibility to mix and match plans. Visit a Spectrum store. Go to SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115.
Unbelievable, this is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 78 degrees under partly cloudy skies. This afternoon, partly cloudy, high 81. Winds northwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a slight chance of thunderstorms overnight. Low 72. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Back live, new images coming to us, live images from Lake Charles, Louisiana. You can see just how hard it is to see what's going on there. But what we can tell you, folks, that's 53-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is more than 20-mile-per-hour sustained winds as Hurricane Laura, a deadly, probably going to be deadly, hopefully not, but deadly Cat 4 hurricane, certainly the potential, is now coming ashore there. The first bands coming through, folks. This is the time in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where if you have not evacuated, you need to figure that out quickly, because the time to prepare is now over in Lake Charles, Louisiana, and along the coast. I'm Justin Michaels, live for you this hour in Shreveport, Louisiana, where they still do have time. We're 184 miles north of the shore there, the coastline in the Gulf. So people still have time. You can see the sun is still shining. People are lining up for hours and hours to get sandbags. You can see the operation happening behind me, one bag at a time. And when it's all said and done, more than 12,000 bags will be given for free out to the people here. And as of tomorrow, we could be sitting with a Cat 1 Hurricane Laura coming through Shreveport, Louisiana. That is a terrible, terrible thought for people who live here. Let me get my mask on because we want to talk to Ken Ward, who is really in charge of the operation here, keeping this thing moving along smoothly. Because, Ken, you have hundreds, if not thousands, of people who need these sandbags ahead of a Category 1 hurricane. Tell me, what has this operation been like? How many people do you have? What's going on?
Yeah, we've got 30 Caddo Parish employees working here from all different departments. We're going to hand out, before the storm's over, we'll end up handing out about 12,000 sandbags to the residents of Caddo Parish in preparation of Hurricane Laura. We're expecting 70 to 80 mile an hour winds and probably 6 inches of rain, which means for us, will mean some flash flooding. So these sandbags, we hand out 20 at a time, will help residents of our parish to mitigate that storm water as it comes down tomorrow.
And Ken, you lived through Rita, you're here now. People are comparing the two, saying this one could be certainly worse. You, just as a citizen, not just as somebody who is working hard to help people, but just as a citizen, your concerns.
Yeah, Rita was fortunate to come out on Sunday morning. Everybody was still kind of sleeping, getting ready for church, came through fast with a little rain. Looks like Laura's going to be a little bit stronger, as well as have a lot more rain. So the best thing we can do is ask citizens to look around their house, look around their yards, prepare for flash flooding, try to clean up any yard debris that you may have, pick up your lawn chairs, any plants that may get clogged in your storm drains, and prepare to handle the rain. And then be prepared for being without power for a little while as well. We try clearing roads and trees so first responders can get in and power crews can get in to restore power.
Well, and Ken, we were talking about that. This is basically a pine forest,
yes.
And they don't like Category 1 hurricanes.
Not at all. No, ice storms are bad, and winds anything over 40 miles an hour are bad. Our trees tend to snap. We've been pretty dry for the last month and a half, so the trees are going to uproot and they're going to come down with a little bit of rain and a little bit of wind.
Very good. Ken Ward, we appreciate your hard work, and everybody here, thank you very much. Thank you so much. So, Carl, as we send it back into you, you can hear the concern in Ken's voice, and he's talking about winds here will topple trees over at 40 miles per hour. That's a heck of a lot less than a Category 1 hurricane force wind. So the risk for power outages this far north is extreme, and I have to believe, Carl, in the next 36 hours, we could have a mess on our hands even this far inland. Forget the coast. This far inland could be a mess tomorrow. And then the coast, Carl, I think it's horrifying to hear the National Weather Service say unsurvivable storm surge. Carl, into you.
That's right. And the National Weather Service in Lake Charles, Louisiana has actually left the office. They've actually vacated the Weather Service office in southwest Louisiana. I want to tell you about a tornado warning here for Ascension, Assumption, and Iberville parishes going until 2:15. These cells moving northwest, always a concern with a landfalling tropical storm. And we're watching, of course, this incredible threat for storm surge flooding, not just on the coast, but well inland as well. I want to show you some maps here that indicate just how bad this storm surge flooding could be in Lake Charles. You look back to Rita, this could be worse than what we saw with Rita. This could rival what we saw in the 1913 storm. And so perhaps one of the worst floods we've ever seen in Lake Charles. And this is a model from the National Hurricane Center showing you the reasonable worst case. You're looking at the Lake Charles Memorial Hospital right there, and you see a flooding of perhaps 3 to 6 feet around the hospital. And then then we can take you over to the Preen Mall. And here, too, we see a widespread area of flooding, and that is largely 6 to 9 feet surrounding that mall. Then we can take you into areas near downtown. There's some residential areas that are just south of downtown. There's downtown Lake Charles right there. Look at these residential areas. That is surge of 9 to 12 feet. Again, the reasonable worst case scenario. You would not want to be in this area with surge like that. And on top of that, we're going to be looking at very strong wind. And then here you see a series of refineries northwest of town. And there's also the threat of toxic chemicals getting into the water. We're going to have much more on this exceptionally dangerous storm coming up in just a few minutes.
Alice loves the scent of Gain so much, she wished there was a way to make it last longer. Say hello to your fairy godmother, Alice. And long-lasting Gain scent beads, part of the irresistible scent collection from Gain.
What getting fueled with one protein feels like.
What getting fueled with 3 energy-packed proteins feels like. Meat, cheese, and nuts. P3, because 3 is better than 1.
You did this and this for less. With store-wide Labor Day savings and free delivery, the Home Depot is making do it even more affordable. So the only question now is, what could you do next? The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Clean is a feeling. It's the simple joy of washing your hands without ever touching a faucet. It's the little things that matter. That's why we create moments to feel Kohler clean every day.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it. Frisbee it. So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, works perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
Jake from State Farm. I would like to formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the oak and the eagle as witness, consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor? State Farm is there.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again. And wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus only 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. And now enjoy Boost High Protein in new Cafe Mocha flavor.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
Don't forget your lunch! I'm making pizza on King's Hawaiian mini subs.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea.
Am I too old to start skateboarding?
Something on your mind? Chew on it. Twizzlers.
Hello, America, and welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel for Hurricane Laura. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf coming to you from Beaumont, Texas. Beaumont, Texas, just north of the I-10 corridor. Folks, let's show you some video that we have in Lake Charles and I-10 where we're seeing some problems on the interstate. Yep, we got some accidents to report, and sure enough, this may be just the very beginning. You've got a lot of people that are trying to get on these roads, these conduits, trying to get away from the coastline. Understandable and the wise thing to try to evacuate, but again, accidents do happen. All right, folks, well, we are watching this massive hurricane. Yes, it is a major hurricane, Category 4 Laura. this is a system that will be one for the record books, ones that we may never forget. And I'm telling you, folks, this is a potentially deadly storm. You've got to take this seriously. Here at the Weather Channel, we've got a full team assembled. Again, as I mentioned, I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. We've got Julie Martin. Julie Martin is back in the studio. Justin Michaels in Shreveport. And I'll tell you, if you look over in places like Lake Charles and Galveston, right along the coast, especially, is where we're going to see things begin to deteriorate first. Now, from where we happen to be at this location, we're some 30 miles till we reach the water of the Gulf of Mexico. Now, we're actually in a bit of an alluvial plain here. You'll notice some various bayous. In fact, that's Tillman Bayou over there. Some pump stations off in the distance. They're all primed and ready to do the hard work. I got to tell you, this place certainly has a spangled history when it comes to tropical weather. They dealt with Hurricane Harvey. They did have some flooding here in the city. There were, surprisingly enough, only sporadic power outages, but this time I fear these winds much stronger. We're going to see quite a bit of them around the region, no question. Well, folks, again, let's bring in Carl, if we can, for just a moment, Carl Parker, and give us the nuts and bolts. And Carl, the last time we spoke was roughly, I want to say, 2 days ago, and you mentioned firsthand that Laura was one of those that you had a lot of concerns. You thought it may explode with power, and sure enough, we've seen that happen. Exactly. Carl, back to you.
Yeah, that's right. And we just got a new advisory from the Hurricane Center, and we're still looking at a 140-mile-per-hour storm, a Category 4, and this is, as you mentioned, going to be one for the books. We've never seen a Category 4 making landfall in southwest Louisiana, and it's going to be coming in tonight. As always, we have concerns about tornadoes away from the center, and a whole series of tornado warnings now. One of those very close to Baton Rouge. These are working to the northwest and rapidly about 55 miles per hour. Tracking that one out, that's coming to Allendale right now, and then also to Knapp. Another one that is southeast of Baton Rouge. That's a warning for Ascension and East Baton Rouge Parish. That'll be coming into Baton Rouge at about 2:15. Another couple of warnings here, and you've got a line essentially and some rotation within that. And you've got a couple of warnings in effect here for Ascension and Ascension Parish. And these are moving to the northwest, coming towards White Castle and also towards Barton as well. So, as always, there's going to be concern for severe storms and tornadoes with landfalling tropical cyclones. That's pretty common. Here you look at the visible satellite picture, and that, unfortunately, is about as well-formed of a tropical cyclone as you are going to see. A very cleared-out eye right now. You can even see that stadium effect showing up in the eye right in there. And the main part of this storm, the business end of the storm, is now just hours away. We expect that the tropical storm force winds are going to start to move in at any moment. We're already gusting to tropical storm force, and that will overspread southern Louisiana going into this evening. And those tropical storm force winds extending 175 miles out from the center. So certainly a large area of strong winds here. Then the hurricane force winds start to come in tonight. They will move up into Lake Charles, and we could be talking about winds gusting well over 100 miles per hour in Lake Charles. So we'll see widespread tree and power line damage and structural damage as well. That coming up the Sabine River, and there could be hurricane force winds in Shreveport tomorrow morning. Storm surge is going to be unbelievable with this storm. You do not want to be anywhere near the coast and anywhere near these areas that are well inland. Some of this surge is going to be 20, 30, 40 miles inland. That's Lake Charles right there. That is 30 miles away from the Gulf Coast, and we could be looking at surge of 6 to 9 feet in some areas, maybe more than that in some spots. This will probably be more of a flood event than we saw with Rita. It may rival what we saw in the flood event of 1913. There you see the eye wall coming into view very clearly now on the radar picture. Getting some bands driving in as well. We talked about the tornado warnings. Port Fourchon gusting to 40 miles per hour. And right now we're seeing winds gusting to about 20, 25 miles per hour in areas near Lake Charles. But the wind is going to pick up dramatically, Julie, going into this afternoon. And power outages extending well inland. And, you know, that's a big difference as compared to so many storms that we've seen in recent years. A lot of storms have been very slowly edging in. This one's going to power in. And for that reason, it'll be really strong well inland.
At least the saving grace is it's going to be on the move, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of rainfall, anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Carl, thank you. And Beaumont, Texas, you know, just 30 miles from the Texas Gulf Coast. Joining us now, Mayor Becky Ames. Mayor Ames, thank you so much for being with us here on the Weather Channel. Your area now under a mandatory evacuation order. Do you think a lot of people have left?
We certainly hope that a lot of people have left, but unfortunately we're hearing that more have stayed than we typically see, which is concerning because of the strength of the storm.
That is concerning. So what are you doing to notify people or try to maybe identify some of those maybe at-risk people who have still not left?
We've actually gone door to door. We've done robocalls, we've done Facebook posts, we've done PSAs, they're just not, some are just refusing to leave. But I do know that some people that were going to stay have now said they are leaving, but they need to leave like now because the wind is going to start here. It already has started some, but at about a 50-mile-an-hour wind, really shouldn't be on the road.
No, absolutely. And, that's hard on your emergency responders as well. So the emergency responders coming into your region there, I know that's happening as your residents, well, at least some of them are getting out. So what's in place there to protect the emergency responders?
Well, first of all, by policy, and that's the case in most cities, is that once the winds reach 35 miles an hour, ambulances and fire do not roll. And I've been on Facebook constantly videoing, telling the citizens that if they do decide to stay, that there will be a period of time during the storm when the winds are that high that even if they call 911, our first responders will not be able to come. We've been very, very upfront and about that. So they cannot respond after, the winds get to 35, and I believe for police it's 55 miles per hour. And so they will be without any type of emergency services for a period of time.
Yeah, and the surge, Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to get to this really quickly. The surge is expected to be unsurvivable, and you have dealt with a lot of flooding events after heavy rainfall just this year. Last year you had it with another tropical system. Have you had to change the way you handle that, especially now during COVID?
Oh, absolutely. It's a double-edged sword. So, for instance, our evacuations on buses, we typically would get 40 to 42 people in a bus. We do 20. They're taking their temperature before they get on the bus. They're wearing masks on the bus. The same thing they are having the same issues where these buses are going for the shelters because you have to shelter people, further apart. So, but we have been planning, obviously hurricane season started June 1st, and we've been through our share of hurricanes and tropical storms. And even since I've been mayor, we've had the same team in place since Ike. And that was in 2008. So, we've been planning knowing that we would have to deal with COVID at the same time.
Unfortunately. All right, Mayor Becky Ames there out of Beaumont, Texas. We wish you all the best and thank you so much. We want to get back out now to Reynolds. He is in Beaumont, Texas. And Reynolds, there you heard it. I mean, they're preparing as best they can for this thing, but some people aren't leaving.
No. What a profound thing that she mentioned about first responders, that once the winds go over 35 miles an hour, neither fire trucks or ambulances cannot go out there. So, folks, you really are putting yourself in jeopardy, and also the first responders who may make those attempts to try to help you. So be careful, folks. You gotta be smart. Let's go ahead and take a look at the timing when it comes to Laura and it comes to Beaumont. As we dive into it, winds of 25 miles per hour or stronger. That's going to come later on this evening and last into the early morning. However, the strongest looks like it's going to be during the overnight hours. We're talking early morning, and rainfall forecast anywhere from 5 to 8. But how those bands set up and where that rain comes down, no one can say for an absolute certainty. So the point of bringing that up is it would not be out of the realm of comprehension for some places here in Beaumont to get perhaps 10 inches of rainfall. A foot of rainfall is certainly not out of the measure. Now take a look at what we have in terms of the flooding on the coast in terms of surge, and it really is staggering. You'll notice from Galveston anywhere from 2 to 4, but notice right there towards the center we have the pink and the red goes up significantly higher. Some locations up to 15 feet, maybe up to 20 feet at some locations at max wind potential. Notice the story does not end at the water's edge, but we still have those problems all the way farther north up into Shreveport. And then, folks, we're going to be dealing with the system. We're going to be saying the system's name all the way into this weekend in terms of tracking it. And the damage is going to leave behind, as we mentioned, could be catastrophic, so folks be ready. Let's send into Carl Parker for a moment. Carl, very quickly, where we happen to be, we are 30 miles from the coastline. Now, what kind of flooding do you think we could see at a location like this, where we have these canals feeding their way out into the Gulf of Mexico?
Well, you look at the storm surge models, and you see certainly some water level rises of 6 to 9 feet on the high end there in some parts of that region. So I think it is going to be very bad indeed. If there's any good news, it is that you're going to be on the west side of the circulation. So at least you're going to be into an offshore flow at some point. So that should help things out. Did want to talk about a new tornado warning that is now just north of Beaumont. Hardin, Tyler counties under warning right now. This cell is moving to the northwest at 35 miles per hour. A little bit of a spin showing up in that, and that's going to be coming towards Warren in the next few minutes. So heads up on that. Let's talk about timing in southwest Louisiana. And here we see that most dangerous part of the storm, the eye wall, starting to move in this model depiction. It may not be exactly at this time, but it's going to be close to it. And that would be around 10 o'clock as we start to see that brushing places like Holly Beach and Cameron, then coming into Lake Charles. And when you get into that eye wall in Lake Charles, we're going to be looking at winds well over 100 miles per hour in addition to that life-threatening storm surge. So, personally, I would not want to be in Lake Charles as this storm is coming in tonight. It is going to be an exceptionally dangerous storm, and we have never seen a Category 4 storm make landfall in southwest Louisiana. Here you see the wind forecast. Lake Charles gusting to 125 plus miles per hour, 1 o'clock in the morning. That's not only enough to drop trees and power lines, it's certainly enough to cause significant structural damage. We see that going until 2 o'clock in the morning in that eye wall, even on the underside of the system in the southern part of the eye wall, gusting to 100 plus at 5 o'clock in the morning. So this is going to be a prolonged event, as is always the case with hurricanes. And then tomorrow morning, look at that. Natchitoches, we've got winds gusting over 100 miles per hour, 75 to 90 in Alexandria. That continues into the middle of the day tomorrow, and also a terrific amount of rain on top of that, and a flash flood threat all across western Louisiana and East Texas. So there you go, a storm surge 6 to 9 feet in Lake Charles and 110 plus mile per hour wind gusts. And here you see the storm coming up into Little Rock and still producing very strong wind there in central Arkansas. That's going to be tomorrow evening. So Justin Michaels, he's in Shreveport, Louisiana, as we've been discussing. You've got cases where storms slowly come in and they gradually weaken as they move inland. And, this is going to be quite the opposite. It's going to be moving right along, and that's going to help it to maintain a lot of its intensity. And as we've been talking about, we could be looking at a hurricane there as far north as Shreveport.
Isn't that scary, Carl, just to think about a hurricane coming here and the fact that this entire area is just a big pine forest. We've been talking to people, and the pine trees here can withstand about 40 mile per hour winds. This comes as a Cat 1 hurricane, of course, 75 mile per hour or higher. Trees are going to come down left and right. Power outages are going to be far-reaching. And people are very concerned here. So what's happening? You can see a sandbagging effort going on here in Caddo Parish. At the end of this, by the time the storm comes, they expect to have filled about 12,000 of these sandbags, giving them out to people in need, giving 20 at a time, 40-pound bags. People can pick those 20 up and then go get back in line. But follow me this way, Mark Willey behind the lens. You can see the line of cars. Well, that's a very small section of the line in cars in its totality, folks. Believe it or not, this line extends back almost 3/4 of a mile, maybe further. And yesterday, people were sitting in line for upwards of 3 hours just to get their 20 sandbags. And then if they thought they needed more, they would get back in line and sit there for another very long period of time trying to get more. So you can see people are doing the hard work and the heavy lifting of putting this 800 pounds of bags in the back of this truck, okay? And then they're going to keep doing that and doing that and doing that. Remember, whereas the coast is basically out of time, here they still have time. This is a 24-hour operation, and in fact, these crews are working in 20-hour shifts right now. Now, what's actually kind of interesting, the whole COVID and how it's impacting things here, Julie, At this point, during a normal storm, during non-COVID times, these would actually be prisoners brought out of the prisons and jails to do the hard work here, giving these crews the time to rest and get ready for the storm. These are actually county employees who have had to step in because of the risk of COVID, Julie, to those prisoners and then taking it back into the prison. So these county employees have a long way to go here, and the storm hasn't even hit.
And these are people who have their own properties to worry about, working 20-hour shifts there, Justin. Right. So thank you so much for that. We want to take a look real quick at the inland impacts here. Obviously, we're talking about a formidable storm, a Category 4 perhaps coming into the Louisiana coast sometime later tonight into tomorrow morning. But it's not going to be ending there. We've got widespread impacts stretching all the way through the weekend and all the way into the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic. The power outage risk is very high here. Lake Charles up to Alexandria expect to be dealing with no power for much of Louisiana.
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. What's in your wallet?
All right, everybody, I'm making sandwiches. On King's Hawaiian bread.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture!
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
Some things are big, others are huge. It's Empire Today's half-price sale. Get $2,400 of flooring for $1,200, $5,200 for an amazing $2,600. That's half the price of your entire purchase. Shop for carpet, hardwood, vinyl, and laminate right from home and have it professionally installed. Don't miss Empire's half-price sale. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
It takes a relentless attention to detail, a passion to protect people from the elements. But most of all, it takes a commitment to comfort in any conditions. At the Weather Channel, our gear means everything. And whatever the weather, you'll find us there, proudly wearing Land's End. Because Land's End stands for quality in everything they make, so we know they can stand behind us. The official outfitter of the Weather Channel is Land's End. Let's get comfy everywhere.
Burger King spicy nuggets, I got some serious doubts.
We'll see about this.
Wait till you taste these spicy nuggets. Oh, the flames are there. Burger King definitely brought some heat.
A lot more kick than I expected it to have.
They're back. 8 nuggets spicy original for $1. Also get free delivery on the BK app. Your way.
Attention! Do you have Medicare? Did you know that you may qualify to get up to $144 added back to your Social Security check every month? It's easy to see if you're eligible. Just call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center at 800-807-5730. In addition to receiving $144 every month, you might also qualify for a $0 Medicare Advantage plan that includes the following benefits: dental, including fillings, exams, and dentures; vision, including exams, frames, lenses, and even contacts; hearing, including hearing aids and batteries; and prescription drug coverage, all at no additional cost. The Go Medicare Benefits Help Center is open now at 800-807-5730. Both the call and the consultation are 100% free with absolutely no obligation to enroll. Call the Go Medicare Benefits Help Center now at 800-807-5730. That's 800-807-5730.
Unbelievable, this is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 78 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy with a slight chance of thunderstorms overnight. Low 72. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
Be ready for impacts well beyond the center of the hurricane.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
And welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel of Hurricane Laura. You know, it's amazing that just 24 to 36 hours ago, there was a lot of conjecture, will it or won't it, in terms of a system strengthen. Well, it is now reality. We're talking about a major hurricane, a Category 4 storm. It's rumbling its way towards the Texas coastline. It's going to impact a big part of America, not just along the shores, but it's going to make its way farther inland, bringing with it quite a bit of damage. I'm Reynolds Wolf, folks, and I'm coming to you from Beaumont, Texas, and we're right here in this alluvial plain, coastal plain, where all this water, if you could apply human wants and needs to it, this water wants to make its way all the way to the Gulf of Mexico, which rests some 30 miles from this vantage point. Now, this area, especially in downtown, you've got about 16 feet above sea level. Now, what's a big concern is if we were all to gather together and go those 30 miles down towards the coastline, we'd find the town of Port Arthur. Port Arthur, only 7 feet above sea level, and I'm sure many of you heard the mayor imploring people to evacuate, to get out. It's just common sense. What we could see is with the heavy rain, the wind, the damage that is yet to come, we could see catastrophic conditions, no question. And Julie Martin, who we're about to bring in a few moments ago, I know we reported earlier that we heard reports this may be unsurvivable, which is harsh language, but it's needed language. It's necessary to get that message out because, indeed, this will be a deadly system. Terrifying to contemplate what may be rolling forward over the next several hours and days. Let's get back to you, Julie.
It is. You just got to get that pit in your stomach, Reynolds, right about now. If you haven't gotten out and you're in an evacuation zone, you do have to get out now. Here's what we know about Hurricane Laura. Louisiana's governor says the entire Louisiana National Guard has been activated. In Texas, there are 9,000 utility workers ready to respond to power outages and another 6,000 personnel on standby. The Houston Metro will suspend all transit operations in just a few hours at 4 o'clock local time. And the city's mayor requests all residents avoid travel and shelter in place. Comcast has opened nearly 1 million Wi-Fi hotspots in the greater Houston area to allow non-customers and emergency personnel to stay connected for free. Well, hours before Laura comes ashore, the water already rising here in southern Louisiana. These are photos from Lafourche Parish, the sheriff's department there, giving us access to those. This is a far cry, folks, though, from what will be the deadliest part of Laura. The National Hurricane Center warns Laura will cause unsurvivable storm surge, and we are not just talking about right along the Gulf Coast. Storm specialist Dr. Greg Postel shows us how far inland that water will go.
Major Hurricane Laura continues to close in on the northern Gulf Coast of Texas and Louisiana. We know there's going to be destructive winds that go many miles inland. but so will the storm surge flooding. Let me show you this map produced by the National Hurricane Center to show you that some places, even in southwestern Louisiana, may see up to 20 feet of flooding above normally dry ground. But this map doesn't tell the whole story. It doesn't tell you how far inland that water's going to go. Let me take you to these maps that do. These are produced by the National Hurricane Center and give you an idea that the water flooding will go way past I-10 in some cases, maybe as much as 40 miles inland. Let's zoom in on Lake Charles to show you what that might look like. Here's some of the regions around downtown Lake Charles. Many of them may find themselves underwater. And in some places, for example, like the Civic Center, we could see more than 9 feet of flooding above areas that are normally dry. The water is just not around the buildings, it is inside them as well. Let me show you what that looks like. Let's bring the water up to about 3 feet. A couple of inches of water, flowing water, will knock you off your feet. But 3 feet of water, it's too late to evacuate. Cars can float away in just 3 feet of water. Who knows what's in this? Could be dangerous wildlife or toxic chemicals. But there's going to be plenty of places that see water rises way above 3 feet with Laura. Maybe even up to 6 feet. That's above my head. Objects as big as cars floating around doing damage themselves. This amount of water rise, you have to escape to higher ground or a higher floor in your building. But how about this? We're going to see places that see water rises beyond that, perhaps 12 feet or even more. This is why they call it an unsurvivable storm surge flooding. And this is also why you need to pay attention to the latest forecast of Laura and evacuate now as ordered to do so. It just may save your life.
All right, Greg, thank you. And we've got some tornado warnings to tell you about now in Louisiana and Texas. One of those in effect for Baton Rouge. We're watching a cell that is now moving northwest at 55 miles per hour. And that's going to be coming right into downtown Baton Rouge, moving first towards College Hills. And then Baton Rouge, we think, at about 2:28 or so. So just a few minutes from now, Port Allen at 2:31. Then another tornado warning to tell you about, and that is in effect for Point Coupé and West Baton Rouge Parish, tracking that forward. That'll be coming towards Allen and Argyle. And then also another warning here just north of I-10, that is Acadia Parish under warning. And that cell is going to be moving towards Redditch and Elton. And we're going to have much more on the storm coming up in a few minutes. You can always get the latest forecast on Sirius XM channel 721.
Water?
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Mio.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
At SafeFlight, we're here for you with safe, convenient service.
We'll come right to you.
You'll get a text when we're on our way.
Before we arrive, just leave your keys on the dash. We'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service.
And that service you can trust when you need it the most.
Schedule at safelight.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of the Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
From kitchens broken in by new chefs to bathrooms sinking battleships, Terminix is committed to keeping pests out, always backed by the Terminix promise to protect your home for all the love it holds.
Need a nice reward today? Treat yourself to a Heath bar, because nothing says special like rich English toffee. Heath, it's English toffee.
Welcome back to continued coverage of Hurricane Laura. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and what you're seeing here, this is video into the Weather Channel. This near Lake Charles. The interstate is Interstate 10, main feature that you have here in parts of South Texas, all along the Gulf Coast. And right now, it is an escape route for so many that you see it bumper to bumper. Now, this is a good thing in some sense. We've got people evacuating. They're heeding the warnings, and that is certainly great news because trouble is certainly on the way. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Reynolds Wolf, and I'll tell you where we happen to be in Beaumont, Texas, here in the heart of Jefferson County. We've got the gray skies and a lot of green behind me. This is a beautiful bayou that you have. Some of this is man-made, some of it's natural, but I'll tell you what, the man-made features are here to help prevent the spread of rising floodwaters, and that's certainly something that can happen. Dave Malkoff of the Weather Channel actually went out and about in Beaumont and learned more about these preventative measures and how they try to stop flooding. Take a listen.
The city of Beaumont is surrounded by 3 different watersheds. The concern is if it's raining and the storm surges coming in all at the same time, all 3 of those will merge and flood everywhere. But they do have a system of several catch basins here in Beaumont to keep the flooding to a minimum.
We call it detention pond or detention basin.
How much water can this hold?
You're looking at 111 acre feet. And on average 5 to 5.5, 6 feet of water right here. So you're looking around 175 million gallons.
175 million gallons of water, and I hear that tower right behind us, that only holds 2 million gallons of water. So this is a lot of water, and this is just one of your retention basins.
That's correct. This is 111 acres. We have facility south of here is 5,200 acres. That's massive, impressive.
Remember, that's just one of many basins around here. But Dr. Majdalani, an engineer by trade, tells me he's concerned about the upcoming forecast because of all the water they expect to get from storm surge and the rain coming down. All 3 of those watersheds could merge together and create a lot of chaos that they have seen many times before with Ike, with Harvey, and with Imelda just about 11 months ago. In Beaumont, Texas, I'm Dave Malkoff, the Weather Channel.
Very fearsome to say the very least. And I'll tell you, we can see, in fact, I think it is going to happen. To sure bet that we'll have some flooding here in Beaumont throughout much of the Texas coast, at least in this part of the world, over to Louisiana also. But remember, folks, the problems are going to go farther inland. Let's bring in Carl Parker for a moment. And Carl, I think we're all guilty of it. When we follow these tropical systems, the thing that often catches the eye, it's the cone, but it's also the wind speed. But really, isn't it the water that is our #1 threat? That is really the rising water that is the top killer.
Yeah, that's right. Water is the #1 killer. 75% of deaths due to hurricanes are caused by water. About half of that due to inland flooding. So, you're looking at a serious threat from surge here. And also because there's going to be so much heavy rain coming down, that is going to add to that surge threat. So right now, 140-mile-per-hour storm, folks. We have never seen a Category 4 make landfall in southwest Louisiana. So So this is history before your very eyes right now. And you see this on the visible satellite picture, and you can see how incredibly well-formed this storm is. This is an exceptionally dangerous storm, and one that is going to bring huge impacts to southeast Texas and southwest Louisiana. So here we see the tropical storm force winds coming onshore in southern Louisiana over the next few hours. Then the hurricane force winds will be starting to move in tonight, and will move into Lake Charles very late tonight in the early morning hours. Winds easily gusting over 100 miles per hour for several hours. Then that strong wind comes up and along the Sabine River and makes its way towards Shreveport tomorrow morning. This storm is still going to be packing a punch even tomorrow morning, hundreds of miles inland. Getting some water level rise already well in advance of the center of the storm. There you see the storm surge forecast, and this is not just a coastal issue, 10 to 20 feet of surge, but that will extend as far inland as 30, maybe 40 miles in some cases. Lake Charles could be just devastated by flooding here. We could see widespread areas of 6 to 9 feet of storm surge flooding, even more than that in some spots. This is probably going to be worse than what we saw with Rita, and that on top of the very strong wind that is coming in. And again, you've got the heavy rain that's only going to add to those woes. So I would not want to be in Lake Charles as this storm is coming through. Hurricane warnings in effect in southwest Louisiana, southeast Texas, as hurricane force winds are expected in these areas right up into the piney woods in East Texas. And here's a model forecast showing you that 125 plus mile per hour wind gusts there in Lake Charles developing late tonight, continuing through the overnight hours. Even on the back side of the system, on the underside of that eye wall, still very strong wind. And then that strong wind comes up into west central parts of Louisiana as well, and into Shreveport, and eventually into Little Rock. And we'll have much more on this exceptionally dangerous storm coming up.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus only 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. And now enjoy Boost High Protein in new Cafe Mocha flavor.
If you want to do a little fishing, you don't buy a yacht. And if you want to take a bath, you just fill up the tub, not a swimming pool. So if you don't use your cell phone that much, why pay for more than you need? For as low as $20 a month, you can get talk, text, and data from Consumer Cellular with no contract and connections on the nation's largest wireless networks. It's easy to switch. Activation is free. And if you like, you can even keep your phone and number. You'll also receive award-winning customer support. Consumer Cellular has received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service 9 times in a row. And you get a simple, easy-to-understand bill with no surprises. Plus, they've been an approved AARP provider for over 10 years, so members get exclusive discounts. Start saving with Consumer Cellular. You can get talk, text, and data for as low as $20 a month. Switch today and get your first month of service free. Call 1-800-918-4712. Go online or find us at Target.
I first noticed hair loss in my late 20s.
I did not think that I'd ever be able to grow my hair back. I thought there was nothing I could do about it.
Get your real hair back. Yes, your real hair. See results in as little as 4 months with the EXT Extreme Hair Therapy Program from Hair Club.
I saw the before and after pictures and was like, what?
Even UFC champion Forrest Griffin turned to Hair Club.
It's not unmasculine to want to look good and have your hair.
I wish I'd come in a couple years ago, but I'm glad I came in when I did.
EXT is clinically proven to regrow your hair and slow further hair loss. Call in the next 5 minutes, and when you purchase Extreme Hair Therapy, you'll receive our Keratin Fiber Strand Builder absolutely free. You're going to love your hair club results. We're 100% committed to your satisfaction. Our CEO guarantees it. Call now for your free consultation and free Keratin Fiber Strand Builder with your Extreme Hair Therapy purchase.
We got a Subaru to give him some adventure, to reconnect and be together. And once we did that, we realized his greatest adventure is just beginning.
Welcome to the most adventurous Outback ever. The all-new 2020 Subaru Outback. Go where love takes you.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage on Hurricane Laura. I'm Reynolds Wolf, and I'll tell you, we're coming here from Beaumont, Texas. And if you read the sign, it says no trespassing, property of the Lower Neches Valley Authority. Well, we pay attention to these signs, but I guarantee you this hurricane, which is a major hurricane at this hour, will not. You also mentioned the word valley there. Well, really not much of a valley here in the coastal plain of Texas. It's relatively flat. Not a lot of hills. Certainly you don't have any mountains, which means there's nothing to impede. There's nothing to limit. There's nothing to stop the wind, which is going to go from a faint whisper to a roar over the next several hours. Problem is, it's not just the wind, it's what's carried with it. That wall of water that's going to come racing its way onshore, and we're going to have some flooding that could be well inland. From where we stand at this point, all the way to our south in that direction, it's about 30 miles as the albatross flies. It's quite a distance, but that is really nothing in terms of the floodwaters. Floodwaters are still going to make their way on through. And the problem is we have this story that's going to continue to chug its way farther to the north. We'll be following this for days and days to come. And I'll tell you, once the wind dies down, the rain stops, and the sun pops out again, then it's all about trying to just make sense of things and trying to recover. It's a long process, folks. It truly is. And these are the early parts of it for the time being. But the story is not just here in Beaumont, Texas. It is other spots around the region, including Nacogdoches, Texas. That's where we find Mike Seidel. He follows this report.
We're in the East Texas town of Nacogdoches, and although we're 150 miles north of the Gulf of Mexico, Hurricane Laura is so strong, a major hurricane, and so large that the impacts, widespread impacts, are going to be felt well inland. In this area, Southeast Texas, and over in Southwest Louisiana, we've got two main concerns. Power outages, that's going to be a lasting impact, and heavy rain and flash flooding. We do have flood watches up for this area, Nacogdoches over to the Sabine River. Those go until at least Friday morning. Now, the rain is going to hit pretty quick. This is not a Florence or Harvey where the storm slows down. It's moving right along, which is good. But with that said, we could still get 8 to maybe 12 inches of rain, a foot of rainfall, and in a short period of time, that could mean flash flooding in this area. The other concern is the wind. Hurricane force wind gusts all the way up here, maybe as far north as Shreveport, over to Alexandria, where hurricane warnings continue, and that's going to knock down trees over power lines, thousands without power, and some of that power may be out for at least a week. And with winds that strong, we could also have some structural damage. I'm meteorologist Mike Seidel, the Weather Channel in Nacogdoches, Texas.
What a story from Mike. And I'll tell you, folks, if we could grow wings, go up, catch the wind, and go north, we'd find ourselves in a place like Shreveport, Louisiana. And that's where we find Justin Michaels. Justin, the big concern I have is that this thing is not, well, at least the forecast of it validates, and I think it may. It looks like it may still be plenty strong by the time it reaches your area. Talking about Shreveport, we could still have a Category 1 hurricane certainly in play here.
Reynolds, that is extraordinarily bad news because basically Shreveport is in the middle of a big pine forest that can withstand about 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts. When we're talking about a Category 1 hurricane, it's going to be a lot stronger than that. Big concern for everybody. And in fact, take a look at this long line of cars. You're probably thinking, Justin, what are you showing me a long line of cars for? That long line of cars is people, countless people, just trying to get sandbags. And if you follow me this way, Mark Willey behind the lens, we're going to walk over and I'm going to show you, they're going to start, oh my gosh, mile away. Okay, that's how long that line is, about a mile away. And we're going to keep going all the way over, and you can see the shed over here. And over there is where people are eventually going to funnel to try to get sandbags. They're going to be able to get 20, 40-pound sandbags is the goal. Now, remember, some of these vehicles may not be able to hold that, so they're really kind of trying to guide people into how much they can actually have. That's 800 pounds of sand. Not every vehicle can do that. You can see it continues to wind around and wind around, eventually getting to the end of this metal overhang, and that's where the operation is happening. How much of a traffic problem is this creating? Well, 911 is getting countless calls saying, hey, there's this long line of traffic. I can't get through. I can't do this. I can't do that. And it's because people are doing everything they can to get as many sandbags as possible, knowing that flash flooding is a real risk as Hurricane Laura comes over Shreveport, Louisiana. People have been sitting here for hours. In fact, yesterday we know the line lasted more than 3 hours as people were doing everything they could to try to get as many bags as possible. So what happens when you hit your max? Well, you can get back at the end of the line. And we do know that people have been doing that. They've been sitting at the end of the line again, trying to get maybe 40 bags. Mark, let's walk up here. Right down at the end there, in fact, you can see that orange dump truck, and that is where the operation is happening. They're taking pallet after pallet after pallet of these sandbags. So what can we expect here in Shreveport, Louisiana? The expectation is potentially a Category 1 hurricane. That is going to have a major, major effect on life here in Shreveport, Louisiana. And to put that into perspective, think about this, folks. We're 184 miles from the Gulf Coast. 184 miles where they're already feeling the effects. We're not going to be feeling the effects here until tomorrow morning. In fact, we just had a big burst of rain that came through and then it went away. The sun's back out again. But the effects from this storm are not going to be felt here until tomorrow morning. And like we're really concerned about is that potential for a Category 1 hurricane coming here to Shreveport, Louisiana. So people are preparing the best they can. No evacuation notices here yet, but we do know governments are all shut down tomorrow. School systems are all shut down tomorrow. This, of course, far inland from where so many people are going to be dealing with a dire situation on the coast. Hurricane Laura coverage continues on the Weather Channel after this.
I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. So go with the Coopers. Cooper!
All right, everybody, I'm making sandwiches. On King's Hawaiian bread.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea.
It's about the humans. These humans, those humans, groovin' and golden. It's about getting more than health insurance and a partner who listens and acts. Humana calls it human care. It's talking to a doctor from your couch or helping you find a cheaper prescription before you ask. It's helping you fix the rugs so you don't fall and keeping you social, online or off. It's getting to know you so you can be your healthiest. That's our superpower. That's human care from Humana.
When you eat Reese's for dessert, is it over too fast? Well, then chill your Reese's. You'll eat it slower. I wouldn't know. I swallow mine whole. Like a duck. Not sorry. Reese's.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles back to those who can make this summer mean more than ever. We can help you get the most out of those miles during the Ram Labor Day sales event.
Right now, get $7,300 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500. Shop and buy online at ram.com.
When you start with a better hot dog from Oscar Mayer,
that's no way to treat a dog.
You can do no wrong.
Where did you learn that? The internet.
Yeah.
With no artificial preservatives or added nitrates or nitrites, it's all for the love of hot dogs.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
If you're a small business, you can tell. Things are back. Customers are out and about. Orders are picking up. And to adapt, you're going to need faster internet and reliable phone for less. So Spectrum Business is proud to offer new customers one free month of internet with speeds up to 200 megabits per second and business phone with advanced calling features. Call 833-919-2122 today. We're here for you because you're here for all of us.
Cardi B here to talk to you about your civic duties in 2020. Your community's future is in your hands, not just for the next 4 years, but for the next decade. The 2020 census decides how much power, money, and respect our city gets. In past censuses, Black and brown communities have been undercounted and unseen. The census is for everyone regardless of immigration status. Mi gente presente. Go to my2020census.gov now and fill out 10 simple questions to get counted.
Currently in our area, 79 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy with a slight chance of thunderstorms overnight. Low 72. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back. We are following an ongoing tornado threat now in Louisiana. That's pretty typical when you've got a landfalling tropical cyclone to see that threat for tornadoes. So Ascension Parish under warning right now. That's getting very close to Gonzales. These are generally moving northwest at a rapid clip, 50, 55 miles per hour. Watch out in Brignac as well as in Hobart. Then to the west of that, another warning here in effect for East Baton Rouge Parish, Iberville, West Baton Rouge. And that's going to be coming up just probably very close to Gardier, Burtville, as well as Brusley. Then northwest of that, yet another tornado warning, and that for Iberville and Pointe Coupé parishes, and that'll be moving towards Lottie here in the next few minutes. And also want to tell you about a tornado warning that is ongoing in north of Beaumont. That is Tyler County under warning right now, looking at a possible tornado moving towards Route 287 there, and that's coming into Chester and Barnes and Camden. There is now a tornado watch in effect for most of Louisiana as well as East Texas, and that is going until 9 o'clock tonight. That among the many threats that we're concerned about. But the number one killer in hurricanes is storm surge. Half of all fatalities associated with hurricanes occur because of storm surge, and we are looking at the potential for a massive storm surge along the coast. Already we're seeing water level rises, but we're looking at maybe 10 to 15 to 20 feet of surge, and we want to show you what that looks like well inland into Lake Charles. This is actually a full 30 miles away from the Gulf Coast. And this is a model showing you the reasonable worst case scenario for flooding here, storm surge flooding. And this is probably going to be worse than what we saw with Rita. So let's drop on down and show you some of these locations. First of all, we'll go down into the National Weather Service and show you that the National Weather Service that's located in Lake Charles, they have actually vacated the office. They have left the office completely and letting Brownsville take over operations. That's the National Weather Service office right there. There's the NEXRAD Doppler radar, and you can see the storm surge potentially up to 6 to 9 feet surrounding that Weather Service office. Then we'll take you farther north and look at a couple of casinos here. I believe the Golden Nugget Casino, and that is right on the water there, and you see a widespread area of 6 to 9 feet of surge and even over 9 feet in some areas. So, I mean, the only thing you could do in a case like that would be to evacuate vertically. That'd be your only chance at surviving that level of surge. Then we'll take you farther north and get up towards downtown. We look at a residential area here. Look at that. That is a widespread area of over 9 feet of surge. And remember, as this is happening, we're going to be looking at exceptionally strong wind coming in, gusting over 100 miles per hour for several hours overnight tonight. So, Julie, our fear here is that this is going to be a devastating storm for Lake Charles, maybe the worst storm that they have ever seen.
History making. Yeah. Absolutely, Carl. Thank you. And we take a look at the winds, as Carl was mentioning, a long period of winds in excess of 100 miles per hour starting maybe around midnight tonight, lasting through the early morning hours here. 8 to 12 inches of rainfall on top of 6 to 9 feet of storm surge for you here in Lake Charles, and it is a grim forecast. So we look at the future radar with the bands moving in throughout the afternoon and this evening. The winds will continue to pick up along with that. And then right here we go around midnight. There's the eye of the hurricane, and there we have some of the really strong winds pushing onshore along with that onshore push of water as well, that wall of water that's going to be coming in here to Louisiana. Coming across I-10 for that matter, we're still looking at portions of I-10 being underwater as a result of Laura. We're clearing things out by the time we get into tomorrow night. But boy, it is going to be quite an event. Again, one for the record books, very likely. Here in Beaumont, also looking at winds maybe gusting in excess of 60 miles per hour starting later on tonight into the overnight hours, early morning, maybe 5 to 8 inches of rain there in Beaumont for you. And the rain just adding to the misery here. We've got the storm surge to worry about, the winds, and then maybe a foot of rain coming in with Laura as well in places like Lake Charles, but really 5 to 8 inches all the way up through Shreveport, maybe even as far north as Little Rock, where we've already picked up a lot of rain so far this year. So again, the flooding is going to be an ongoing threat, flash flooding, because this is going to come in relatively quickly here with the system and just dump the rain in places like Lake Charles. So Galveston, another area where we're looking at potentials impacts from Laura. I want to get back on now to Reynolds, though, and Reynolds quiet there now, but boy, I know they are preparing.
Oh, they certainly are. I mean, they've got great memories here. They remember what happened when the Harvey came through, causing widespread damage, some flooding. And I think we're going to see possibly the same, maybe even worse in terms of the ferocity of those winds kicking up. We're talking a major hurricane, folks. For continued coverage, you're going to want to keep it here at the Weather Channel. As Carl Parker mentioned, we think about these landfalling tropical systems and what can come with them. You've got the flooding, you've got the wind damage, but remember, you can often have tornadic activity. Already we've got some tornado warnings that are on for parts of the coast. We may see more of that as we roll forward. We're about to roll a commercial break, but coverage continues after these messages. We'll see you in just a few moments. Let's leave you a shot of the bayou.
Start your day with Secret. Secret stops sweat 3 times more than ordinary antiperspirants. With Secret, you're unstoppable. No sweat. Try it and love it or get your money back. Secret.
No sweat.
Ta-da! Did you know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
I should get a quote.
Do it.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Some things are big, others are huge. It's Empire Today's half-price sale. Get $2,400 of flooring for $1,200, $5,200 for an amazing $2,600. That's half the price of your entire purchase. Shop for carpet, hardwood, vinyl, and laminate right from home and have it professionally installed. Don't miss Empire's half-price sale. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today. With Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh, it's not just a sandwich. Far from it. It's a reason to come together. It's a taste of something good. A taste we could all use right now. So let's make the most of it and make every sandwich count with Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh.
Smooth dark chocolate, refreshing peppermint. Enter York mode.
Rich chocolate candy and creamy caramel.
That's how you roll!
When you have depression, it can plunge you into deep, dark lows and can leave you feeling extremely sad and disinterested. Overwhelmed by bipolar depression? Ask about Vraylar. Not all types of depression should be treated the same. Vraylar effectively helps relieve all symptoms of bipolar depression with just 1 pill once a day. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Metabolic changes may occur. Nausea, restlessness, and movement dysfunction are common side effects. When bipolar depression overwhelms, ask how Vraylar can help.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
When you've got auto glass damage, Safe Light can come to you.
And you'll get a text when we're on our way. Just leave your keys on the dash, and we'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service.
Schedule at safelight.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Target's same-day delivery. Contactless delivery right to your door, designed for your day, so you can work out, join in, and game on. Just download the Target app and try it today.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. We are tracking this massive system. It goes by the name of Laura. And just a matter of days ago, this was just a tropical storm, but now it's a major hurricane. It is barreling down on both the Texas and Louisiana coastline, could affect millions of Americans, and possibly could have some catastrophic conditions and loss of life. I'm Reynolds Wolf, and we've got a lot to share with you folks in terms of information. A full crew assembled at the Weather Channel. We've got people behind the scenes. We've got people that are out in the field, people in our studios. That includes Julie Martin. We have got Justin Michaels. He's going to be with us along shortly, reporting from Shreveport, and Carl Parker with the very latest as we unpack what the system is going to do. From our vantage point where we happen to be here, we are just to the southwest, actually, of downtown Beaumont. You see part of the I-10 corridor right now, traffic moving along just fine, but it's that atmospheric traffic that gives the biggest concern, that, of course, being Laurel. Let's send it back into the studio with Carl for the very latest in terms of the nuts and bolts of this massive system. Carl, back to you.
Well, Reynolds, latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. We're still holding at 140 miles per hour. This is an extraordinarily dangerous hurricane. We've actually never seen a Category 4 making landfall in southwest Louisiana. That has not been in the books. And you're talking about a situation that may be really outside of your experience if you're from that area. This is very much on par with Rita, but could be worse in many respects. And again, an extremely dangerous storm in terms of storm surge and wind coming in, we think, later tonight. There you see the portrait of a monster. That's what a monster looks like on visible satellite imagery. Very, very well-formed eye there in central dense overcast. And when we look at the forecast for the winds, we're going to start to see those tropical storm force winds coming in over the next several hours. Then the hurricane force winds moving in tonight, and they'll continue to move up into Lake Charles, winds gusting well over 100 miles per hour in Lake Charles. And we may see that edging into Beaumont as well. Certainly hurricane force winds there. That then coming up the Sabine River and making its way towards Shreveport into tomorrow morning. This is going to be a wind threat and a rain threat well inland, so something to certainly keep in mind, and a surge threat well inland. Already we're seeing some water level rises along the coast, but the surge in this case is going to be catastrophic in some areas of the Louisiana coastline, and not just along the coast, penetrating well inland. This could be among the worst flooding that we have ever seen there in Lake Charles. We'll zoom into Lake Charles. You think about Rita, this could be worse than what we saw with Rita. You could go back to 1913. That is the flood of record. This may top that. You look at the area around Lake Charles here, and just about all of it showing some potential for inundation. This is the reasonable worst case scenario from the National Hurricane Center. I would not want to be in Lake Charles tonight with that level of flooding coming in and with that level of wind coming in. It's going to be extremely dangerous in Lake Charles. We're getting a really good view of the storm on radar now. You can very clearly see the eye wall, and looking at the velocity data, we see winds of 136 miles per hour in that eye wall. That's way off the ground. That's up at about 20,000 feet, but that's the most dangerous part of the storm, that ring of storms around the eye, and that's what's going to be coming in later tonight and into the overnight hours. Winds already gusting to a tropical storm force, or nearly so, at Port Fourchon, and there you see the wind forecast. This is for sustained winds, so a large area of 110 plus mile-per-hour winds centered on Lake Charles, but also including Beaumont and Jasper. A lot of pine trees in this area. Those trees are going to be coming down. We're going to be looking at massive power outages, not just there, but well up into northwest Louisiana and into southern Arkansas as well. And then a huge area of very heavy rain. And where that heavy rain is trying to get back out to the Gulf, Reynolds, that is only going to add to the surge values. And that will extend well inland all the way up into Arkansas as well. And you know, Reynolds, that's another part of the story. We've seen so many storms in recent years that have moved slowly. So by the time they get well inland, they're much weaker. But this is one that's really going to be on the move. So, you know, this is going to be a huge deal, you know, hundreds of miles to the north of the coast.
Yeah, Carl, I mean, what is it, I think, when it reaches Shreveport, possibly still a Category 1 hurricane? That's hard to believe. That seems incomprehensible. But yeah, you're right, Carl. Quick mover. Hey, let's move our way very quickly and show you some of the impacts that we can expect right along the water's edge and how they will be making their way, the present snow and inland, with more damaging threats. Let's go right into it and talk about it. We've got, in terms of the colors do mean things. You'll notice that the strongest gusts in Beaumont really begin to pick up as we go into the late night hours into the early morning. In terms of wind gusts, about 60 miles per hour or even stronger, it's going to be after the midnight hour. But notice in terms of rainfall, and I think that we need to be a little bit loose with the rainfall. We've got anywhere from, say, 5 to 8, but if you've got some bands that have say heavier concentrations of rainfall, it is all in play that we could easily get, say, up to 10 inches, maybe even a foot of rainfall in some spots. And then, of course, you've got the surge that's going to be well inland. Let's continue on and show you let's talk about that surge. You'll notice where you have the pink colors and the various shades of red. That ranges anywhere from 6 to 9, anywhere from 15 to 20 feet in some locations. Any place where you have land making contact with water, you're going to have an altered landscape. Things are going to change in a very, very big way. Now, as Carl was putting so wisely, we're going to have these impacts, the wind potential going up near 100 miles an hour, if not stronger. Well inland, look at this up from Lake Charles to Lafayette to Beaumont, where we happen to be, Jasper, even Shreveport. But then, this is why we always tell people, pay attention to the cone, but also know that these systems have wide arms. They truly do. In the case with this one, you'll have those impacts over in places like Baton Rouge, certainly over to spots like New Orleans, maybe even New Iberia. Even Mississippi could be dealing with some of that. And then notice even into Houston, Huntsville, as far north, we've got the potential of some strong winds. In terms of power outages, we have seen more than a few power crews out and about, and they're waiting on standby. No work yet. But I guarantee you that work is going to be coming, and it is going to be a busy time. Let me show you something very quickly. We're about to go to Carl, but if you look behind me, you'll notice that we've got some features here. Some are man-made and others made by nature, but they share a common purpose, and that is to get this water out to the Gulf of Mexico. But Carl, as you mentioned, we've got, again, a lot of it moving in the opposite direction, possibly over the next several hours. Carl, I want to ask you really quickly, we were chatting just a few days ago. I was in Waveland, Mississippi. We talked about intensification. Now that it is a Category 4, do you see any possibility of this going to a Cat 5? Is that possible? Yeah, it's absolutely possible. I mean, you know, it's not very far away right now. And, you know, when you look at it on the visible satellite picture, and I'll bring that up, you know, this is an incredibly well-formed storm. But you can also notice how the high cloud is fanning out in a lot of different directions here. So that's indicating a really favorable environment aloft. And, you know, so right now there's nothing that is holding it back. The only things that could happen going forward are, one, there could be an eye wall replacement cycle. So sometimes these thunderstorms that are right around the eye will break down and you'll see a new eye developing. And when that happens, that usually causes some weakening. And also there is going to be some increasing wind shear as the storm gets closer to the coast. But at least for now, yes, I don't see anything standing in the way of this thing getting a whole lot stronger, Reynolds. I think we could potentially be talking about a Category 5 at landfall. Carl, for the benefit of those who are just tuning in, and we've got viewers from all over America, they've got some relatives, I'm sure, that live on the Gulf Coast. They've got that big concern. Just a while ago, you mentioned tornadoes. Is that a threat that we're going to also see going well into the evening and overnight hours? Yeah, no doubt about that, because, you know, what we're looking at is a terrific amount of shear that is now coming onshore. There is now a tornado watch in effect. That has just been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. That is going until 9 o'clock tonight. We've already had a whole slew of tornado warnings. And, you know, what's happening here is you've got wind shear across the region. You've got winds that are coming out of the east at the surface in those orange lines, and then coming out of the southeast
aloft, and we're going to see even more of that shear later on tonight. It's going to be even more profound, and so we expect that the tornado threat is going to be ongoing in this region. So, just multiple hazards with this storm going forward. And I want to show you the timing as we move into late tonight. Here you see the eye wall. It's coming into the coast there. So places like Cameron and Holly Beach just being hit super hard by the storm tonight. Those are places where you just do not want to stay. You absolutely do not want to stay in Cameron or Holly Beach. It's just going to be incredibly dangerous. Even Lake Charles, winds gusting well over 100 miles per hour as the eye wall comes in. But also you've got the surge. You've got surge of 6 to 9 feet, maybe more than that in some spots. So your only shot is going to be evacuating vertically in that case and hoping that the structure that you're in holds together in that kind of wind. I would not want to be in Lake Charles tonight, given what is going to be happening there. Here you see the wind forecast. Winds picking up to 125 plus miles per hour. That's the wind gust forecast. That is easily enough to cause major structural damage. That continues through the overnight, even on the underside of the eye wall. It's still going strong at 5 o'clock in the morning. And then we see that strong wind coming up into the northern part of the state. Tomorrow morning, look at that, winds gusting to 100 plus in Natchitoches. Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, that storm hundreds of miles away from the coast because it is such a powerful storm, and it's going to be holding on to that power as it moves up and through northern parts of Louisiana. And the story is not going to end there. It's going to continue even farther north up into Arkansas. There you see the rainfall could be widespread flash flooding. That's only going to add to the surge concerns there in the southern part of Louisiana. Storm surge forecast Lake Charles 6 to 9 feet, might even be higher than that in some spots. And then here you see that strong wind field coming into Little Rock, Arkansas tomorrow evening, 9 o'clock in the evening. So we've still got a wind concern, still could be looking at power outages. Even Friday afternoon, strong winds in Memphis, Tennessee, and that will come across and into central parts of Tennessee going into the weekend. Again, you've got a lot of inertia here. You've got a lot of power that's built up. It's not going to go away quickly, and we'll also be looking at a flash flood threat there in the middle Mississippi Valley. Here you see the forecast going forward. Watch the storm moving up into the mid-Atlantic region may actually pick up a little bit of power there in the mid-Atlantic region. So there is actually some chance that we'll see some tropical storm force winds in parts of the mid-Atlantic region come this weekend. So this storm is going to have a very broad reach over the next several days. And we want to go now to Justin Michaels. He is in Shreveport. And Justin, we've been talking about the fact that, normally you think of a hurricane as being a coastal affair. But the fact of the matter is, if you've got a storm that is strong enough, moving quickly enough, and that is certainly the case in this case, you can get a hurricane hundreds of miles away from the coast.
Well, and that's actually a big problem here in Caddo Parish because they've actually had to keep so much staff here that they would typically send to the coast to help. But they're keeping them all back for fear of what we now believe could absolutely be a Category 1 hurricane hitting in Shreveport, Louisiana. For people here, that is a scary proposition, and chief among them is the sheriff of this parish, Steve Prater. Sheriff, thank you so much for being with us. So as far as Caddo County and the operation here for sandbagging, Shreveport's the biggest city here. You, as the chief law enforcement officer and probably the biggest concern of anybody who lives here, because you have everybody's life to worry about, what is your biggest concern about this storm?
Well, my biggest concern is the fact we're not used to the winds that we're expecting with this. We're used to things like tornadoes, it's a brief, real quick thing that comes through, maybe river flooding, something like that. But we're not used to sustained winds like we're thinking we're going to see, according to the Weather Service. We also have the rain coming in, 4 to 8 inches. We're not used to that. Like I say, we do have some river flooding from time to time, but it's not like we're going to be seeing with this.
Well, the big concern with this storm, and really this for everybody's life, is COVID, the impact of COVID on all of our lives, and that is actually impacting your operations here.
Right, we normally would staff this with inmates that would be, they enjoy getting out and getting to do something, so they're glad to volunteer to come out and help with this, but we can't let them out of the facility because of COVID. And COVID's caused us all a real big problem.
And that actually puts even more stress on these people because not only are they having to do this, but they're going to have to go out after the storm.
That's correct. We'll be using the same ones. They work for the parish of Caddo, and we'll be using them for rescue if we need to or something like that. Of course, they're not with the sheriff's office, but they'll do the other things that the parish might need. For instance, getting trees out of roads and things like that.
And Sheriff, as we go into the overnight, we're expecting the impacts really to start overnight into tomorrow morning and then throughout the day tomorrow. We're coming down to the wire.
Right.
If people are still in the preparation phase, your advice to them?
Right. People are, we're in the preparation phase, but we're looking for it to hit here around 5 o'clock in the morning and be probably 12 hours of wind and rain and then be out of here. Hopefully nothing bad will go wrong here in Caddo Parish, and then we can take our search and rescue teams like we do so often and send them down south and help with the hurricane and rescue down there. That's what we're used to doing. We're not used to actually being in the eye of the storm. We usually get the fringe, but in this particular case, we're going to be in the eye.
Very good. Sheriff Steve Prater, thank you for your time. Caddo Parish here in Louisiana. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So, Julie, you can hear, we always talk about this when it comes to these storms, you know, people helping people. He's already looking forward to sending his crews out to help people along the coast, but they've got to get through this first, and that is a concern for the sheriff. Julie, into you.
It certainly is, but certainly encouraging to hear that they're already looking to help others. So thank you for that, Justin. And we do want to take you through now, look at some of those threats here from Laura, of course, coming in as a formidable hurricane, and then not just there, but really a story or an event that's going to be lasting through the weekend here as it makes its way across perhaps even the Mid-South and into the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. Still packing some gusty winds and some heavy rain. So power outages are inevitable with this storm, very much so. Widespread in purple from Lake Charles up to Alexandria, likely in red here, Shreveport, Texarkana, even as far north as Little Rock and Memphis. Certainly possible because the winds are still going to be packing quite a punch. So here's what you want to do. Make sure your time is very limited right now to get those prescriptions filled, get the cash out of the ATM. Batteries, grab the batteries, your cell phone charger that's portable, and also fully charge up those electronic devices. Get everything as charged as much as possible. Here are some other tips. Don't use candles out there, and stay away from those down power lines. They could be live. We'll be back.
Jake from State Farm. I can't thank you enough for getting me the Serena savings on my insurance. Can I get you 10 free minutes in the broth bath?
Serena, with State Farm, everyone's offered surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, sure. How about a complimentary wet moss wrap?
Here's the deal. These savings are for everyone.
Seriously? She's just jealous.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
When you have diabetes, managing your blood sugar is crucial. Try Boost Glucose Control. The patented blend is clinically shown to help manage blood sugar levels. It provides 60% more protein than the leading diabetes nutrition shake. Try Boost Glucose Control.
Whether you're back in the classroom or learning online, every day is an adventure. That's why part of our daily routine is preparing everyone else for theirs. Hot this afternoon, but we're actually cooling down in the days to come, so we'll be much more comfortable for back to school.
Add variety to your lunchtime routine with Frito-Lay Variety Packs, the convenient and tasty snack you can take with you anytime, anywhere. Frito-Lay Variety Packs, packed with possibilities.
Don't forget your lunch! I'm making pizza on King's Hawaiian mini subs.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea.
If you're balding, thinning, or receding, it's not your fault. Get your real hair back. See results in as little as 4 months with the EXT program from Hair Club. Clinically proven to regrow your hair. Even Forrest Griffin turned to Hair Club.
Hair Club presented me a bunch of personal options that are directly tailored to my needs and my actual head. I wish I'd come in a couple of years ago.
Call or go online for your free consultation, plus a $250 digital gift card toward any qualifying Hair Club program.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit. Sun-Made.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles back to those who can make this summer mean more than ever. We can help you get the most out of those miles during the Ram Labor Day sales event.
Or get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2020 Ram 1500. Go to ram.com to shop and buy today.
Mama, Mama.
Why do I keep falling asleep during the day? What's making me so tired?
Why does it feel like I'm still dreaming when I wake up? What could be causing this?
Hey, Luke, wake up. You fell asleep again.
Why do I always fall asleep on the bus after school? Why am I so tired?
It turns out we're more than tired. We have symptoms of narcolepsy, like the uncontrollable urge to sleep during the day, sudden muscle weakness during laughter or emotions.
Dreamlike hallucinations, or feeling paralyzed when falling asleep or waking up.
Or waking up frequently during the night.
If you or your child has any of these symptoms, it's time to do something about it. I waited too long to take action, but you don't have to. Learn more at morethantired.com. Take the narcolepsy symptom screener now and find a sleep specialist to share your results. Visit morethantired.com today. Don't wait any longer to take action.
This is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 78 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, late night thunderstorms, low 72. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe, high 94. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe, low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
Be ready for impacts well beyond the center of the hurricane.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel of Hurricane Laura. Now, where we happen to be in Beaumont, Texas, it is a scene of adaptation, especially in the form of the canals here that are made by man. It is an adaptation to deal with extreme flooding, so the water has a place to go. That is long term. Now, let me show you short term adaptation. Over here, if you look at this van, this is Ben Traylor, a photojournalist, is actually using this rental car, but if you'll notice the top of it, you see a couple of gallons of fuel, or at least a couple of canisters of fuel. And the reason for that is because up and down much of I-10, everything is closing down. You know why they're closing down? Because people are hightailing it. They're getting out of here. And that certainly is a wise thing, because what is coming on the other side of I-10, well to the south, some 30 miles where we find water, we've got a massive system. It's the most powerful storm on our planet. It has a name, that name being Laura. Now let's walk up here again one more time. You'll notice that we got these slate gray skies. I fear that they're going to carry a lot more rain as we roll on forward. And something to consider is we're going to see a lot of this go on up. In fact, we could get anywhere from 6 to 8, maybe even as much as a foot of rainfall that is going to be coming down. So flooding is not just going to be a if, it's going to be a when. And the when, if you look at the clocks, looks like it's going to be during the late night, overnight hours into the morning. But eventually, the rain's going to stop, the winds are going to die down, but then the other part of the story, the most daunting one of all, is the recovery. Because, Julie, this is going to be real punishment, no question, for millions of people, this massive tropical system. Let's get back to you, Julie.
I'm afraid you're right. All right, Reynolds, thank you for that. Here's what we know about Hurricane Laura right now. Last hour, an 8 p.m. curfew was issued in Chambers County, Texas. Emergency management also warned first responders won't be able to provide aid once winds sustain tropical storm force. And in Houston, the mayor requests all residents avoid travel and shelter in place. Also in Texas, there are 9,000 utility workers ready to respond to power outages and another 6,000 on standby. And Louisiana's governor says the entire Louisiana National Guard has been activated. Parts of northeast Texas still in Laura's cone as it barrels closer to the coast. Nim Kidd joins us now. He is the chief of Texas Emergency Management Agency. And thank you so much for being with us, Nim. I mean, right now it is just an unprecedented situation. You've got COVID you're dealing with there in East Texas, and then now Laura. So how do you deal with that?
But Julie, first and foremost, our priority is the life safety of all Texans. And that's why we started well over last weekend trying to make sure that there was enough assets for evacuation. Today, right now, we still have over 300 buses in Ford Park at Beaumont that are waiting for people to evacuate with. Now, we'll start moving those assets back, as you mentioned earlier, because the tropical storm force winds and it'll be too dangerous for them. But we know Texans still, in this storm's path, still have a few more minutes in order to try to evacuate. We have plenty of hotel rooms and safe places to stay in San Antonio and Austin and in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. And you asked a little bit about the COVID environment. Listen, if a family has been living together in a house and they're traveling together and they're going to go into a hotel together, they're much safer in San Antonio, Austin, or in Dallas-Fort Worth than they are in the path of this dangerous storm.
Absolutely right. Now, you mentioned the bus situation. How has that changed in terms of COVID?
And normally we can put about 50 people on a passenger bus, and we're doing somewhere between 15 and 20 now, depending on family size and how many family groups together. So personal protective equipment is provided on the buses. We're trying to provide adequate safe space to keep kind of 6 feet social distancing that are out there. But we've got plenty of buses to be able to move people. And then the same thing will happen. If you go on a bus, we are going to bring you back on a bus. So people don't need to worry about being stranded away from their home. We want people as safe as possible, and we will return them into the area as soon as it is safe to do so.
And where will you be taking them? Will they be going to hotels?
So right now in San Antonio, we just opened up another 1,000 hotel rooms. The city of Austin, great partners too, has been very generous as their hotel rooms have started to load balance out. We're opening up the convention center, and then we'll be moving people into hotel rooms. And there's still only about 40% occupancy rating in the Dallas-Fort Worth area for hotels, so 60% of those hotel rooms are vacant. We have plenty of safe places for people to go right now.
How would you say the response has been in terms of evacuation? Are people maybe more fearful to do that because of COVID?
Well, I want to thank our local elected officials. In Texas, our mayors and county judges, the chief executives, are the one responsible for mandating evacuations under our state law. And our mayors and judges got out on this very early. Now, we do know that some people have chosen to stay home, and for whatever reason they've chosen to stay home, we have a large amount of search and rescue assets that will be available. Unfortunately, that's going to be after about a 12 or 14-hour period of very high winds, very high surge. And so we have a few hours left to effect evacuation before we have to turn into rescue.
All right, Nim Kidd there with the Texas EMA. Thank you so much. I know you have your work cut out for you in the coming days, and hopefully everyone will be heeding those evacuation alerts and getting out now so that their job is a little bit easier. You can get the latest on Sirius XM 721.
11 days on the open seas. Still no sign of the world's mightiest predator. So we're attempting to coerce a visit. With Devour white cheddar mac and cheese with bacon. Oh, that looks good. Astounding.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
I'm Greg. I'm 68 years old. I do motivational speaking in addition to the substitute teaching. I honestly feel that that's my calling, to give back to younger people. I think most adults will start realizing that they don't recall things as quickly as they used to, or they don't remember things as vividly as they once did. I've been taking Prevagen for about 3 years now. People say to me periodically, man, you got a memory like an elephant. It's really, really helped me tremendously.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life. We asked our customers, what do you like most about Consumer Cellular?
Definitely, it's a great value.
The great customer service.
There are no contracts.
The price, the plans. You can get talk, text, and data for just $20 a month from Consumer Cellular.
You can have more data, you can have less data, you can have more minutes, you can have less minutes. It's flexible, and it fits my lifestyle.
I can change my plan whenever I want to. Our flexible plans save you money. The average customer pays less than $25 a month for everything they need.
By moving to Consumer Cellular, my cost is 50% less than it was.
Consumer Cellular provides the same reliable nationwide coverage as bigger carriers for less. And AARP members get exclusive discounts.
Customer service is just excellent.
Consumer Cellular has received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service again.
Consumer Cellular fits me perfectly.
Switch today, and for a limited time, get your first month of service free. Call 1-800-485-8390. Go online or find us at Target.
Don't forget your lunch. I'm making pizza on King's Hawaiian mini subs.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Look, Limu! Someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need. False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
You clean dishes as you cook to save time and stay ahead of the mess. But scrubbing still takes time. Now there's Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray, the faster, easier way to clean as you go. It cleans grease 5 times faster. On easy messes, just spray, wipe, and rinse. On tough messes, the spray-activated suds cut through grease on contact without water. Just wipe and rinse. Get dishes done faster. Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. Spray, wipe, rinse.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I didn't think I was going to make it here. I'm paralyzed from the waist down and nobody was coming to get me. I had to travel on the road from my house to one of the recreation in my seat because there was nowhere I could go. I just left and took it to faith. I barely made it.
The fear is palpable, and the feeling and the fear that she has is felt by so many people across parts of Texas and Louisiana and points farther north. It's tough. We pass along the order for people to evacuate, but the thing you got to remember, though, is for a lot of these people, that home is all they know. But still evacuating, that's the right thing to do, no question about it. One of the big problems we have here in Beaumont is what happened roughly 3 years ago when it came to Harvey. There was widespread flooding. You may be able to hear parts of I-10 right here behind me, and parts of I-10, guess what, is obstructed by that rising water. And question is that people have, it's a good one, could it happen again? Dave Malkoff seeks the answer.
The evacuation of Beaumont, Texas is underway. People starting to leave with their pets and their families, going to places like San Antonio, Austin, and other places that won't flood like Beaumont did just 11 months ago in Imelda and also during Harvey. Let me show you some video of what it looked like. These are air rescues during Harvey with the Customs and Border Protection air and marine operations, pulling people off of roofs and setting them down at local high school football fields. That is not what the fire department wants to see happen again, but they're afraid that's what we're in for this time around again.
COVID has a big factor, I believe, and some people just are saying, hey, we're just going to ride the storm out.
Is that going to be a problem for the rescue and swift water and all that later on?
If that is the case, yes. The people are not leaving, and then if the storm hits, then yeah, we'll have to deal with that after the fact.
What the urban search and rescue teams will not be able to do in the middle of hurricane force winds, rain, and storm surge is those rescue operations. Those will take place after the storm, pulling people out of homes where they decided to ride it out. In Beaumont, Texas, I'm Dave Malkoff, the Weather Channel.
You know, it's timeless when you think about it. As long as there have been sun, there has been land, and there's been water, we've had tropical systems, be them depressions, tropical storms, or even hurricanes. And now, of course, we've got a major hurricane on our hands. We chatted with Carl Parker a while ago and asked Carl, is there a potential that we could see the strengthen even a bit more, maybe a Category 5? Could it happen? And his answer was absolutely that it could. One thing, it does seem like it's going to be a sure bet, not a maybe, but, well, it will happen. Will be some flooding. Question is, how much are we going to see? Where we happen to be, for now, the forecast holds anywhere from 6 to 8 inches of rainfall. But the thing consider is if this slows down just a little bit, we could see more of it, especially if you've got some of those bands that move on shore and you've got more of that concentrated moisture. It's completely within the realm of possibility that you could have a foot or more of rain in some locations. So vigilance is key. Evacuating, if you are given the order, is certainly the right thing to do. Let's make our way back over to Carl Parker. And Carl, let's see, I know we're going to see really a pivot point as we make our way over the next several hours. More clouds, more wind, more problems, more surge. How strong do you think this could be? For the benefit of our viewers who might be tuning in, still thinking that it could be potentially a Category 1 hurricane by the time it reaches Shreveport, which is well inland?
Yeah, I think so. You know, the thing about this is it's going to be such a strong storm and it's moving along so quickly. So, yes, there could very much be a Category 1 storm coming into Shreveport. That would be tomorrow morning, by the way. And so here you're looking at the latest from the Hurricane Center, 140-mile-per-hour storm. We've got a full forecast update coming up at 5 p.m. from the Hurricane Center. You look at this thing in the visible satellite imagery, you just don't see very many storms that look like this. That is the portrait of a monster right there. And this storm coming in tonight, we expect that the tropical storm force winds are really going to start to come on board over the next several hours. Those hurricane force winds in red there moving in later tonight and then continuing to press in to Lake Charles and southwest Louisiana, going through the overnight hours and then moving right up the Sabine River and into tomorrow morning. Very large area of tropical storm force winds extending out 175 miles from the center. And that is piling up the water already. That is going to be the huge worry here. Half of all the deaths caused by tropical systems are caused by storm surge flooding. And so please, folks, please listen to local officials if they tell you to get out. I mean, these values here are 6 to 9 feet of storm surge flooding 30 miles away from the coastland, from the coast rather. And in Lake Charles, we expect that there could be widespread storm surge flooding along with a terrific amount of wind coming in. It is going to be an absolutely hellish night in Lake Charles, Louisiana. We're getting a good look at the storm on radar right now. It's showing up very well in Doppler radar. Apparently tops out at 142. And if you sample this entire area in there, it all comes up as 142, which tells me that the values are even higher than that. And so it is, yes, possible that we are closing in on a Category 5 hurricane here. We'll have much more coming up.
What getting fueled with one protein feels like. What getting fueled with 3 energy-packed proteins feels like. Meat, cheese, and nuts. P3, because 3 is better than 1.
All right, everybody, I'm making sandwiches. On King's Hawaiian bread.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea.
It's about the humans. These humans, those humans, groovin' and golden. It's about getting more than health insurance and a partner who listens and acts. Humana calls it human care. It's talking to a doctor from your couch or helping you find a cheaper prescription before you ask. It's helping you fix the rugs so you don't fall and keeping you social, online or off. It's getting to know you so you can be your healthiest. That's our superpower. That's human care from Humana.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Discover new worlds. Discover what's good. Pantene Nutrient Blends.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
Hey, allergy muddlers.
It's here.
Do your sneezes turn heads? Try Zyrtec. It starts working hard at hour 1 and works twice as hard when you take it again the next day. Zyrtec, muddle no more.
We know to wash our hands. Here's a reminder from Cetaphil to wash your face, too. Dermatologist recommended Cetaphil washes away germs in 20 seconds and leaves skin moisturized and healthy. Show your sensitive skin some love with Cetaphil.
Try Drive Up at Target. Contactless delivery right to your car, designed for your day. Your moves. Your style. Your taste. So quick and easy. Just download the Target app today.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
I wish I could shake your hand.
Granted. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Delivering.
Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery. To your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
And welcome back to continued coverage of the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. And yeah, we are talking about Hurricane Laura. For the time being here, we've got some skies that are kind of shifty, so to speak. We've got some scattered clouds here or there, but if you weren't following the forecast, you just might think this is just a day in late August with a faint breeze here or there and every now and then an occasional shower. But we've got major changes that are on the way. Our point, our location, is roughly 30 miles from the waters of the Gulf of Mexico. We're about 85 miles just due east of Houston for the time being, but it's that system to our south that's going to come approaching, and as it does, it's going to bring a lot of trouble with it. We're talking about the potentially deadly system, folks. Major hurricane that could actually intensify to a Category 5 storm before it makes its way on shores, which is expected to later on tonight into tomorrow, and then it's going to barrel its way up towards Shreveport. But the thing to remember, though, folks, this is an expansive system. It truly is. So it'll be affecting people, again, far to the east and far to the west. You know, one place that was certainly affected was in, well, one community. I've got a community for you in Louisiana, a great town, Cameron, Louisiana, that has certainly dealt with some rough weather in the past. Robert Ray files this report on how they remember the past and hope for better times in the future. Take a listen.
These are the first outer bands coming into the state of Louisiana from Hurricane Laura as they twist in. I'm in Cameron Parish, right here on the Gulf of Mexico, where all roads have stopped. The police have created a boundary. They will not allow anyone down to the coast because of the incredible storm surge expected and water already starting to pool right now. Now, the city of Cameron, or the town of Cameron, got hit incredibly hard by Hurricane Rita in 2005. In fact, lost about 80% of its residents. They left after that, didn't come back, so only about 200 people. But this storm surge is unsurvivable. Also, you can see behind me livestock. This is an agricultural area. Many of the farmers around here very concerned about how much water will actually come in from the Gulf of Mexico and whether or not their animals will survive. But the police have set up roadblocks. They're not allowing anyone down to the coast. In fact, the closest you can get about this afternoon is 25 miles, and the Sheriff's Department tells me that very, very soon they're going to actually evacuate themselves, head north to the Lake Charles area, or even past that, because it's just not going to be safe when this major hurricane comes ashore later this evening. But incredible. People here are hunkered down. Almost all the gas stations are shut. The stores are boarded up, and the system is about to get heavy.
Yeah, when you think about the Gulf of Mexico is about 300 million years old, and it is almost impossible to find a point from deep South Texas clear over to the Florida Panhandle, even in South Florida, that has not been affected by a tropical system at some point. But the thing to remember is not something where these stories begin or end at the water's edge. You can have problems far inland. Places like Shreveport, Louisiana, certainly one of those that could potentially be dealing with a Category 1 hurricane. Let's bring in Justin Michaels, our national correspondent, if we can, for a moment. And Justin, the interesting thing to note is that if this were a slow-moving storm, say, for example, like a Harvey, which basically stalled out over parts of Houston and dumped incredible amounts of rainfall, this one a quick mover, and because of that momentum, could still, as we mentioned, be a Category 1 hurricane by the time it reaches Shreveport. Unbelievable.
Well, Reynolds, to hear that, and then to hear you and also storm expert Carl Parker, both of you extraordinarily talented meteorologists, say that we're flirting with the potential of the storm turning into a Cat 5 hurricane, that sends chills up and down my spine. And God be with anybody who decided to stay along the coast, because we're hearing about the potential for storm surge 9, 10, 11, 12 feet above normally dry ground. The good news is here in Shreveport, Louisiana, we're not expecting that, but we are expecting the potential for a Category 1 hurricane. And what's interesting, this far ahead of the storm, on the northernmost edge where we are right now, do you see these clouds? They are bringing in, and as you can see from the ground, some pretty intense rain has come through, and it's the very, 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 very northernmost edge of some scattered rain showers, some bursts of rain coming from Hurricane Laura, already impacting us here in Shreveport, Louisiana, ever so slightly. So, folks, time is waning. And that's why we have this line of traffic that extends back for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cars. And they're here right now in Shreveport, Louisiana, working hard to try to get themselves some sandbags. They can pick up 20, 40-pound sandbags at a time. At this one station, we know the city of Shreveport is also doing that. We're out in Caddo Parish right now. They're doing it. There are stations all over the place offering people these free sandbags in limited amounts, doing whatever they can to try to protect their own properties. And in fact, follow me over here very quickly. We'll stay out of the way of some heavy equipment, but you can see on this front end loader, there's a pallet. Another car is coming in right now, another truck. They're gonna load it up with those 20 sandbags. And what's interesting, people are sitting in these lines for, yesterday's a good guide, is 3 hours people sat in this line. And then what did they do? Some of them actually got to the back of the line to start the process over again to try to get as many sandbags as possible. Folks, the situation is real. Time is waning here in Shreveport, Louisiana to prepare. We know along the coast that time has since passed. The Weather Channel will continue live and continuous around-the-clock coverage of Hurricane Laura as this storm continues to get closer to all of us here on the South.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of the Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product, very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
From kitchens broken in by new chefs to bathrooms sinking battleships, Terminix is committed to keeping pests out, always backed by the Terminix promise to protect your home for all the love it holds.
Real people are realizing there's a better way to mobile.
My carrier probably has a lot of fees I don't even know are there. Basic phone line access, federal universal service charge, I don't even know what that is. Why am I paying these fees?
At Spectrum Mobile, there are no added taxes and fees. What you see is what you pay. $45 a line with our unlimited data plan or $14 a gig with our Buy the Gig plan.
The calculator said that we would save $600 a year. We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $350 a year.
$650 a year.
It's true. Most customers who use our calculator find they could save hundreds every year. Don't wait. Find your savings at SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115 and get it all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts.
I'm ready to switch.
Get more for less with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Plus, get the flexibility to mix and match plans. Visit a Spectrum store. Go to SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115.
Unbelievable, this is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 78 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, late night thunderstorms, low 72. Chance of rain, 40%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe, high 94. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe, low 77. Chance of rain, 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We're evacuating. This storm is going to come overnight tonight.
We have multiple large-scale evacuation centers.
That you are in the pathway of that storm and you have not yet evacuated, please do so.
From about 7 p.m. tonight until about 9 a.m. in the morning, it will be a little bit of a lockdown time period for the ability of rescuers and aiders to get in and to provide support.
And we are awaiting the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center on this incredibly dangerous storm. Now a Category 4 hurricane as of the 3 o'clock central advisory, new advisory, and a full forecast package coming out at any moment. 140 mile per hour wind, Category 4 hurricane by the looks of it, from the satellite look alone here and the satellite estimates, it looks like we may indeed have a storm that is even getting a little bit stronger than that. There's not a plane out there now, but there will be later, and you can see from looking at this visible imagery that it is an incredibly well-formed storm, an incredibly dangerous storm, and this is the forecast for the winds here. The winds coming onshore, the tropical storm force winds coming onshore in very short order. So over the next few hours, it's going to get a whole lot windier along the coast in Louisiana. Then we're going to watch those hurricane force winds moving onshore later tonight, and they'll continue to move up into the Sabine River, Jefferson County there, and then also Vermilion Parish and Calcasieu Parish, and then into Lake Charles. Lake Charles is going to be most likely devastated by this storm. We're talking about winds gusting well over 100 miles per hour and an incredible storm surge reaching well inland. I'm going to show you that in a moment. And we may be looking at a hurricane all the way up to Shreveport, Louisiana. That is the storm surge forecast. This is an incredibly surge vulnerable part of the coastline in southwest Louisiana. So we're talking about 15, maybe 20 feet of surge on the high end, and not just at the coast. I mean, it's going to be devastating in places like Cameron, Louisiana, but in Lake Charles, which is 30 miles away from the coast, I mean, look at this. This is the reasonable worst case scenario there, and you're talking about widespread areas of 3 to 6 or 6 to 9 feet of storm surge. It's going to be an awful night there in Lake Charles, most likely. Hurricane warnings extending well to the north up through the Piney Woods, up the Sabine River. Here is a model forecast showing you those strong winds picking up to 90 plus miles per hour in Lake Charles by midnight, 125 plus miles per hour. That's easily enough to cause some very serious structural damage, widespread power outages, still going at 100 plus miles per hour, 5 o'clock in the morning. And you see the winds picking up in Alexandria, and then going into tomorrow morning, much stronger wind there. Look at that, Shreveport gusting 90 plus miles per hour at 11 o'clock in the morning. So because this thing is so strong, because it's going to be moving rapidly, it's not going to spin down quickly, it's going to bring all that wind energy well inland. And we're also looking at a very serious rainfall threat here. And we're talking about as much as 5 to 8 inches over a huge area of western parts of Louisiana. We do have the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center, now a 145 mile per hour storm. And so this is just 10 miles per hour away from being a Category 5. It's inching closer towards Category 5 territory there. A solid, strong Category 4 storm now moving northwest at 15 miles per hour. And I want to take a look also at what we're going to see in terms of some impacts farther down the road. We expect to see that excessive rain fall threat extending well up into Arkansas. That's going to be going for quite some time with the core of that storm. And then also wind threat coming into places like Little Rock, Arkansas into tomorrow evening, and then even into Memphis, Tennessee by the time we go into the middle of the day on Friday. So again, it's going to take some time for this storm to wind down because it is such a strong storm. Now, here we see the forecast, and look at this. This is the brand new forecast package from the National Hurricane Center, and look at that right there. They are forecasting a 150 mile per hour storm coming into the coastline, and so that is just 6 miles per hour shy of being a Category 5 hurricane. We have never seen a storm that strong coming into southwestern parts of Louisiana. We've never seen a Cat 4, let alone a very strong Cat 4 and very nearly a Cat 5. And again, you're talking about an absolutely enormous threat from storm surge flooding. So please, folks, if local officials ask you to evacuate, you've got to take them seriously. Don't use your past experience as a frame of reference in this case, because it may not be relevant. This could be far worse than anything that we have seen in this part of the coastline. We're going to continue our coverage of this extraordinarily dangerous storm. Mike Bettis ahead in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
Here's to the doers. To all the people who realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Are you ready to do more with less asthma? Talk to your asthma specialist about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
Now you can make any morning of the week feel like the weekend with Jimmy Dean Simple Scrambles, made fresh with 2 real eggs, sausage, and cheese, and ready in seconds.
Why don't you put a Sunday morning shine on tomorrow morning's breakfast?
We got a Subaru to give him some adventure, to reconnect and be together. And once we did that, we realized his greatest adventure is just beginning.
Welcome to the most adventurous Outback ever. The all-new 2020 Subaru Outback. Go where love takes you.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Some things are big, others are huge. It's Empire Today's half-price sale. Get $2,400 of flooring for $1,200, $5,200 for an amazing $2,600. That's half the price of your entire purchase. Shop for carpet, hardwood, vinyl, and laminate right from home and have it professionally installed. Don't miss Empire's half-price sale. Schedule now.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today. It is go time here in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Welcome into our continuing round-the-clock coverage, guys. This is the beginning of a very long and dangerous night ahead. It's still quiet for the most part, but now you need to be at your safe place. You need to be off the roads, and the worst of the weather is just hours away. We're talking catastrophic, and in some cases, when we specifically talk about the storm surge, unsurvivable, especially in communities like Holly Beach, Cameron, and areas right on the shore. But even here in Lake Charles, guys, we could have historic water level rise, and that will put everything that you see here behind me underwater. We're going to break everything down. We're going to forecast everything out, and of course, we're going to keep you most up to date with everything as we ride this together. For people who have evacuated, you can continue to keep it right here at the Weather Channel to see how things are changing and evolving in your communities in real time. That's what we're continuing to monitor. Of course, 140-mile-per-hour storm. That was the last update I've gotten, but we've got the latest update in. So with that, I want to bring in Mike Bettis for the 5 o'clock update Eastern time with the latest here with Hurricane Laura. Mike.
All right, thank you so much for that, Chris. New advisory pegs the winds at 145 miles per hour, Category 4, and a strong Category 4 hurricane. And the one concerning thing here is the pressure continues to drop as the wind speeds continue to climb here. Pressure now down to 947 millibars. So as the pressure drops, the storm is strengthening, and that's a bad sign. It is now approaching the coastline here. Moving northwest at 15 miles per hour, you can see a very well-formed eye at this point, and a tremendous amount of storm surge will happen on the right front quadrant of this system. But it's 145 mile per hour winds. We're talking about very destructive winds that will accompany this. That goes well inland, unfortunately. Right now, 155 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana, and we think devastating consequences could come as a result of what this hurricane is doing. Truly an unprecedented hurricane. Only 4 hurricanes of Category 3 status or higher have ever struck this part of the coastline. This one is a Category 4. Rita was the strongest. Winds at 115 miles per hour. This already has winds that are 30 miles per hour stronger than that, and forecast to go higher. At landfall now, the Hurricane Center says the winds will be as high as 150 miles per hour. That truly will be devastating, but could hold on to hurricane strength all the way up towards, say, a Shreveport, Louisiana, then picked up by strong westerly winds and pushed into the Tennessee Valley, the Ohio Valley, and right into the Northeast. It'll be with us through, we think, the weekend. There's another look at the eye. It is incredible to witness here, folks. This is a true monster. A ton of thunderstorms around it, a very circular shape to it right now. So a well-formed storm, and I would argue even what it is right now is stronger than it was earlier. When you take a look at how the thunderstorms are really starting to surround it on all sides, you're starting to get storms that were on the south side, the north side, the east side, the west side. They're all around it at this point, which means we have an incredibly powerful, incredibly well-formed storm that's not giving up anytime soon. I don't even see an eye wall replacement cycle happening right now. If that were to happen, the storm would actually weaken some, but the wind field would spread out. Not even seeing signs of an eye wall replacement happening. And when you look at the visible satellite, my goodness, you can look all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico through that eye. All the dark you see in there is the surface of the water, but the spiraling of that is truly astounding. The thunderstorms all around it, an incredibly well-formed storm, and you can even see some thunderstorms really starting to build on the inner eye wall of this storm. So it's a very potent storm that is still strengthening. There's a look at the radar. On the radar, you can pick out the eye very clearly here, but on the extreme outer bands, that's where we're dealing with severe weather as well, tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. But back down to that eye, again, you look at it on the radar, you can see how the thunderstorms are really surrounding it now. The only open area, if there is, it's just a void of thunderstorms, but it's not really exposed, is down to the south. So all the action, the really intense stuff, is going to be within that kind of, I'd say, almost 270 degrees, if you will, of thunderstorms around the northern, eastern, and western eye walls here. Right now, South Marsh, we're looking at 56-mile-per-hour gusts. Lake Charles, just breezy for us right now. Same for us in Lafayette, Patterson, and Houma. Just breezy at the current time. Things will go down quickly as we go through the night, Alex. And after sunset, it gets downright scary.
Yeah, you know, we looked at this storm a couple days ago and thought this could happen, didn't want it to happen, but unfortunately it's strengthening just as anticipated. All right, I want to get you caught up on what we know right now. 3,000 Louisiana National Guard members, they've been activated ahead of the storm. FEMA has teams pre-staged across Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi, including urban search and rescue, high water vehicle teams, and power crews. Widespread power outages are expected as Laura moves onshore. Texas has 15,000 power crew members ready to go to help restore power after the storm. Officials are urging people to have enough supplies for every member of your household for at least 3 days. And in other communities, Chris Bruin mentioned some of them off the top of the show. Holly Beach, Cameron, they want you to just get out. Chris Bruin, you are live in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where the National Weather Service office has moved to safer ground, and they've got the Brownsville office taken over.
Yeah, and that's so crucial because they've got such important information that they want to continue to get out. If they stay in Lake Charles, they're not going to have power. They're not going to be able to get that crucial information out. So they are essentially passing the baton to Brownsville, where we know Brownsville is safe, and they'll be able to get all that information and keep up with it. A lot of surveys are going out with the USGS service to keep an eye on flood gauges all around coastal Louisiana. So it's going to be very interesting to monitor those. And we've got just footage and resources all across coastal Louisiana and eastern Texas to monitor as Laura approaches landfall. Let's talk about where we're at right now. Winds steadily starting to pick up. You can see on the trees here, we've had one outer band that came through about an hour and a half ago. It produced some pretty gusty winds, very heavy rainfall, and quite a bit of lightning. Now, the lightning and rain, for the most part, that has subsided, and we're in this little bit of a dry slot. Winds, though, are going to steadily start picking up over the hours, and then as the outer cores start to come in, that's when we start seeing those sustained tropical force winds. That's when power outages will be, and keep in mind that's going to be happening here, I would say, in likely 3 to 4 hours or less. So people, I think, woke up this morning and saw a major hurricane. They frantically packed up their bags, boarded up their homes, and left town. And thankfully, we had a nice window of opportunity to do it. So there are some people who were on the fence of leaving this morning. They woke up and changed their mind. They are out of town. Take a listen to how Louisiana National Guard is helping folks get to safer ground.
What happens is the local transportation, the local buses will go around to their designated stops and a few shelters, bring the Calcasieu Parish residents here to Burton Coliseum. We register them through DCFS and get them on a bus, and they'll go to pre-designated places around the state just to get them to safety.
Okay, you heard them. And I being around the town myself, it really is a somber feeling. Mike, you know, it's a beautiful community. There are huge old oak trees, beautiful homes, great community, local shops and businesses. Of course, it's sad to know that a lot of this is likely going to look very different when we wake up in the morning. And it's really discouraging to see the forecast for surge. You know, we talk about the surge forecast, which is higher potentially than the record here in Lake Charles. That was set back in 1913. It hit about 13 feet. And at that point, Mike, it flooded half the town. If we were to get to 15.6 feet, just imagine what that could do to a community of over 200,000 people. I would say over half, if not the majority of town, could be absolutely just flooded.
It's going to vary, you know, from one part of town to another, how much you're going to get. Some places will get, you know, 2 or 3 feet, which in its own right is tragic. But then there'll be other places that'll be 9, 10, 12 feet of water rise, if not more in some spots. And I think you made a good point there, Chris. You know, this is such an interesting town because it's industrial, it's residential, it's touristy. I mean, we have casinos there that people will go to visit. I mean, there's so much at stake here in a town like Lake Charles, and what may happen over the course of hours could have long-lasting effects for years.
I will say, Mike, as far as I'm concerned and as far as I've witnessed, people have taken this storm seriously. If they didn't yesterday, they have today. They woke up this morning and seen that major hurricane status, how quickly it intensified, which is what we are calling for in the Gulf. Oftentimes that's the case, right? They are out of town. I can't tell you how many people I drove by that were packing their bags this morning, boarding up, removing any leftovers, and getting out as quick as possible. And thankfully, we had a bit of an opportunity to do so. But now, you're running out of time. It's essentially you need to be at your spot, because once those really stronger winds and steady rains pick up, it's just going to be too difficult. And we can show you the bridge. Very little traffic there, Mike. Just a few cars from time to time. So people, I think, are for the most part where they need to be.
Well, you know, the thing is, we talked on our air with the Department of Homeland Security there in Louisiana earlier, and he said, listen, if you're in Lake Charles right now, go east. Go to Baton Rouge. Get on I-10. Go east. Baton Rouge or New Orleans. You've still got time, and I think we've still got a little bit of time. So if you're watching us right now, you're on the fence. You're like, I could go if I had to. Chris, your advice would be go. Have to, right?
Oh, 100% go. There's really, I don't think, too many traffic issues right now, and you can get out of here, or any of these vulnerable communities before the worst of the weather gets you. But you can't delay. You got to do it now if you're on the fence and you really feel like you need to go.
That's the thing. Do not delay. Chris, thanks so much for the update. More with Chris throughout the next several hours here, leading right up to landfall. Alex, you know, for a lot of folks that are on the fence, as Chris said, let us help you be convinced to go.
Yeah, you know, we've all been through these. Go. It is not going to be a comfortable situation. Get yourself to Lafayette, like you mentioned, Baton Rouge. Take your pets. Then you don't have to worry about anybody. You don't have to worry about your family. You don't have to worry about your safety. You'll be comfortable. More likely than not, you'll have power the farther east you go. All right, right now we're looking at Shreveport, 93 degrees. This is an area that's going to see the very strong winds with Laura. And, of course, we're also watching the severe threat. Tornado watch is out until 9 o'clock local time for portions of East Texas into the state of Louisiana, all the way over towards the New Orleans area. So unfortunately, severe weather, another aspect of the threats that Laura will be bringing as it makes its way onshore. Right now, we've got tornado warnings west of Baton Rouge. So we're watching these outer bands, these extreme outer bands that could provide a tornado. Looking at that area of rotation, it's not a super well defined, but we've at least seen some rotation here just south of New Roads as that lifts off to the north. Actually, there, you can pick it up a little bit better here in the recent scan. So want to get to that lowest level, most interior room. No, a lot of you don't have basements in this part of the country because you just can't the way you've got your ground situated. But lowest level, most interior room. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And that's something we can do now, but that's something else we've got to talk about. The closer you live to the coast, if you're dealing with storm surge and the possible tornado warnings, you can't get to that lowest level because you've got the water threat. Yet another reason to just get out. running out of time, but still not too late to get out of some of these areas. Livingston Parish under a tornado warning. So this is going to cross right over I-10 or I-12 there, right around the Walker area. And again, there's our area of rotation now lifting closer to I-12. So Sarah's moving that to highlight it. You can see that red, a little bit of green in the pixels as well. So that is showing us that area of rotation. This is headed towards Walker, Magnolia, and Central, just a few of the communities in the path of this tornado-warned storm. You can see as we head off towards the east, we've got yet another tornado warning. I anticipate this to be a trend moving forward through the next few hours. This was a confirmed water spout. Now it has moved ashore. St. John the Baptist Parish as well as Tangipahoa Parish. And you can see that area of rotation. This is just to the east of 55, going to continue off to the north and west. So Hammond, Ponchatoula, these are some of the communities in the path of this tornado-warned storm. This is not just a few and far between, and we are going to see more of these tornado warnings as these bands from Laura begin to make their way onshore. And unfortunately, just another threat on the table. So as I mentioned, if you're down near the coast, you've got to deal with that water rise. You could be dealing with tornado warnings. So then you've got a real problem because you can't get to that lowest level, most interior room. Future radar showing some of those storms on the outer bands continuing this evening. Overnight, we expect to be very, very active as the storm continues to move north and even into tomorrow, watching for the threat of some severe weather on the table with still likely Hurricane Laura making that landfall, making its way inland and bringing very heavy rain as well for places as far north as Shreveport, Little Rock, even parts of Tennessee, Mike.
All right, thank you very much for that, Alex. Check in with meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. He is in Beaumont, Texas. You know, you take a look at where this center is going to track right now here, Reynolds. No, right on the Texas or Louisiana state line, maybe even edging a little bit into Louisiana. You think, okay, well, Beaumont, we should be okay. But think about where Beaumont could be in relation to the I's landfall. You could still be within that disk of hurricane force winds. So in Beaumont, even if we may get something like an offshore wind there, the wind itself is going to be extreme and cause destruction.
Oh, there's no question about it. We're getting to a point where we're leaving meteorology in the rearview mirror, and now we're talking about the stuff of nightmares. I mean, it truly is. I mean, we're talking catastrophic conditions. And Mike, as you mentioned, it will be something could be felt inland here in Beaumont, which is about 30 miles from the waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Earlier, we heard from the mayor. Listen to what she had to say.
Once the winds are sustained at 35 miles an hour, our first responders don't roll or they don't respond. They can't because that puts them at risk, and so they're not able to help people post-storm.
Are you worried about rescues?
Well, I am telling people that if they call for emergency vehicle, whether it be fire, police, or EMS, during that sustained 35 mile an hour plus wind, they will not get. We can't go.
Now, Beaumont, it rests about 16 feet above sea level. Farther to the south, you'll find the town of Port Arthur. Port Arthur, only 7 feet above sea level. And the mayor earlier today also minced no words about getting out. Dangerous times, folks, no question about it. You're going to keep it here on the Weather Channel for the very latest on Hurricane Laura. It's all about preparedness. It's all about vigilance. It's all about safety. We'll see you after this.
Don't you just love the look on the kids' faces?
Yeah, that look of pure terror.
No, the smile.
And that second right before the first tear comes.
What?
Pizza on a bagel. We can all agree with that.
Do you want a hug?
Valspar's signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee it.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
And we've upgraded her with a sonic shield.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Little choices make a big difference. Like delicious fruits and veggies. However you're healthy. Naked.
If you experience bladder leaks, you shouldn't have to sacrifice discretion for protection. Try Always Discreet. The unique design features protective leak guards, which help prevent leaks where they happen most, and an absorbent material that turns liquid into gel for up to 100% leak-free protection. The shapewear design provides a close and seamless fit to ensure total discretion. Choose the solution that keeps you drier. Try Always Discreet underwear with the money-back guarantee. Brand power helping you buy better.
Add some resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
Oh, hello. Did you know that Coffee Mate is triple churn and 2 times richer than milk for 1 perfect cup of coffee? How do I know so much about Coffee Mate? I've had a cup or 200. Coffee Mate. Coffee's perfect mate.
This is Richie Vento from Bay Ridge Hyundai. And going on now, it's our list of zeros sales event. 0 down, 0 interest, 0 first month's payments on all new Hyundais in stock, like the Palisades. Hurry in, log on to BayRidgeHyundai.com.
Today, education has a different purpose. Metropolitan College of New York invites you to explore degrees that will prepare you for the new normal. Learn about programs in emergency and disaster management, community health education, healthcare and human services, IT, business, public affairs, and education. Earn an accelerated master's in just 1 year or a bachelor's in less than 3 years at MCNY's Manhattan or Bronx campus. Apply today at mcny.edu.
This is Richie Vento from Bay Ridge Hyundai. And going on now, it's our list of zeros sales event. 0 down, 0 interest, 0 first month's payments on all new Hyundais in stock, like the Palisades. Hurry in, log on to BayRidgeHyundai.com.
Unbelievable, this is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 78 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy with a late night shower or thunderstorm. Low 72. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday, partly cloudy early. Scattered thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 50%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
Be ready for impacts well beyond the center of the hurricane.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
And it is go time, folks. Hurricane Laura, major monster in the north central Gulf, less than 150 miles away from our location right now. All right. So we're mere hours, and winds are steadily picking up. Take a look at the palm trees behind me now. We'll get a gust from time to time. It'll just roar through the resort here that we're staying at, and it'll shift you at times, okay? These are just gusts, so nothing that's really causing much in the way of any structural damage or any power outages at this point. That changes very quickly. If you've never been in a hurricane before, we've talked to several people, they weren't here for Rita. So this is really their first go of things, and this is really going to be scary, especially if you're staying. All right, so if you feel scared or threatened, your window of opportunity is really ending. So kind of stay put or leave now and head east out of harm's way, because Lake Charles is not the spot to be. I want to go back into the studio and let's get a look here at our specifics. When we look at Hurricane Laura, look at this. Look how big this is. This is measuring up there with some of the more notable storms like Katrina as far as size goes, okay? We're nearly 350 miles across, and you can see that taking up the majority here of the northern Gulf of Mexico. And all of that has got to come through Louisiana. And not just at the coast, this is going all the way inland. Let's talk about storm surge, though, because this is unfortunately one of our biggest issues. I mean, 15 to 20 feet. When was the last time we had a forecast that high? I mean, in recent years. I mean, you really have to go back to 2005 hurricane season with Katrina, Mike, bringing you into the conversation. It's crazy how just in the last 24 hours, that forecast has gone from 9 to 13 feet to 15 to 20 feet in some pockets, especially right at the coast. Yeah. But some of those 15-foot surges could get inland on some of the bayous and go all the way up even into places like Lake Charles.
And what this ultimately tells you, Chris, is what the water rise above normally dry land will be. And then we consider what the intense winds will do with the wave action on top of that. And that's what becomes destructive, right? The water will rise, and then on top of that, you'll have these lashing waves, and that's generally what chews everything up and causes the extreme damage that we end up seeing. So the water essentially will be higher even than what the forecast is, and the destruction happens on top, in essence. So but that could happen the entire way. That's the thing. It won't just happen at the peak. The wave action will happen even as the water's coming up. So there'll be a lot of buildings that will be disappearing, unfortunately, here, Chris. So, but thank you so much for the update there, Chris. I want to update people on Lake Charles in particular because, you know, we've got a pretty dire situation that's going to unfold there. You take a look at what the track is, and it comes up right through, you know, the gut here, right towards Sabine River here with the right front quadrant in Louisiana. That's where the high storm surge will be, and you can see where the track ends up taking this. But that storm surge forecast, again, really difficult to watch this. 10 to 20 feet in the light pink and dark pink areas here. Now, I want to take you to Lake Charles in particular, get down to street by street level here and show you what we anticipate when it comes to storm surge in Lake Charles. And remind you, folks, we're talking 30 miles inland here. All right, so this is a storm surge flood inundation map for Lake Charles, Louisiana. It's all color-coded here. Where you see blue, that's up to 3 feet. Where you see 6, that's the yellow. 9 feet, that's the orange. And above 9 feet is in the red. All right, so let's show you what's going on here when we zoom down in on this. I'm going to take you first down to the middle of town, okay, and right down toward the hospital. All around the hospital here is a light yellow color. We're saying here, folks, up to 6 feet of water could inundate the hospital, and it's not raised at all. It's not like it sits up on a little hill or anything like that. It's definitely street level here, and we could be taking on water in the first floor here in the hospital. That could be devastating for sure. From the hospital, we take you over to town, and notice here, right into town, we could be looking for some serious flooding here as well. We've got the county courthouse that's right in here, up to 9 feet on the water side of that. You take a look at City Hall, up to 6 feet here. The closer you are to Lake Charles, the body of water itself, the higher water you could potentially see than out towards, say, the parking lots there in the Civic Center. More than 9 feet of water is anticipated to come our way. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw water rise there. That could be approaching 10 to 15 feet. Again, when you're close to water, that's a problem. All right, so we go from the center of town down toward where a lot of people will go in Lake Charles, down toward the casinos here, Golden Nugget, LaBarge here, and look at the water we're anticipating here. They will be surrounded by water. At the Golden Nugget, Landry's, we're talking in places here, more than 9 feet of water will be surrounding the casino here. Similar for us here at LaBarge, although we might get a little bit less on the backside, but overall you get the trend here, folks. Even at 6 feet, that is a tremendous amount of water. The whole place will look like a lake, Alex, unfortunately. It's going to be devastating, we think, in Lake Charles.
Yeah, you know, you look at a graphic like that and you get the picture, but being there is going to be a whole different ballgame, which is why we urge people to leave. Well, still to come, our special live coverage continues as we near the landfall of Category 4. Laura.
This back-to-school forecast brought to you by Target. Check everything off the list to get ready for school.
Yeah, I'm faithful. Scratch that, baby, I'm faithful. Gotta say it's really been a while, but now I got that smile.
Check everything off the list with contactless ways to get ready for school at Target.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know, but that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Kids love me.
I'm what they dream of.
I'm a horse, but cuter.
I'm a horse, but magical.
Pizza on a bagel. We can all agree with that.
You're like a party rental.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
Make the summer yours with a twist of flavor. Discover the Mediterranean flavors and gentle bubbles of San Pellegrino Essenza. Add a twist of flavor.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Little choices make a big difference, like nutritious fruit smoothies. However, you healthy? Naked.
A lot of folks are asking me lately how to get their dishes as clean as possible. I tell them, you should try Cascade Platinum plus the power of Oxy. Cascade Platinum plus Oxy breaks down food soils some detergents can leave behind, washing away even the smallest food residue so it doesn't redeposit on your dishes. And Oxy is Cascade's most powerful clean, formulated without chlorine bleach for a hygienic clean you can see and feel. Cascade plus the power of Oxy, the #1 recommended brand in North America.
Target's same-day delivery. Contactless delivery right to your door, designed for your day, so you can work out, join in, and game on. Just download the Target app and try it today.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again. And wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food. And astronauts? Everything. Yum. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
At SafeFlight, we're here for you with safe, convenient service.
We'll come right to you.
You'll get a text when we're on our way.
Before we arrive, just leave your keys on the dash. We'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service.
And that service you can trust when you need it the most.
Schedule at safelight.com.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage on the Weather Channel. It is all about Hurricane Laura, which a short while ago was just moving off of Cuba. Tropical storm intensified. Now it is a major hurricane to Category 4. And before all is said and done, it may be a Category 5 before landfall, which could happen later on this evening, overnight. And this could be a story. This will be a story that we're going to follow for days onward. Now let's get the very latest with Alex on a little bit of the nuts and bolts. Latest update on this system.
Yeah, the headlines keep on coming in, Reynolds. Look at what we know right now. Laura, a very strong Category 4 hurricane with 145-mile-per-hour winds. So if you're just tuning in, things have changed in the last day. The entire Louisiana National Guard has been activated, and a storm surge of 10 to 20 feet is expected for parts of Texas and Louisiana. There's also a tornado watch out for portions of Texas and Louisiana, as that severe threat from Laura will continue into the evening and overnight. Mike, we were on Saturday, and I remember us talking about the Gulf of Mexico and all the warmth that lies within this that would allow for the strengthening. Didn't want to see it, but knew what we've seen just happen with Hurricane Laura was most certainly a possibility.
I think you probably said it a half a dozen times. All bets are off. And at the time, it was a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm. Look at what we're dealing with now, right? We could be on the precipice of a Category 5 at landfall. We're not taking that off the table either, folks. We're only 12 miles per hour away from a Category 5, so it's a very serious situation tonight. 145-mile-per-hour winds as the winds have gone up. The pressure keeps going down, too. That is not a good sign. As the pressure drops, that means the storm is strengthening still. We haven't seen it become steady. We haven't seen it go up. It is steadily dropped all day long. Northwest movement at 15 miles per hour, all right? A well-formed eye force right now, and you can see it is making a beeline as we speak for the Texas and Louisiana coastlines here. And it could be an unprecedented storm. The strongest storm to ever strike this region was in 2005. It was Rita. At landfall, Rita had 115-mile-per-hour winds already. We are 30 miles per hour above that. Here's the forecast. Overnight tonight, the official forecast from the Hurricane Center at landfall puts the winds at 150 miles per hour, a high-end Category 4 hurricane with the official forecast. We could have hurricane conditions that go all the way up into maybe just southern portions there of Arkansas even. And then notice where it heads as it picks up by the westerlies and then pushes its way into the Tennessee Valley and then the Northeast. Hurricane hunters, they've been out there doing a heck of a job, and the Air Force flight is returning, but doing a little delta pattern through there and picking up wind gusts. And this is why we got the 145, picking up some wind gusts here just shy of 150 miles per hour. All right, we're going to have some more flights to get in there, but you can see how the thunderstorms are really cranking now. The outer bands are producing severe weather, including tornadoes. And then look at how an inner eye wall has formed. It is just exploding with thunderstorms right now. And you're getting convection or thunderstorms that are wrapping around the entire eye at this point. That eye is impressive. It is scary on the visible satellite. You can see all the way down to the surface of the Gulf of Mexico with the storms all around it. So not a good time for us tonight. In addition, we've got the tornado watch that's in effect here, Alex. So not only do we have surge, rainfall flooding, high winds, we're going to have a tornado threat that lasts through the night.
Yeah, all threats truly on the table with this one. Some new video to show you. Look at the satellite image. And, you know, we always say when they look spectacular from above, you know, nature's fury underneath is not where you want to find yourself. So this is why we're saying get out. You know, oftentimes the better looking these storms are, the more dangerous they are. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, Beaumont, Texas. You know, when these things start to look picture perfect, that just tells us the power that lies within and beneath it. So you don't want to find yourself underneath this storm tonight.
It is fearful symmetry, isn't it? It truly is when you see something like that that is just so well formed. And unfortunately, it's going to take that form and make its way up here to right now a relatively quiet day. We've got a steady breeze here. We're outside of Beaumont, Texas. What we're seeing is, well, part of the bayou that is natural and part of it that is man-made. But you combine the both of them, they have a shared purpose. And that purpose is to take this water and make its way down to the Gulf of Mexico, which rests some 30 miles in that direction. Problem is, we've got the system that is moving in the opposite direction. This is trying to flow south. We've got this system that is going north, and it's bringing all kinds of hell with it. And we're going to certainly feel the effects of it as we roll into the next several hours. But it is going to be overnight into tomorrow. And at this vantage point, what we could be dealing with could be anywhere from 6 to 8 inches of rainfall. However, the thing to remember is if this were to slow down just a little tiny bit, you can see those numbers go up exponentially, possibly to around a foot or so. Guys, there's so much still at play. There's so much to follow. There's so much to understand, unwrap. Keep it here on the Weather Channel as we roll forward, because this storm is going to make its way farther inland, affecting millions of Americans over the next several hours and days. We'll see you on the other side of this commercial break.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine, to see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. So go with the Coopers. Cooper!
She's doing it again.
No cover-up spray here. It's the irresistibly fresh scent of Febreze Air Effects. Cheaper aerosols can cover up odors, bearing the smell in a flowery fog. Switch to Febreze Air Effects. Febreze eliminates even the toughest odors from the air, and it uses a 100% natural propellant to leave behind a pleasant scent you'll love. Use anywhere odors can spread. Freshen up. Don't cover up. Febreze Air Effects.
Just do it yourself.
Honey?
Yeah.
What are you doing in there?
Nothing.
Do it for yourself.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
COPD makes it hard to breathe. So to breathe better, I started Once Daily Anoro. COPD tries to say go this way. I say I'll go my own way with Anoro.
Once Daily Anoro contains 2 medicines called bronchodilators that work together to significantly improve lung function all day and all night. Do not use Anoro if you have asthma. Anoro won't replace rescue inhalers for sudden symptoms and should not be used more than once a day. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition, high blood pressure, glaucoma, prostate, bladder, or urinary problems. These may worsen with Anoro. Call your doctor if you have worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain while taking Anoro. The most common side effects are sore throat, diarrhea, and pain in the arms and legs.
Ask your doctor about Once Daily Anoro to start treating your COPD.
We're here for you during this challenging time, and always find support at Anoro.com.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
Don't you just love the look on the kids' faces?
Yeah, that look of pure terror.
No, the smile.
And that second right before the first tear comes.
What?
Pizza on a bagel. We can all agree with that.
Do you want a hug?
This is a major hurricane. It's going to be a large, powerful storm.
Time is running out for those preparations. This will be catastrophic.
It is all about the storm surge here.
And we can't emphasize that enough, guys. It is all about the storm surge and the wind. This is going to be a dangerous night, scary, absolutely terrifying for those who are in evacuation zones and are in a vulnerable area and are deciding to stay. This is not a good situation. So if you are on the fence, you need to leave right now. If you're in anywhere in Calcasieu Parish, Cameron Parish, we're already seeing the water rising over roads. So it's almost already too late to get out of there. But here in Calcasieu Parish, be mindful. You need to leave now, go east, and you can still beat the worst of the weather and get to your destination safely. You got to go past Lafayette, though. You got to go to Baton Rouge, you got to go to New Orleans, or farther east or north from there. As far as winds go, winds are picking up, okay? We just had a gust. At times, they're probably gusting, I would say, over 35, maybe closer to 40, but only gusts. It's dry, and so it's been fairly quiet. This is probably the windiest it's been all day, and that tells me things are going to start changing here very quickly. I mean, look at the palm trees blowing in the wind. Still a little bit of that milky sunshine, but overall, the winds are going to steadily and even rapidly pick up, especially once we get those rain bands that come in. And that's going to be starting here, guys, even before sundown, all right? And we know the big deal is overnight tonight. That adds a whole nother aspect to the situation. It's dark. You're not going to be able to see what's going on. You're just going to be able to hear it. It's going to be terrifying. So please take these alerts and evacuations seriously. This is a storm you do not want to mess with. This is not a barely, Cat 1, Cat 2 hurricane. This is a major hurricane, and it's still not off the table yet that this couldn't strengthen to a Category 5. And we saw that with Michael, right? It came ashore as a strong Category 4, but after looking at the damage that we had a couple years ago in Panama City and Mexico Beach, they ruled it a Category 5, just about how significant the wind aspect was. It looked like a tornado had roared through, and we may see similar scenes like that along with the storm surge. The Louisiana coastline here is so vulnerable, and we're going to have probably an even higher storm surge in some cases than what we saw in Michael, and certainly comparable, if not higher, than what we saw with Rita. And people are scared. Take a listen to what some of the locals have been saying.
There's going to be a lot of flooding, a lot of wind damage, and hopefully everybody's property makes it. Pray for the people that are staying that can't leave, and hope everything works out right.
All right, so, the storm surge, absolutely the most devastating factor here with Laura, hands down, but the winds are going to be right up there in second place. Rainfall, we haven't been talking a lot about the rainfall, but it's a fast-moving storm. We're going to get about 5 to 8 inches. The rainfall alone is not what's going to cause the flooding. It's going to be the storm surge, and that's what's going to be the problem. You got to get away from the storm surge, Alex, and your time to do so, it's really running out.
Yeah, you can go now, but you got to go now. Thanks, Chris Bruin. Also, please bring your pets with you, your animals. Make sure they have a safe place. So we don't want to see those videos after the fact of pets tied up in yards with nowhere to go. Take them with you. Do not leave them behind. We have a long way to go with Hurricane Laura. Of course, the next 24 hours, of course, will be the main event in terms of the surge and the strongest of winds. But beyond that, we're going to keep this thing a hurricane into Thursday afternoon, very likely bringing in some very strong winds to portions of northern Louisiana, parts of Arkansas. So damaging wind will continue to be a threat as this system moves in. It's going to take some time for this to wind down. It doesn't make landfall and then just stop. Then we look at the Tennessee Valley, the Ohio Valley, parts of the Northeast as we head into the upcoming weekend. You have rain and wind on tap. Flash flooding tomorrow into early Friday, the area of greatest concern, portions of Arkansas getting into the state of Louisiana and East Texas. These are areas where we think there's a very high possibility we deal with flash flooding because a lot of these areas have rainfall forecasts of half foot of rain or more. Then by Friday into early Saturday, we're looking at southwestern portions of Kentucky, western Tennessee, northeast Arkansas. So more communities, more populated areas that could be dealing with high water because of what this storm will bring to the area. There's 12 o'clock. There's lunchtime tomorrow. You can see Shreveport in the mix with gusty winds and very heavy rainfall. That lifts northward as we head towards the Little Rock area by late Thursday, early Friday. So overnight, we'll be very active. This storm's going to begin to wind down. We'll see the winds weaken. I think by Friday afternoon, finally getting to a point where we're not looking at, really damaging winds, but still gusty winds out there. Saturday, 3 a.m., Nashville, parts of Middle Tennessee getting soaked. And then as we head into the upcoming weekend, you can see portions of the Ohio Valley getting into the mid-Atlantic, looking at a very soggy weekend, Mike.
This thing has staying power, doesn't it? It's incredible to watch it. We have special around-the-clock live coverage for you right here on the Weather Channel. We have every angle of this hurricane covered for you. If you can't watch us on TV, you're evacuating, you can get caught up on the minute-to-minute track by listening to us on Sirius XM app, digital channel 721.
This grilling forecast brought to you by Budweiser. Join the team that enjoys responsibly. Budweiser reminds you to drink wiser.
This Labor Day, crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of a long weekend. Make the most of your Labor Day by picking up Budweiser today.
And Doug.
You know, Limu, after all these years, it's the ones that got away that haunt me the most. Because you're not like everybody else. That's why Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. So you only pay for what you need. What? Oh, I said. Oh, this is my floor. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
What getting fueled with one protein feels like.
What getting fueled with 3 energy-packed proteins feels like. Meat, cheese, and nuts. Pay 3 because 3 is better than 1.
These days, every dollar counts. And with the Lowe's Advantage card, you build savings on top of savings. With 5% off eligible purchases every day. That's 5% off to sand it down, keep it trim, and get the upgrade. Last year, 9 million Lowe's shoppers saved big with the Lowe's Advantage card. Open an account today to build your own savings. 5% at a time, every time.
Make the summer yours with a twist of flavor. Discover the Mediterranean flavors and gentle bubbles of San Pellegrino Essenza. Add a twist of flavor.
Cats will do anything for the irresistible taste of Temptations treats.
What are you doing?
Oh, hey, check this out.
Temptations, all it takes is a shake.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
You like off-roading in nature, but you don't like getting stuck in nature. That's a conundrum. Psych! These tires have mud scooping and rock crawling technology. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! I haven't said psych in a while.
Things are starting to look up for small businesses. Your doors are open, customers are calling, orders are picking up. So now, more than ever, your business is going to need reliable internet and phone solutions for less. That's why Spectrum Business is proud to offer new customers the best internet, phone, and TV services for free for 1 month when you switch. Call 888-839-9449 today, and your business will get the best value available. With our faster internet speeds that start at 200 megabits per second for only $49.99 per month. Add our reliable business phone service, and you'll get unlimited local and long-distance calling. Plus over 35 calling features to help you stay connected at work or away for just $19.99 per month. At Spectrum Business, we're here for you because you're here for all of us. Get 1 free month of internet, phone, and TV when you switch to Spectrum Business today. Call 888-839-9449.
Almost unbelievable this is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 78 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy with a late night shower or thunderstorm. Low 72. Chance of rain 40%. Thursday, partly cloudy early. Scattered thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 50%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
You
know, if you've been following this story for more than a week, you'll remember that this was something that was on the intertropical convergence zone, went right past Cuba, over parts of Cuba, into the Gulf of Mexico. And there was a time where we were wondering, will it or won't it become a hurricane? Now we're at the point of not will it or won't it. It is a major hurricane, a Category 4, and it's steaming to our shorelines. Welcome back, everyone. You're watching continued coverage, and that storm I'm referring to is Hurricane Laura, a Category 4 storm with the potential of actually strengthening to a 5. What we've had here today has truly been, you've heard the phrase, I know, the calm before the storm. We've got a patchwork of blue and gray, and we had some showers earlier and a little bit of anger to them, a little bit of a pop in terms of the wind. But really the big show comes overnight and into the early morning hours where the whispering wind goes to an absolute roar. And folks, I fear this is going to be catastrophic for so many. You've heard the orders about the evacuations. If you've heard them, please heed them if you can. It's so important. And Mike, one thing that I got to give her a tip of the cap, Alex mentioning how important it is to bring your pets with you. Do not leave them at home. They will be completely helpless if that's the case. Mike, let's just interrupt back to you.
Yeah, Reynolds, thank you so much for that. Very concerned about places like Beaumont and Port Arthur, Texas, over into Lake Charles, Louisiana, because of what we have in our hands tonight, which is a very dangerous Category 4 hurricane. Laura has winds at 145 miles per hour with the latest update at 5 o'clock Eastern time. The thing that concerns me maybe the most, and yes, the wind speeds are going up, but there may be no reason for them to stop because the pressure keeps dropping. And as the pressure drops, typically as a response, the wind speeds go up here. It's about 155 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana. It's getting a little bit closer than that because that update's a little old now. But I think it's going to make landfall sometime around 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning tonight. So just be ready for a very long night tonight, and hopefully you're not in harm's way of this hurricane. All right, let's get through this and show you exactly what's going to happen for us here, because I'm going to show you the forecast cone here. And what this shows you is nothing's really changed. That forecast track has stayed rock solid for almost 2 days now. But 150 mile per hour winds is the forecast speed at landfall. And the wind speeds will be extreme. The surge will be extreme. The rainfall will be extreme, and then it doesn't end there. It goes all the way across the Tennessee Valley and into the Northeast. There's a look at the surge. In the pink areas, 10 to 20 feet of storm surge. The Hurricane Center saying today, using the word unsurvivable. And I would say, if you leave now, you still have time. If you're in Louisiana, hop on I-10 and go eastbound. If you're in Texas, hop on I-10 and go westbound here. And you still have a very, very small window of survivability. If not, you are certainly taking your life into your own hands if you choose to ride this out with storm surge that could approach 20 feet. That's the water rise that comes up, and that is going to drown you. And if you can survive that, there'll be waves on top of that, and that's what will destroy everything. So it is a violent scenario that's about to set up for us here. For a place like Houston or Galveston, Beaumont, the winds right now, and they could stay that way for quite some time, are mostly out of the east. If the continued track stays to our east, we may have an offshore wind here. So Alex, that could be beneficial with storm surge only in Louisiana, not Texas.
Absolutely. And, you know, we talk about pets. We also talk about animals. Robert Ray's in Cameron Parish, Louisiana, where farmers there are worried about their livestock when Laura's storm surge comes ashore.
These are the first outer bands coming into the state of Louisiana from Hurricane Laura as they twist in. I'm in Cameron Parish right here on the Gulf of Mexico where all roads have stopped. The police have created a boundary. They will not allow anyone down to the coast because of the incredible storm surge expected and water already starting to pool right now. Now, the city of Cameron, or the town of Cameron, got hit incredibly hard by Hurricane Rita in 2005. In fact, lost about 80% of its residents. They left after that, didn't come back, so only about 200 people. But this storm surge is unsurvivable. Also, you can see behind me livestock. This is an agricultural area. Many of the farmers around here very concerned about how much water will actually come in from the Gulf of Mexico and whether or not their animals will survive. But the police have set up roadblocks. They're not allowing anyone down to the coast. In fact, the closest you can get about this afternoon is 25 miles, and the Sheriff's Department tells me that very, very soon they're going to actually evacuate themselves, head north to the Lake Charles area, or even past that, because it's just not going to be safe when this major hurricane comes ashore later this evening. But incredible. People here are hunkered down. Almost all the gas stations are shut. The stores are boarded up. And the system is about to get heavy.
And that's the case here in Lake Charles, essentially a ghost town as the city is prepared. We've got crews far and wide from East Texas through the coast of Louisiana and right on into Arkansas and northern Louisiana.
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. What's in your wallet?
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. If your child doesn't seem themselves at times, they may not be hydrated enough. All new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
You clean dishes as you cook to save time and stay ahead of the mess. But scrubbing still takes time. Now there's Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray, the faster, easier way to clean as you go. It cleans grease 5 times faster. On easy messes, just spray, wipe, and rinse. On tough messes, the spray-activated suds cut through grease on contact without water. Just wipe and rinse. Get dishes done faster. Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. Spray, wipe, rinse.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus only 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. And now enjoy Boost High Protein in new Cafe Mocha flavor.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it. Frisbee it. So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, works perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
Is now a good time for a flare-up?
Enough, Crohn's.
For adults with moderate to severe Crohn's or ulcerative colitis, Stelara can provide relief and is the only approved medication to reduce inflammation on and below the surface of the intestine in UC.
You getting on that flight? Back off, UC.
Stelara may increase your risk of infection, some serious, and cancer. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, new skin growths, have had cancer, or if you need a vaccine. RPLS, a rare potentially fatal brain condition, may be possible. Some serious allergic reactions and lung inflammation can occur.
Lasting remission can start with Stelara. If you've been financially impacted by COVID-19, Janssen may be able to help.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer and Duramax tires. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. So go with the Coopers. Cooper!
If you are just joining us right now, thanks for watching our extended special coverage, of course, of major Hurricane Laura. Borderline Category 4, almost Category 5. Guys, this is as serious as it gets, and it's still over 100+ miles away from the shore, and it's got time to even strengthen further. This is as serious as we can get you as far as alerts go, and we want to update you. Your time is running out. You need to be at your safe spot. You need to get out of harm's way, and of course, we're monitoring the latest situations across the northern Gulf Coast, from Lake Charles to the coast to Beaumont to Port Arthur, north
as well. This is going to be an inland threat and an inland story just as much as it is on the coast. We're talking Shreveport, Alexandria, getting all the way up into Arkansas, even Tennessee and Kentucky, and then working its way farther east from there. At that point, thankfully, weakening, but still going to be a wind issue for parts of the Ohio River Valley, even the mid-Atlantic by the time we head into early this weekend. So a long way to go, and it all starts right here on the south shores of Louisiana. Lake Charles is, unfortunately, Mike, going to look very different tomorrow at sunrise than what you see out here right now.
I fear what it may look like is like a town like Venice, Italy, where it truly will be water everywhere. All the streets will be water covered. Unfortunately, that's our fear at this point. Chris, thank you for that. We're going to get back with Chris here in just a second. Want to give you an update on what we know with Hurricane Laura. The winds are 145 miles per hour. They've been increasing all night and all day. It's northwest movement of 15, pegs it at a landfall after midnight tonight. Right along, we believe, the Louisiana coast is probably the most likely location, but really right along the Texas and Louisiana state line. Increasing still of wind speed. Forecast now to be 150 miles per hour. Could it be higher? Yeah. Listen, this thing seems to have no bounds, right? And then you notice where the track goes through the Mid-South, eventually picked up by the westerlies and moves off into the northeast here. The winds as we go through the evening only get worse. It's breezy now, and watch the core of winds. I think a disc about this large comes through where the winds will be over 100 miles an hour. More than enough to take down trees and power lines, more than enough to rip roofs off of homes, more than enough to cause some very significant structural damage on top of the waves that will be there that will basically inundate tens of miles inland. Right now, the winds aren't that bad. Lake Charles, our winds are sustained at 16 miles per hour. But again, we're on the outer periphery at this point. Lake Charles way up here. The core of the storm is way down here. So we've got a ways to go before it gets there. I put it at roughly 8-ish hours or so before it gets to us here at the coastline here, and then maybe a little bit later than that to get into Lake Charles. That is a well-formed eye, thunderstorms all around it, so a very well-formed eye wall here, and it's all going to be on the right side that we're really concerned about. And listen, the really intense winds where the thunderstorms are right now wrap around like this. About 270 degrees of it are really intense winds, but it's going to be on this side, the right front quadrant, where you get the strong push of water, and that's where you get the water rise, and then the wind on top of that just makes the big waves that churn up and eat away everything in their path. We saw this with Hurricane Michael, most recently in 2018, and we saw that wave action, the water rise and the wave action really have devastating toll in a place like coastal Mississippi back during Hurricane Katrina. This is a very swampy area in here. There's not a lot of population, but I'm directly talking to you in places like Gay down here in Pecan Island, Holly Beach, Cameron. If you're watching now and you're like, I could ride it out, don't even think about it. You could go now, get on I-10, head eastbound, and you'll be safe. Then you can come back when things are much calmer a couple days from now. But you look at that radar, it is intense. Not to mention, we've got tornadoes that are forming in the outer bands right now. East Feliciana, Livingston, St. Helena parishes here are under tornado warnings. That includes the town of Montpelier. That's until 5:15. It'll be an ongoing risk for us tonight, Alex. These storms all moving northwest at roughly 35 miles per hour. So first level of your home in an interior room is where you can shelter.
Yeah, for now, we've got to talk about the risk, though, once we get into the storm surge areas. If you've got a tornado warning, you've got problems because you can't get to that lowest level. So yet another reason to just get out. You still have time. Go if you've been told to. Here's what we know right now about Hurricane Laura. A strong Category 4 storm in Houston. The metro is suspending all transit operations until further notice. Across Texas, there are over 225,000 hotel rooms available across the state to provide shelter to evacuees. Widespread power outages are expected, and Texas has 15,000 power crew members ready to go to help restore power after the storm. Officials are urging people to have enough supplies for every member of the household for at least 3 days. Want to check in with meteorologist Chris Bruin. He is in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Chris, we've showed the storm surge map for Lake Charles. It's a dire situation there with that water rising. And even between now and last hour, that wind has begun to ramp up where you are.
Yeah, let's kind of show you what has changed as you've been following all day, I'm sure, especially for those who have evacuated and want to know what's going on here in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Let's walk you through what we're looking at so you have a better idea where we are. So there's the casinos. We got the L'Auberge and also here are the Golden Nuggets. This is where we will be taking shelter, of course, safe spot. What you're looking at is Prian Lake. And then if you were to go a little farther up past all of that industrial area and the cargo ships, that spills into then Lake Charles, okay? But if you follow me down here, this water goes out the Calcasieu River under the 210 bridge and then a straight shot to the Gulf of Mexico. So what's going to happen is that water is going to come surging in from the south and coming all the way up in here. So all of this, I mean, look at how low lying this whole beach is. This will all be underwater. That water will then go all the way through the resort amenities and even get into potentially, depending upon the forecasts, some of these buildings in some cases. Now, we don't know if that will be the case here at the Golden Nugget, but certainly the grounds, it's a huge golf course, all of that likely to be flooded. And again, we've been showing you in detail some of the more notable spots around Lake Charles to give you a better indication of what to expect when we talk about a 9-foot surge, what neighborhoods then start to flood. Let me tell you this, these casinos and these hotels weren't even here for Rita. So this will be a real true test to all of the properties here and what a storm of this magnitude, which by the way is going to be stronger than Rita was. We haven't had a storm this strong impact southwestern Louisiana. So this will be a first for many. So don't just think about Rita and be like, okay, we were okay in Rita. This could be worse and will likely be worse than what we were dealing with Rita. Now, winds are another huge factor. When we look at that wind forecast for Lake Charles, the strongest winds I think are going to be around midnight and then from midnight onwards through sunrise. That 5-hour stretch is really going to be terrifying for those who are staying. It is going to be so loud, and we may we may enter the eye personally, that could happen, or we could be on the eye wall the whole time. We could stay on that east eye wall. It's hard to tell exactly because that matters by mere miles, and even at this close to landfall, 5-10 mile shift can mean all the difference on all those things. Either way, we know we're going to be impacted by that core of strongest winds. That is a certain. So if you're like, well, maybe this is going to shift a little farther, don't be thinking that way, okay? And people are taking this seriously. Take a listen to what this beautiful young woman had to say to get herself to safety.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I didn't think I was going to make it here. I'm paralyzed from the waist down and nobody was coming to get me. I had to travel on the road from my house to one of the recreation in my seat because there was no way I could go. I just left and took it to faith. I barely made it.
And getting to higher ground, getting to safety is all you can do, okay? Don't risk it, don't chance it because you're messing with your life in those cases. And Alex, you've been mentioning the pets too. There are so many hotels, so many shelters now, especially hotels that are pet friendly. So there are a lot of places that will accommodate your pets and your fur friends and make sure they go with you because them staying here, that's gonna be a death sentence and we don't want any pets left alone. Also too, 3 exotic animal refuges in this area that were heavily impacted in Rita. We've got to be thinking about that as well coming in with Laura.
Yes, we're going to be following that story. But yeah, no excuse to leave your pets behind. There are lots of shelters that will take them with you. I don't want to see another video of a pet chained up, watching the water rise around it. Gosh, if you're going to leave it, just, leave it unchained up and let it have a chance. And if you know somebody, you watched that poor woman, Crystal, talk about how she didn't know anybody. She didn't have a way to get out. If you have a neighbor, check in on them. Say, hey, do you have somewhere to go? Are you staying? Go over and knock on the door. Make sure your community is okay. Now, we just showed you Shreveport, Louisiana, not under the tornado watch now, but moving forward, we're going to see the rain, the wind, and that severe threat work towards a place like Shreveport. But Lake Charles over to New Orleans, even sections of eastern Texas currently under a tornado watch because with landfall tropical systems, we oftentimes get that friction coming into play and we typically look at frequent tornado warnings and frequent tornadoes out of these. And already on the outer bands, we've seen some of these tornado warnings issued. This one is just to the west of 55. East Feliciana, Livingston, and St. Helena parishes are under the warning. Montpelier, the city in the path of this one until 5:15 local time. Looking at that area of rotation right here, this continues to move off towards the north and west. So if you're in Grangeville, if you're in Bluff Creek, these are some of the communities that could be in the path of this storm. You can see the storms rolling north of Baton Rouge up towards Alexandria, bringing heavy rain. Also, some gusty winds will come along with these, lightning as well. But of course, we know the main event, the big wind gust, will be coming in later this evening. And as Chris Bruin has been pointing out, Lake Charles could find themselves on the receiving end of several hours of strong winds. Could stay on that eastern side of that eye wall, depending on where exactly this makes landfall. And we're going to be with you throughout this event, because so many times there are some last-second wiggles or alterations of the storm's path. We got you covered. We're going to get you through this. But most importantly, Mike, right now, if they have told you to go, you've got a little bit of time. You don't have much time, but you've got enough time to get yourself at least to a safer area.
The window is getting shorter and shorter here. Expected landfall, a little bit after midnight tonight. Let's get back to Beaumont, Texas. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is there tonight. Reynolds, if it stays on its current track, Beaumont, fingers crossed here, might be spared some of the worst surge here, but will not be spared those winds, which could be extreme.
Absolutely, you're right about that. I mean, we're talking catastrophic winds that are going to rattle through here. And Mike, one thing that's interesting about it is you think about the coastal plain of southeastern Texas. It is flat like a tabletop. It truly is. There's nothing to impede the movement of the wind. There's nothing to harness it, nothing to stop it. No stumbling block at all for it at all. It just comes on through unvexed, and that certainly could be a big issue. And thinking about that, Mike, off that idea, one thing to consider is last time with Harvey, they didn't have a great deal of power outages where we happen to be. In downtown Beaumont, they did, but out here they didn't. I don't think the fate is going to be the same this time. I do expect far more widespread power outages, and with it, we've got crews that are out and about ready for the winds to die down by tomorrow, and then they're going to start the long and incredibly tough process to get those services back that are so important, so dire for so many. Earlier today, we heard from Governor Abbott of Texas about evacuations, and folks, something you need to consider is if you wait too long, you might not have people come to your aid. Take a listen.
Beginning about 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, we will begin the process of going in and going through rescues. But it's important for people to know that from about 7 p.m. tonight until about 9 a.m. in the morning, it will be a little bit of a lockdown time period for the ability of rescuers and aiders to get in and to provide support.
Yeah, those are wise words. You know who else has had some wise words today? That's Alex Wilson. Alex, I got to tell you something. I've been hearing you all afternoon giving advice to people, and it is so important. The message you've been sending to people is evacuate with those animals. If you can't evacuate with them, give them a shot. I got to tell you, about a decade ago, I was in Southern California covering some wildfires, and I remember speaking to a rancher who could not get the horses out, the horses on his farm, so he simply let the gate open and let the horses run free. His mindset, and this is a good one, a powerful one, is that any place is better than here.
Right.
So that's the idea. Get them out of harm's way, give them at least a shot to get to safer ground.
Yeah, if you're not gonna take your pet with you, I don't want to see your dog chained up in a backyard with water rising. Too many times in these storms we see that. Unexcusable. Take them off the chain and just leave them. At least let them have the ability. But as we watch this storm make its way onto land, I'm hoping that many of you watching have brought your pets, brought your entire family with you, because we want to keep everybody safe in this event. We don't want to see any loss of life. And we know we've got a storm that's capable of doing that. So please put yourself, your pets in the best chance of survival, and that is getting out of harm's way. Look at these winds. As we look at our max wind potential with Hurricane Laura, we're talking over 110 mile per hour winds possible. So power outages galore. Trees are going to be down all over the place. And then there's the flash flooding and the storm surge. So we've got threats on threats on threats with this one. But look at these wind gusts, and they're going to go up quickly. That's why we're saying if you haven't left, you've got a little time. The time is now. I don't want you to sit around, think about it for another hour or two. Go, because look at as we get into the late evening, Lake Charles is going to go from 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts to gusts over 125 miles per hour, likely by the early morning hours. So I can tell you, being in these storms, there's something different about a hurricane that moves in overnight. It's scary. It's dark. You just don't want to be in a building that you're unsure of. You know, if you're home, you're not sure of its safety. You've got no power. Mike, it can be a really overwhelming thing. Back to Chris Bruin, where we've got the storm surge also that'll be a problem.
Yeah, this whole setup, wind, storm surge, flooding, it is serious, and it is a scary situation. 7 hours or more away from a landfall. We'll have more continuing coverage when we return.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Kids love me. I'm what they dream of.
I'm a horse, but cuter.
I'm a horse, but magical.
Pizza on a bagel. We can all agree with that.
You're like a party rental.
A lot of folks ask me why their dishwasher doesn't get everything clean. I tell them, it may be your detergent. That's why more dishwasher brands recommend Cascade Platinum, with the soaking, scrubbing, and rinsing built right in. For sparkling clean dishes the first time. Cascade Platinum.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
How do you make a Pinot Noir taste like no other? Start with grapes from 3 California regions. Push flavor in new directions. And put a bear on the label. Made like no other for a taste like no other. Mayomi, flavor forward.
At SafeLight, we're here for you with safe, convenient service.
We'll come right to you.
You'll get a text when we're on our way.
Before we arrive, just leave your keys on the dash. We'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service.
And that service you can trust when you need it the most. Schedule at SafeLight.com.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again. And wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
Find your keys. Find your get up and go. Find pants that aren't sweats. Find your friends. Find your sense of wonder. Find the world is new again. At Chevy, we'd like to take you there. Now, during the Chevy Open Road Sales Event, get up to 15% of MSRP cash back on select 2020 models. That's over $5,700 cash back on this Equinox. It's time to find new roads again.
Did you help build New York or New Jersey? Did you work in the building trades or military or do industrial or automotive work where you were exposed to asbestos that led to a mesothelioma or lung cancer diagnosis? If so, you are a real hero. And Whites in Luxembourg wants to speak with you and help achieve justice and compensation.
Call 1-888-411-LAWS. That's 1-888-411-LAWS.
Guys come in all shapes and sizes. There is no normal for everyone, but there is a normal for you. If, like thousands of other guys, you find that your normal isn't so normal anymore, it could be an addressable medical condition called Peyronie's disease, or PD. A curve with a bump that bothers you isn't normal, and should be checked out by a urologist. Because you don't have to accept this as your new normal. Find a urologist at learnaboutpd.com.
This is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 77 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, late night thunderstorms. Low 72. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
Be ready for impacts well beyond the center of the hurricane.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
And this is what we've been preparing for all season long. Hurricane Laura being that storm in the heart of a pandemic. And this is going to be a true test really for everyone in East Texas and the whole state of Louisiana for the most part, especially west of New Orleans. We're talking not only here in southwestern Louisiana and Lake Charles where I am, along with so many of my colleagues, but also farther north. We've got teams stationed in Shreveport all the way into Little Rock because this is going to be an inland threat. Looking at that forecast cone, I mean, goodness, you've got still almost a hurricane as it is about to approach the Arkansas state line. And we know the next 12 to 24 hours is go time. And now you need, the National Weather Service out of Lake Charles is saying you need to be in your spot and ride out this storm safely. All right, it's too late now to start evacuating, so be mindful of that. Here we go, it's go time. And you can see what we're looking at, monster of a hurricane. And by the way, it's still not out of the question. This could get up towards Category 5 status before making landfall. It's still very warm waters here in the Gulf of Mexico, so we're going to be watching those latest updates. They're coming in hourly now by the National Hurricane Center. And that storm surge, goodness, scary, nightmarish in some cases. The Calcasieu River, potentially a record crest, with the highest ever being 13 feet. The forecast calling for over 15 feet. If that were the case, Mike, I mean, think about one of these palm trees. That's probably about 15 feet. Okay, if we were to get something like that, we're likely probably going to be seeing those things in Cameron and down towards the immediate coast, but even inland, 20, 30 miles up the Calcasieu River and some of these other waterways, we could have water go that high, and that doesn't even factor in some of those waves that then crush against structures, and that's what causes the most devastation and disasters here when it comes to major hurricanes like this.
Yeah, I think the storm surge and the winds in combination here, Chris, are just a devastating combo. There's no two ways about it here, and so you've got to do everything possible to protect yourself and your property at this point. And then keep in mind, you know, all these rivers drain out into the Gulf of Mexico. They'll be going the wrong way, unfortunately, and really backing up. And it may take them until, you know, maybe sometime middle of the day tomorrow to relax and go back out here. But, you know, can you give us a lay of the land of where you are in particular, Chris, and how much water could be expected, just where you're standing?
Yeah, let's talk about it because I want to pan out. See here, go to the water, Austin, and show what we've been watching. That's the waterway. To the left is the Gulf of Mexico by about 28, 30 miles, give or take a mile or two. And then to the right is Lake Charles. This is Prion Lake, and all of these spill into one another, okay? There's direct access for these cargo ships to come in. So that water will then come right up into here once we get that surge to come in. And it happens so quickly. You know, it's a slow ramp up to the higher winds, but the water comes in so quickly. So all of this, you see the sand and the beaches, all of the dunes. You've got, these are man-made beaches for the resorts, by the way, but you've got all the brush, the palm fronds and the palm trees, as well as the sea oats. And then you got the resort access. And take a look as far as the sidewalks and then grass, and then there's the base of the Golden Nugget. Okay, so there's not a ton of elevation gain from the water, Mike, to the lower level of the hotel. And this hotel wasn't here in Rita. So this is a real test for all of these newer places. Sturdy structures for sure, but will it hold back the water? I mean, we're gonna find out to see, and that's something we're gonna be very mindful of. But between the water and there, I mean, worst case scenario, over 15 feet. I wouldn't surprise me if the water was lashing up against the first floor of the hotel.
Yeah, it's going to be scary. Now that we see what Laura is and the winds it's generating, the surge is going to generate, it is downright terrifying. Chris, thanks for the update, and we know you're going to be safe out there. Our crews are very, very smart. I want to give you an update on Lake Charles, and we've got an inundation map that's going to really break it down for you, kind of neighborhood by neighborhood. That's Lake Charles. We're going to zoom down in because the color codes are assigned, and you see the legend here to the upper left of your screen here. You go right down toward the Civic Center, okay? Look at this, all coded in red where the storm surge will be above 9 feet. Down here at the park, it's going to be up to 9 feet. Into town, around 9 feet, 6 to 9 feet is a pretty good bet, especially close to Lake Charles itself, the actual body of water, Lake Charles. We'll spin this around and you come off the Civic Center and you're going to see places like the county courthouse or a city hall, roughly, 6 to 9 feet of water here, 3 to 6 feet of water at City Hall. There are neighborhoods nearby as well where water's going to inundate them also. There are plenty of homes here, and you look at this neighborhood. There are plenty of one-story homes as well. So with over 9 feet of storm surge here, water will be at rooftops or maybe over rooftops of the ranch homes here. And then we take you down toward the hospital, and because the intensity of Laura has increased, the amount of storm surge has now gone up for the hospital. It was up to 6 feet. It's now up to 9 feet of water that could surround the hospital. I think about that and what that could mean for the patients and the staff there. Devastating. We're back with more Hurricane Laura coverage after this.
Are you packed yet? Our flight is early tomorrow, and it's a long flight too. Once we get there, we'll meet up with her.
Let her go.
From kitchens broken in by new chefs to bathrooms sinking battleships, Terminix is committed to keeping pests out, always backed by the Terminix promise to protect your home for all the love it holds.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know, but that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Did you know that some aluminum-free deodorants only mask odor? Secret Aluminum-Free helps eliminate odor instead of just masking it, and is made with 3 times more odor fighters. With Secret, odor is one less thing to worry about. Secret.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
Do you know why I love Coffee Mate? Well, it's triple churn and 2 times richer than milk for one perfect cup of coffee. Think I love Coffee Mate too much? No, impossible. Coffee Mate. Coffee's perfect mate.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus only 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. And now enjoy Boost High Protein in new Cafe Mocha flavor.
You like off-roading in nature, but you don't like getting stuck in nature. That's a conundrum. Psych! These tires have mud scooping and rock crawling technology. Go with the Coopers. Cooper! I haven't said psych in a while.
cats will do anything for the irresistible taste of Temptations treats.
What are you doing?
Oh, hey, check this out. Temptations. All it takes is a shake.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
It's starting to happen every day. People are surprising themselves the moment they realize they can do more with less asthma. Thanks to Dupixent, the add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma. Dupixent isn't for sudden breathing problems. It can improve lung function for better breathing in as little as 2 weeks and help prevent severe asthma attacks. It's not a steroid, but can help reduce or eliminate oral steroids. Dupixent can cause serious allergic reactions, including anaphylaxis. Get help right away if you have rash, shortness of breath, chest pain, tingling, or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. And don't change or stop your asthma treatments, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Do more with less asthma. Talk to your doctor today about Dupixent. If your financial situation has changed, we may be able to help.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. It is all about Hurricane Laura. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf coming from Beaumont, Texas. And right now, we've got a steady breeze that is coming in out of the southeast, and it is just a taste of what's to come. Ben Traylor, he's the man who's behind the camera, and we're taking a shot now of part of our interstate system. This thoroughfare, it's known as I-10, and this has been a major artery of help and support. Just a short while ago, we had a great conversation with an officer here, Officer Siegel. Unbelievable, great guy and a true Texan who was telling us we saw just this phalanx of emergency vehicles moving in one direction towards downtown Beaumont, and their job was to get people out of nursing homes and out of hospital, helping people who cannot help themselves. The job is, Alex, to pick them up and bring them back into Houston. This is a terrifying storm. It is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. It is going to be incomprehensible for some people, but I guarantee you in days to come, you will see the very best of America on display.
Absolutely.
People helping people. It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
It's heartbreaking to see these stories of the people who have nobody to call on, no way to get out, but it is so nice that there are people like that looking for these people, looking to get them to a safe spot. So you can do the same thing. Check in on your neighbors. Make sure they have a place to stay, and if they're home, make sure they have what they need. Reynolds, thank you so much. We're going to get back to Reynolds. I want to get you caught up on what we know right now with this storm. Laura, a very strong Category 4 hurricane, 145-mile-per-hour winds, expected to make landfall with 150-mile-per-hour winds. Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana relocated some aircraft. A tornado watch has been issued for parts of Texas and Louisiana, and Houston metro operations now suspended. Mike, we look at this storm and what it's done over the last 24 hours. We thought it could. We didn't want it to, but boy, has this thing intensified.
It's amazing to watch it, Alex. Yesterday at this time, we had like an 85-mile-an-hour hurricane. Now we've increased 60 miles an hour in 24 hours, and it's not out of question we're going to see even more strengthening. It's just mind-boggling to watch it happen, and then at landfall, too. Strengthening at landfall. Pivot to Louisiana. How about the squall lines that have come through for us, producing really heavy rain, intense winds. We've even had tornado spin-ups within these outer bands as well. That's always going to be a concern. And we have our tornado watch that still continues for us here in southern Louisiana. The stats on this are alarming. 145-mile-per-hour winds with pressure that continues to drop for us, folks. As pressure drops, it means the storm is intensifying. And it's intensified every step of the way once it got off the coast of Cuba and is now into the Gulf of Mexico. So this is scary, scary stuff, about as bad as it gets. There's a look at the forecast track here with a good chunk of that cone coming right into the Texas and Louisiana state line. More in Louisiana than in Texas, but you get the point here. The winds are intense. The storm surge, unprecedented. Really, the winds as well, unprecedented. The strongest storm to ever make landfall in this region was Rita in 2005. Winds were 115, and our winds are significantly stronger than that with Laura. You look at the satellite, impressive. The eye wall is perfectly formed. We've got almost a perfectly circular eye here, and there's no reason to think that it will be any weaker at landfall than what it is right now. Big thunderstorms have formed all around it. The right front quadrant side is going to be the most dangerous side. That's going to be this right side, the east side here. That's where the storm surge will be highest, and the forward speed in combination with the overall wind speed of the hurricane makes that side most prevalent, going to see the worst of the wind. The stadium effect is happening for us in that eye wall, where you've got a tiny eye at the bottom, and then it just fans out to the top of the storm like a stadium seating would, Alex. It's a terrifying sight, but those thunderstorms are going to continue around that eye all the way to landfall. It means we could maybe even have, it's not out of the question, a Category 5 at landfall.
Yeah, you don't want to rule it out, especially what this storm has showed us thus far. We know it's capable. Reynolds Wolf is monitoring, Laura, in Beaumont, Texas. Reynolds, we talk about the Gulf Coast and its storied history with hurricanes, but this would actually be the strongest hit this part of the Gulf Coast.
It's amazing when you think about it. I mean, the Gulf of Mexico itself is a feature on our planet that is some 300 million years old, on a planet that is 4.6 billion years. So you think about that, that's quite a while. And we've had storms ever since. We've had sun, we've had land, we've had water. And this one, could this be in the history books? I'll tell you, sure looks like it's possible. What's amazing, ladies and gentlemen around America, I want you to think about something. Take a snapshot in your mind of where we happen to be right now. Okay, Eastern time, it is what, roughly 6:35 or so? Think about where we could be as a region, as a country, as a people within 24 hours as the system comes on shore. It's the strongest storm on the planet. Think about that. And it still has the opportunity, the chance, the potential of becoming a major hurricane, Cat 5. Right now it's a 4 major hurricane, but possibly a Category 5. Continued coverage comes up very quickly, folks. We've got a great team assembled out in the field, behind the scenes in the control room, and right on your set. We'll see you soon. Stay safe. More information coming up after this. I'll leave you with a shot of the bottom.
When you have diabetes, managing your blood sugar is crucial. Try Boost Glucose Control. The patented blend is clinically shown to help manage blood sugar levels. It provides 60% more protein than the leading diabetes nutrition shake. Try Boost Glucose Control.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. If your child doesn't seem themselves at times, they may not be hydrated enough. All new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
I like Liberty Mutual. They get that no 2 people are alike. And customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. What do you think?
I don't see it. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Cats will do anything for the irresistible taste of Temptations treats.
What are you doing?
Oh, hey, check this out.
Temptations. All it takes is a shake.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
Ugh, is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, Litterventions come naturally. Naturally strong unscented with activated charcoal or new scented clean lemongrass with plant extracts. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
We got a Subaru to give him some adventure. To reconnect and be together. And once we did that, we realized his greatest adventure is just beginning.
Welcome to the most adventurous Outback ever. The all-new 2020 Subaru Outback. Go where love takes you.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
As business moves forward, we're all changing the way things get done. Like how we redefine collaboration, how we come up with new ways to serve our customers and deliver our products.
This one is cheddar. It's delicious. Oh, you look so healthy.
But no matter how things change, one thing never will. You can rely on the people and the network of AT&T to help keep your business connected.
This Labor Day, crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of a long weekend. Make the most of your Labor Day by picking up Budweiser today.
This is a major hurricane. It's going to be a large, powerful storm.
Time is running out for those preparations. This will be catastrophic.
It is all about the storm surge here.
All right, it is all about the storm surge. And keep in mind, too, the water rises well ahead of the actual landfall. So don't just think, oh, the water's going to be the worst at landfall. It'll be horrible, but it's going to start rising hours before. And that's something we're already seeing a little bit to our south, especially in those vulnerable cities like Holly Beach, over towards Cameron, and some of the parishes over into Vermilion Bay and getting in that area. We've seen some water even covering roads in some cases. In fact, Louisiana 82 at Holly Beach, there was reports of water and then debris being washed over, and we're still hours from landfall. It's actually still fairly sunny for the most part. That high cloud deck coming in, but the low clouds are still holding off for the most part. We've had one intense band, the outermost rain band, and boy, did it come in. And just seeing the far outer reaches, you could tell Lord means business. There's potency, there's power with this. You could see it even just, it went from pretty calm conditions to a severe thunderstorm, just like that, all right? Nothing that other parts of the country haven't seen, but it goes to show you even, 200 miles away, we're getting that kind of energy, all right? Just imagine when we get to 50 miles away, what it's gonna be like here in Lake Charles. That's where I am outside the Golden Nugget. This is where we are gonna be riding out Hurricane Laura, a safe, well-built, fairly new resort property, right? We're not going to be here though, because this is all going to be underwater. You see where Prian Lake, this is Prian Lake. This is all part of the whole Calcasieu River basin. So all the river up Calcasieu River expected to be potentially a record crest of over 15 feet if the forecast verifies. Either way, even if we get above 9 feet, we're still talking significant flooding. And that, unfortunately, means numerous neighborhoods here are going to be flooded out. And that's the saddest part. Then you got to throw in the wind aspect. All right, it's going to be a terrifying night. This is going to be one that nightmares are made out of. So people have been evacuating. A lot of people were doing that earlier this morning. We talked to the Louisiana National Guard on how they're doing that, how they're busing people out, because that's a whole, different ball game these days, given the coronavirus. Take a listen to some of the precautions in place.
Because we're still going through the COVID pandemic, we continue to social distance, wear our mask, hand sanitize, keep our 6 to 8 feet apart while we're doing this. All of our soldiers will be prepared to move out with masks for themselves and also for any residents that we might have to rescue.
And what we don't want people to do is to be too scared to go to a public shelter because of the coronavirus, yet where they are at is more scary because now their life is in immediate danger, okay? So you have to get to your safe place, and we're running out of time, okay? Shelters, they're open for those who need to go to. Of course, you want to do other results, but your window of opportunity, Alex, is pretty much behind us now as the winds are steadily picking up. The rain's going to be following. Give it a couple of hours. It's going to probably be raining here, and the winds change quickly. It's not like every hour they gain 20 miles. It happens within minutes and then seconds, especially as we get towards landfall.
Yeah, make sure everything's charged while you still have power. Do the things, that are going to keep you comfortable if you are going to stay put where you are and ride this storm out. Where this goes beyond here, we're still looking at troublemaking effects, even beyond the landfall. So I think sometimes we get the impression that these storms make landfall and then they just turn off. Not the case. Instead, we're still going to be dealing with hurricane-force wind gusts, possibly tomorrow afternoon into parts of northern Louisiana, parts of Arkansas as well. Little Rock likely to get some very, very heavy rain, flash flooding, a threat on the table for them. And then rain, gusty winds work through portions of the Tennessee Valley, the Ohio Valley, even parts of the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic as we head into the upcoming weekend. So we are not going to be done with Laura tomorrow. Instead, Laura is one that's going to be sticking around into the weekend. But I mentioned the flash flooding risk. Heavy rain, always a component of these tropical systems. And Laura, no exception. We're going to be looking at likelihood of flash flooding tomorrow into early Friday from parts of Arkansas down into the state of Louisiana and eastern Texas as well. So that's the greatest risk area. Then we look at western Tennessee, portions of Missouri, northeast Arkansas, southwestern Kentucky by the time we get into Friday, early Saturday. So flash flooding is something that we think is going to be an ongoing issue as we finish out the week. Tomorrow at lunchtime, take a look at Shreveport. They're getting rocked by strong winds, very heavy rainfall. That continues to move northward. We'll lose a bit of the wind. I think they're still going to be very strong around the Little Rock area. I would say later in the day Friday, do we finally begin to see things start to wind down to a more manageable level. Keep in mind, these storms have a lot of power, and it's going to take some time for this thing to wind down. So again, the wind could be an issue well inland with downed trees, a threat moving forward. Then we get you into early Saturday morning. Kentucky, Middle Tennessee getting the heavy rain. Expect gusty rain showers into the Mid-Atlantic by the upcoming weekend, Mike.
Alex, thank you. Around-the-clock coverage live for you, tracking every aspect of Laura. If you can't watch us here on your TV, you have to evacuate. You can get the latest track and up-to-the-minute forecast from the Weather Channel, now on Sirius XM, Channel 721, streaming through noontime Eastern Thursday. That's the Sirius XM digital channel on the app 721.
This back-to-school forecast brought to you by Target. Check everything off the list to get ready for school.
Yeah, I'm faithful. Scratch that, baby, I'm faithful. Gotta say it's really been a while, but now I got back that smile.
Check everything off the list with jeans from $8 and tees from $4. Get ready for school at Target.
From kitchens broken in by new chefs to bathrooms sinking battleships, Terminix is committed to keeping pests out, always backed by the Terminix promise to protect your home for all the love it holds.
And we've upgraded her with the Sonic Shield and holographic mapping drones.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver and get a discount just for signing up.
Well played, Jake from State Farm. As usual.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Find your keys. Find your get up and go. Find pants that aren't sweats. Find your friends. Find your sense of wonder. Find the world is new again. At Chevy, we'd like to take you there. Now, during the Chevy Open Road Sales Event, get up to 15% of MSRP cash back on select 2020 models. That's over $5,700 cash back on this Equinox. It's time to find new roads again.
Make the summer yours with a twist of flavor. Discover the Mediterranean flavors and gentle bubbles of San Pellegrino Essenza. Add a twist of flavor.
Yeah. Little choices make a big difference. Like delicious fruits and veggies. However you're healthy. Naked.
Cats will do anything for the irresistible taste of Temptations treats.
What are you doing?
Oh, hey, check this out.
Temptations. All it takes is a shake.
This is Richie Vento from Bay Ridge Hyundai. And going on now, it's our list of zeros sales event.
0 down, 0 interest, 0 first month's payments on all new Hyundais in stock, like the Palisades. Hurry in, log on to BayRidgeHyundai.com.
Hey, it's Steve at Plaza Automall. We will now be delivering your new or used vehicle to your home. Shop, buy, and now take delivery all from the comfort of your couch. Honda, Toyota, Kia, Hyundai, and Acura. Plaza Automall, Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
You one-stop block when you auto shop.
I just couldn't stay in shape like I used to. But luckily, I found Nugenix.
Nugenix is a unique man-boosting formula that helps increase your free testosterone levels. To get a complimentary bottle, text RANK to 369-369.
This is Richie Bento from Bay Ridge Hyundai. And going on now, it's our list of zeros sales event. 0 down, 0 interest, 0 first month's payments on all new Hyundais in stock, like the Palisades. Hurry in, log on to BayRidgeHyundai.com.
This is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 76 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, late night thunderstorms. Low 72. Winds west-southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Chance of rain 50%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. It is all about Hurricane Lisa. And as the sun begins to slowly set in the west, we've got something coming in from the south that has a name. It's Hurricane Lisa. And I'll tell you, Hurricane Laura as it was. It's been a long day, folks. It's going to be a long day for the people here having to deal with Laura during the overnight hours into the morning. Very quickly, I want to show you something. You'll notice these canals that we have set up. It's all part about adapting, trying to hold back the rising waters that Hurricane Laura will bring to the area. Let me show you another form of adaptation, and that's more of a subtle one. You'll notice over here on this van, this is Ben Trailer, who is our photojournalist. This is his rental vehicle, and you'll notice on the very top of it a couple of canisters. The reason why we've got the additional gas, is because at this point on I-10, which is right behind me, you've got a lot of places closing down, people evacuating. It makes common sense. It is the right thing to do. It's the smart thing to do. And Mike, a lot of folks certainly obeying that. I'll tell you, you think about where we happen to be, and we're about 16 feet above sea level, which, when you think about what this storm could bring, not very high. But then you go some 30 miles to the south of our present location, you'll find Port Arthur. And you think about Hurricane Laura coming on shore, think about this for a moment. Right there, you've got elevation around 7 feet. You do the math, and you talk about truly a catastrophic event that is in the making and what it's going to mean for so many people that call this beautiful corner of the world home. So it's all about vigilance. It's all about doing the right thing. It's all about being smart, careful with this storm. But Mike, I'm telling you, this is going to be just an absolute sledgehammer that isn't going to stop here. Hurricane Laura expected to go all the way up towards Shreveport and beyond, possibly going to the city of Shreveport with winds Category 1 strength. Yeah. I mean, we're talking about the stuff of nightmares.
It's amazing to see the power this thing has. You know, one thing we haven't talked a lot about, Reynolds, is some of the really heavy rain that will come along with this. We know how bad the winds and the surge will be. There'll be some really heavy rain that comes out of this. A town like Beaumont floods pretty easy. I remember being there before and being at the hospital, and literally it was like a moat around the hospital after Hurricane Rita. So people have to be prepared for some street flooding.
You're absolutely right. And we heard from the mayor earlier today, and she said that very thing. I know Dave Malkoff, who's been doing just extraordinary work telling the story of people who live here and how they're preparing. But, Mike, as we talked about just a few days ago, that when you live in this close proximity to the Gulf of Mexico, preparedness, being ready, being vigilant truly is part of the DNA. It's part of who you are. It is the price that many people are able to accept of living this close to the Gulf, living in this part of the world. You always have to be ready. Back to you.
There's no other way. It's the way of life. You're exactly right, Reynolds. Thank you. It's going to be a tough night for us in Beaumont. be a tough night here for a lot of folks with a 145-mile-per-hour hurricane bearing down on us right now. That could be even higher as we go into the nighttime hours, and landfall expected after midnight tonight here. Most likely along the Louisiana coastline. When you look at the cone here, more in Louisiana than in Texas. We're not that far away, hours away from a landfall, with the wind forecast at landfall to be 150 miles per hour. Could even maybe tick up a little bit higher than that to Reynolds Point, going up through the Mid-South, and then eventually exiting off the northeast coast here. All along that, we could see some really gusty winds. Wouldn't be surprised to see some power outages along the way as well. The surge could be downright deadly, unfortunately. In the dark pink and the light pink colors here, 10 to 20 feet of storm surge is possible. And along the coastline, it could be devastating. Lake Charles, by the way, sitting up toward the top here. I want to zoom down into coastal Louisiana, though, not inland like Lake Charles. I want to take you down to the coastline here. I'm talking to you in like a Pecan Island and a Cameron and a Holly Beach. I want to go down here to Holly Beach. It's a place where people will go and spend some summertime and just enjoy the view of the water. They got a nice little beach there, but it's not very big, and it is so susceptible to what this hurricane will bring. Why? Check this out. Yes, many of the homes are up on stilts. Some of the buildings are not. This building guaranteed will be washed out. A lot of the homes are up on stilts here, and that's a good thing. The problem is, if you've got 12 feet of elevation, even if you have 15 feet of elevation here, and the storm surge is 20 feet, which would put it up here, and then you have waves on top of that, these homes may all be gone. Even the homes on stilts may be gone. I'm concerned that the homes that are on wood stilts will disappear as a result. And this is why I think and anyone that's in an RV has no chance. They have to evacuate. No, there's no question about that. I think this is why the Hurricane Center used the phrase unsurvivable, because I think there's some fear here that even these homes that are built up and elevated will wash away because of the wave action that will take them out, because you've got a 145-mile-per-hour wind pushing the water and causing the waves that churn up and eat everything in their path here. So a place like Holly Beach almost stands zero chance of survival, unfortunately.
Mike, after Hurricane Michael, I got to go to Mexico Beach the next day, and you get it. There are homes that are just gone. Just the slabs they were on.
My fear is if you're not on concrete pilings, the home won't be there. But the pilings may stand, but the home may be gone.
The home may not. So hopefully you're in your safe spot. Hopefully you evacuated. Our team coverage is back at the top of the hour.
Look, Limu, someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need. False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. What getting fueled with one protein feels like. What getting fueled with 3 energy-packed proteins feels like. Meat, cheese, and nuts. Pay 3, because 3 is better than 1.
Make the summer yours with a twist of flavor. Discover the Mediterranean flavors and gentle bubbles of San Pellegrino Essenza. Add a twist of flavor.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it.
Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery. To your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
Introducing New Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with New Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Summer is here. So it. Here are the rules for summer this year. Lays are preferred. Pants are optional. Backyards, bathtubs, and patios are always open. And snack time is anytime. Recipes are better with Cheetos. Tostito salsa goes with everything. And bedtime? What's a bedtime? Yeah, summer rules. Frito-Lay, let's summer.
Little choices make a big difference, like nutritious fruit smoothies. However you healthy? Naked.
Did you know that some aluminum-free deodorants only mask odor? Secret Aluminum-Free helps eliminate odor instead of just masking it, and is made with 3 times more odor fighters. With Secret, odor is one less thing to worry about. Secret.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
Major Hurricane Laura bearing down now on the Gulf Coast, particularly East Texas and Louisiana. It is go time, folks. It is here, and it's about to get a whole lot worse. Unsurvivable storm surge expected from Holly Beach through the coastal parishes of Cameron Parish, off towards the east and north. I mean, we're talking 20 to 30 miles inland of over 10 foot to 15 feet of storm surge, okay? That's going to cause catastrophic damage, and what you see out here around me is going to look very different. We've been taking a lot of before pictures, hoping that things will still resemble what they do now, but it's hard to imagine, Mike, that being the case with so much property, familiarity likely to be ruined by Laura in the next 24 hours.
It's tragic to think what may happen here over the course of hours that may take years to recover from, if some couldn't even recover. That's how bad this is likely to be. Chris Bruin, thank you so much. I'm Mike Bettis, along with Alex Wilson in studio for you tonight, breaking down Hurricane Laura for you. 145-mile-per-hour winds. We'll get another update from the Hurricane Center in about an hour. We're getting hourly fixes, meaning we're getting hourly updates on where the hurricane is. We're not getting hourly updates on the pressure or wind speed or anything like that, just the location, okay? It's right now 130 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana here. The strong category for a hurricane, and the track brings it right into Texas or Louisiana. More likely Louisiana than Texas at this point, but increasing in intensity up to 150-mile-per-hour winds forecast here. And I believe that we've got our last Hurricane Hunter flight has already been into the storm. So at this point, it's so close, I don't think they're going to do any more flights now. And then you can see where this thing goes. Hurricane strength could go up towards, say, Shreveport, then weakening, turning eastbound here with strong westerly winds that push it in that direction, but could still be dealing with very gusty winds, even into the northeast states going into the weekend. Where do we stand for winds right now? Lake Charles, our winds have been 25 to 30 here the last couple of hours. That'll continue, and then the winds really start to pick up through the night tonight. Could we get winds that gust over 125 miles an hour in Lake Charles? Yes, that is the forecast. Winds could gust 75 plus in Shreveport, but all these locations you see on the map could have, at minimum, tropical storm force winds, but we think a lot of areas could sustain some significant wind damage as a result. The winds right now are generally out of the east, and a Beaumont gusting to 20, Lake Charles out of the east gusting to 28. And so for many of you, be aware of what that wind threat will be. I know a lot of us are worried about the water, and we should be, but the wind threat is going to be devastating as well. I want to really analyze the satellite tonight and break some things down for you. I want to go back, and I'm just going to grab this, and I'm going to pause it. I'm going to back it up. All right? So let's take it back to 2 o'clock this afternoon. I want you to notice the colors around the eye. All right? We've got a lot of dark red in there, right? We've got a little bit of grayish, whitish color in there down here to the south, okay? Now, as we play this out, and I'll do it slowly, watch what happens with that white. Watch how it expands, then it'll start to contract, and numerous sides of the hurricane now are peaking with some white. Look at that, right? And then look at this band right in here. That is going to be the most intense part of the hurricane, an eye wall that is getting stronger. So at this point, I would not put it past this hurricane to produce Category 5 winds. You break it down like that, and they'll be analyzing this via satellite. That's how they'll determine the wind speed at this point. But it is scary to think about. And now we're getting the stadium effect, the center of the storm. The eye is clearing out even more. More indication that we're now getting a really intense vortex in there. Also, we may be getting some shadowing in there, but it is an incredibly intense vortex with a lot of thunderstorms. I'll even break that down for you at the very end. Look at this. Look how tall. Let me pull that down just a little bit. Look how tall the thunderstorms are now around a good chunk of that hurricane. So there's the most intense part of it right now. That's a scary, scary sight, Alex Wilson. You don't get a whole lot of hurricanes that look like that one. We'll see what happens at landfall. This is going to be, no matter how you slice it, devastating.
Absolutely. You know, when these storms, hurricanes, tornadoes start to look textbook, that means we're dealing with a beast of a storm. And unfortunately, that's exactly what we think is ongoing with Laura. We're going to get back to Mike in just a second for more expert analysis. But right now, I want to show you some new images coming in of flooding already underway in Lafourche Parish. This is Louisiana, LA1 in Golden Meadow. And to give you some perspective on how large Laura is, this flooding is happening 200 miles east of Lake Charles, where the storm is expected to make landfall. So we are dealing with a much larger and much more powerful storm than Marco. I think a lot of us are like, Marco who? From earlier this week, right? Well, we've got some video as well coming in to us here at the Weather Channel showing the blowing rain, the clouds taking over in portions of Louisiana. We've seen the rain move in. We've seen those clouds moving quickly. And the time to repair has really come to an end now. Now it's time to hunker down. And a lot of you need to be in that safe spot with your supplies, with everything charged and ready to go. Here's a look at what we know right now. Calcasieu Parish officials have issued a dusk to dawn curfew that begins tonight. The city of Lake Charles is issuing a system-wide precautionary boil water advisory also beginning tonight. Texas has evacuation centers in San Antonio, Austin, the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, as well as Ellis County. Now, meteorologist Chris Bruin is in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And Chris, you guys are going to be staying there. You're in a really solid structure, but I know you've thought about everything. Everyone asking online, what about the storm surge? You guys have found a safe, secure spot to be, but urging a lot of people to get out has been the theme from the National Weather Service.
Yeah, I can assure you none of our teams will be here when this is pushing in overnight tonight, okay? This is going to be underwater. This is going to be too dangerous, too. You got debris flying at you. Of course, safety, number one, most important in mind, even though the water right now is still fairly tranquil, okay? So the water's going to be rising. That's going to happen even hours before. That could happen after sunset, and it really happens quickly. Don't think it's like the winds that ramp up steadily throughout the day, and as we get towards that inner eye wall core, you really start to see just the force of that. You mentioned a boil water precautionary measure that the city of Lake Charles is issuing here. That started right now at 6 o'clock local time. So if you haven't done so yet, some tips to do so, especially if you're going to be riding this storm out. You need to be prepared to have food, water on you. Hopefully you have all of that in your hurricane kits. Fill up your bathtub, just because that can help you take some water and flush the toilet. Likely so many people, given a storm of this magnitude, I've been in many storms in the past, water pressure is always an issue after the storm. So don't expect to have water, but if you fill up your bathtub now before you lose it, just keep it in there and use it as reserves. You can even use it to wash off at times. Just take a cup, a bucket, and then go outside or go in the shower and rinse yourself off. So that's something to be mindful of. It's many things, even buckets, you can fill those up with water. And if you need to, run into drinking water. But let's talk about what emergency officials are now doing. That evacuation process is pretty much over. They stopped busing people out at noon today, but now they're staging all the crews for what will then be the search and rescue mission. And here's how they're planning on doing that.
Just looking at the storm right now, it's going to be the high water, the storm surge coming through is really what we're focusing on. So we stationed high water vehicles and boats throughout the parish, just so as soon as the storm passes, we can get out there and start our search and rescue missions.
And there's likely going to be many hours where you're going to be without any emergency help. especially if you stayed, because it's going to be too unsafe. And winds are steadily picking up, Alex. They've been persistent around 20 to 25 miles per hour, but we'll get a gust every now and then over 30 miles per hour. A far cry from what we'll start seeing a couple of hours from now and then several hours from now. Boy, I can't even imagine. I mean, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. It really has been just a somber day, just being around Lake Charles, driving around, kind of getting my bearings, and just seeing all of this beautiful community and knowing what's coming. It really is scary.
Absolutely. So if you are still in that area, make sure you are in a safe spot. Our reporters are there and they are safe, and they are going to be bringing you the very latest. Chris, thank you so much. We're going to be checking back in with Chris, but I want to give you some timing here for severe danger that will be part of the story with this hurricane. Tornado watch in effect until 9 o'clock Central Time. Portions of East Texas getting into the state of Louisiana, including Lake Charles. So we've also got the threat, in addition of the coastal push of water, the heavy rain, the strong winds. Tornadoes a possibility with these landfalling tropical systems. Here, East Baton Rouge, Livingston, and St. Helena parishes are under a tornado warning. These are areas north of I-12. So we've been following these storms, and you can see there are several warnings. This is not uncommon, but there's our area of rotation. This continues to lift off to the north and east. Another area of rotation farther to the north and west. That one also warned upon for a possible tornado. But for this one, if you're in Oldfield, if you're in Baywood, if you're in Blairstown, want you to be in that lowest level, most interior room. Of course, we think about, the coastal communities when surge becomes an issue, and then you've got a tornado warning. You don't really have a safe spot because you need to go up to get away from the surge, but you need to go down to get away from the tornado. So that's why it's so important those areas along the coast are evacuated. East Feliciana Parish here under the warning. This is for that next area of rotation farther to the north and west of our last one. This one will be headed towards the Clinton area. So if you are in the community of Clinton, lowest level, most interior room, where you want to be right now as this continues to move to the north and east. These have been moving about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Clinton, Wilson, Norwood, and Newtonia, some of the communities in the path of this one. You can see we've got this other tornado warning, this one just to the south of Centerville, this storm. So that also continuing to move off to the north and west. That'll be moving into Mississippi. All right, let's get you through the timing of over the next few hours as we watch this storm make its approach, eventually make landfall. Still could be looking at some severe weather here across sections of Louisiana into portions of the Alexandria area into the early morning. Also watching parts of Texas, but really that east side, northeast quadrant, the areas where we most typically see the tornado warnings and the tornadoes. So that's what we'll be watching for. Heavy rain continues into tomorrow, into Friday, up through portions of Louisiana and into the state of Arkansas. Mike.
Alex, thanks for that. Back in now with meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. He's in Beaumont, Texas, expected to take a very serious hit tonight, Reynolds, as the winds really gust here. Even if we're on the western side, which would keep our fingers crossed here, prevent us from extreme storm surge here, those winds. Let's talk a little bit more about what those winds could do for us in Beaumont. They're right now 145, maybe could be a little weaker at Beaumont, but still could be destructive.
Oh, no question about it. Last time, if you want to look for one silver lining that we had when it came to Harvey in this part of the world, is at least at our present location, quite a bit of this area, you didn't have.
I think we might have had a little technical hiccup there with Reynolds. That's okay. We're going to get back to Reynolds here in just a second. We're going to update you on what we know with the storm right now and talk about those winds, because if you look at where the track is, it's highlighted in the white lines on your screen there, and then we overlay where the forecasted winds will be. What's scary is what this is right here in red. Those are the hurricane force winds that extend all the way up to Shreveport, Louisiana, the core of the really nasty stuff, where it could be looking at minimum Category 3 wind gusts here. That could be Beaumont, Jasper, Lake Charles, up near Alexandria as well. And then notice how far inland we get 40-mile-per-hour gusts that come along with the storm. Little Rock. Could that mean that we have, impact of power outages, tree limbs and tree branches that go down, trees that might be uprooted. Again, we talked about a couple of weeks ago, if you've been watching the Weather Channel, we had the big derecho that came across the Midwest. You've got all the trees that have the leaves on them because it's summertime, and so the wind really catches them. They're top heavy and they go over, unfortunately, if you get a big heavy rain event. So the soil is all loose now and they're easily toppled over. All right, so as we go through the evening, let's talk about the winds. Mostly out of the east or northeast for a Galveston, for a Houston. That could mean some storm surge flooding here, though, in Trinity Bay, maybe around Texas City or League City. That's a place to watch. Then going out, and some bayside flooding could happen in a place like Galveston. The winds, though, quite windy all the way through Thursday morning. They'll let up a little bit in the afternoon as the hurricane itself starts to pull away from Texas. But overall, a very uncomfortable, at times windy, rainy nighttime for us and morning in Texas. Closer to the Louisiana state line you are, the worse the weather is. Alex?
Absolutely. And, you know, we get a look at this thing and just how large it is over the Gulf of Mexico. We talk about Marco early in the week, such a small storm. And when we look back, kind of forget about it, right? Given what we're dealing right now with Laura about to make landfall. All right, so let's talk about what we're going to be watching for in terms of the dangers of wind. Wind will be a real problem moving forward, already gusting to 28 miles an hour at Lake Charles, 24 miles an hour at Lafayette, but that is going to escalate very, very quickly. Lake Charles, 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts by late this evening. Overnight, we're going to ramp that up to 125 mile per hour gusts. Alexandria, Shreveport, by tomorrow morning, you can see the wind gusts in these areas even rising very rapidly. Alexandria could be looking at gusts over 90 miles an hour. Shreveport gusting to 90 miles an hour by tomorrow afternoon. So this is not going to wind down quickly. It's not just a wind threat right along the coast. It will remain very strong as it makes its way into northern Louisiana, even portions of Arkansas by Thursday afternoon. Lake Charles finally begin to see those winds relax later in the day on Thursday. But we take a look at those hurricane force winds and expecting those to advance northward across the state of Louisiana as we move into the afternoon. So, Chris, you're going to see winds lighten up as we head into tomorrow afternoon, but overnight it's going to be rough.
Yeah, you know, Thursday afternoon feels so far away, Alex, here from a Lake Charles perspective, and I know for many residents who are watching. Coming up after the break, we're going to talk specifically about the Lake Charles community and what it means with the forecasted storm surge. This will all be underwater, folks. We're going to go in depth and talk about what it means for areas around the Golden Nugget, the Civic Center, downtown, and numerous streets after the break.
This hurricane coverage brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99. And special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
From kitchens broken in by new chefs to bathrooms sinking battleships, Terminix is committed to keeping pests out, always backed by the Terminix promise to protect your home for all the love it holds.
This is Richie Vento from Bay Ridge Hyundai, and going on now, it's our list of zeros sales event. 0 down, 0 interest, 0 first month's payments on all new Hyundais in stock, like the Palisades. Hurry in, log on to BayRidgeHyundai.com.
It's never been more important for businesses to reach customers on every device, but it's also never been more complicated. Spectrum Reach has simplified it, making it easy to reach anyone, anywhere, on any screen. Because multi-screen advertising is the best way to reach new customers and grow your business. We can put your business on TV, plus the most popular entertainment, news, and sports streaming apps today. We're the most trusted media partner in America, and we're here to make your business grow. Head to spectrumreach.com/multiscreen today.
This is Richie Vento from Bay Ridge Hyundai, and going on now, it's our list of zeros sales event. 0 down, 0 interest, 0 first month's payments on all new Hyundais in stock, like the Palisades. Hurry in, log on to BayRidgeHyundai.com.
Unbelievable, this is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 76 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, late night thunderstorms, low 72. Chance of rain, 50%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
Be ready for impacts well beyond the center of the hurricane.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
All right, Lake Charles, I hope you're ready because Laura is coming and we are now hours away. Starting to get a little bit of wave action. This is the one thing I'm starting to notice, and there is a little bit of a shift, slight shift in the wind direction. This is Prion Lake and it spills out to the Calcasieu River. That's what you're looking at, that high bridge there. That's Interstate 210, one of the bypasses here around Lake Charles, and I don't see many cars, okay? So that means for the most part, the roads are empty except for law enforcement and those last minute people getting to the around town. Hopefully no one's on the roads at this point, but guys, the water's going to start coming in very quickly and it's going to start covering all of this with water, and at times it's going to be well over my head. Let's talk about that forecast for surge, because storm surge warnings have been in effect now for the last 24 hours and they will remain in effect. Southwest Louisiana, we are now forecasting a 15 to 20-foot storm surge. That is just historic here for this part of southwestern Louisiana, and may get higher than what we saw with Rita. The highest report we had with Rita, Mike, was 18 feet. And you saw what it did to places like Holly Beach. Absolutely leveled the community. And it looked like a bomb went off here in Lake Charles as well. And we may have a repeat performance or worse.
Yeah, I think the comparison's a pretty solid one, Chris. Although this one's a little stronger. Rita was bigger, but this one's a little stronger. But I think the comparison still stands. Chris, thank you so much. Well, the governor of Louisiana has activated the state's entire National Guard to assist first responders as Hurricane Laura approaches landfall.
And joining us now, Brigadier General Keith Waddell. He is the adjunct general with the Louisiana National Guard. First question to you. If somebody hasn't evacuated at this point, what would you tell them as far as what they can best do to prepare themselves and keep themselves safe?
Ma'am, the first thing I would do is make sure that they reach out to family or friends and let them know that they end up staying at their location and they were going to hunker down for the evening. And for those folks that are staying at home or staying in some other location, it's imperative to come up with a little contingency plan right there on site. If you do need to get to higher ground, you may want to consider tools in the event that you have to get in your attic, and you may have to cut your way out of there before we can get to you the next day.
General, what equipment does the National Guard have ready to respond with? Are we talking high water rescues, boats, high-profile vehicles? What can you do to assist people afterwards?
Well, we've pre-positioned hundreds of high water vehicles throughout the impacted area, and we have boats, gator boats, flat bottom boats, over 60 of them positioned throughout the projected impact area. And we have engineer work teams, engineer assessment teams, all ready to go for after the hurricane clears the area.
In your experience, what do you think is going to be the greatest need after the storm?
The greatest need after the storm is going to be to save lives, prevent human suffering, and then protect key infrastructure or property. But saving lives is going to be number one, ma'am.
What about your men and women in particular? Their needs, because we're thinking about the virus as well, are they well prepared and have the equipment they need to be in close contact with other people?
They are. Our soldiers and airmen are some of the finest in the entire country. They are prepared. Prior to Cristobal, we actually started putting PPE in our equipment and getting it ready for that storm, which we didn't see any impacts. And prior to Marco and now Laura, we just verified that we had the proper PPE on hand, ready to use when that time comes. And then as far as our logistics tail, we have plenty of PPE in storage for when we have to do resupply.
All right, well, Brigadier General Keith Waddell, Adjunct General with the Louisiana National Guard, we thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for all you do and all you're going to do here in the days to come. We anticipate this is going to be a really big event. You know, Mike, we talk about the people who chose to stay, and I'm hopeful that there aren't many of those people who chose to stay. I think we've learned so much in the past few years with our strong hurricanes like Michael, even Harvey and Florence, the flooding storms. I think so many times people have gotten that message after the fact from people who stayed to just go.
I hope everyone got the message because we know there'll be a lot of susceptible people with the storm surges coming in. I think about a Lake Charles. One thing I would fear is, could we see images of people on rooftops being plucked off their rooftops by helicopter because they're stuck in the water? I hope we do not see that. I hope everyone has decided to get in their vehicles or get some transportation and get the heck out of town.
Absolutely. Well, still to come, we've got more special live coverage for you. In fact, we are going all night long. We are nearing the landfall of what is now a very powerful Category 4 hurricane closing in on the Gulf Coast. We'll get you out to our cruise in Louisiana next.
And we've upgraded her with a sonic shield.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Huh. Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
Resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Ina, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Look at that scuffed up wall. I'm staring at you. Embarrassing you in front of your in-laws. Spreading rumors about you at work. That wall is your Everest, but not anymore. Today, let's paint. That wall never knew what hit it. Today, let's paint. Fair, exclusively at the Home Depot.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
At Safelight, we're here for you with safe, convenient service.
We'll come right to you.
You'll get a text when we're on our way.
Before we arrive, just leave your keys on the dash. We'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service.
And that service you can trust when you need it the most. Schedule at safelight.com.
Safelight Repair, Safelight Replace.
A lot of folks are asking me lately how to get their dishes as clean as possible. I tell them, you should try Cascade Platinum plus the power of Oxy. Cascade Platinum plus Oxy breaks down food soils some detergents can leave behind, washing away even the smallest food residue so it doesn't redeposit on your dishes. And Oxy is Cascade's most powerful clean, formulated without chlorine bleach for a hygienic clean you can see and feel. Cascade plus the power of Oxy, the #1 recommended brand in North America.
Try Drive Up at Target. Contactless delivery right to your car, designed for your day. Your moves. Your style. Your taste. So quick and easy. Just download the Target app today.
Cats will do anything for the irresistible taste of Temptations treats.
What are you doing?
Oh, hey, check this out. Temptations. All it takes is a shake.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
We know to wash our hands. Here's a reminder from Cetaphil to wash your face, too. Dermatologist recommended Cetaphil washes away germs in 20 seconds and leaves skin moisturized and healthy. Show your sensitive skin some love with Cetaphil.
Water?
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Mio.
And welcome back to continued coverage here on the Weather Channel. Hurricane Laura, major hurricane that is rolling in this direction. Category 4 may actually intensify as it gets closer to our shores. If you happen to be the praying type, please do so for the people that will be in the path of this storm. And if not, please send good vibes because millions of souls could use both. It is going to be a troubling evening, no doubt. Right now, the sun is beginning its drop out towards the west. However, we have the storm approaching from the south, and it's going to bring fury with it. A lot of wind, a lot of rain, possibly catastrophic conditions, and the wind is really going to be a major feature into the evening hours. Right now, we have water actually receding in this diversionary canal, but we anticipate that it is going to rise back up, possibly spill over the banks. This high area here, Alex, on Interstate 10 should be A-OK, but there's some lower spots that were obscured by heavy water, by rising water back during Harvey, and we do expect that to happen once again. I'll tell you, by the time we get to tomorrow morning, and certainly by the afternoon, the map of South Texas and parts of Louisiana will be redrawn by this system. Unbelievable times. Certainly fearsome times at that. Vigilance is key. Back to you, Alex.
Really, really scary stuff coming our way in the next 24 to 36 hours. And unfortunately, parts of East Texas, Louisiana, right in that zone. Here's a look at what we know right now with a very strong Category 4 Hurricane Laura. 145-mile-per-hour winds making its way towards the Louisiana coast. That's where we expect landfall overnight. Storm surge could penetrate up to 40 miles inland. As Dr. Nab always says, you don't have to be able to see the ocean for the ocean to find you, or in this case, the Gulf. Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana has relocated some aircraft, and Houston Metro operations now suspended. Mike, we've been very concerned about portions of the Louisiana coastline already beginning to see the water rise.
You know, we've had this camera here in Cameron for a couple of hours, and about 2 hours ago, this road was dry. But now notice the water's coming up, and it's only going to get higher. And all these buildings that you see here, any vehicles that you see there, will go underwater, and a significant amount of water. That water rise could be 15 feet, which would put it up into the second stories of several of these buildings. It's going to be an awful sight to see, unfortunately. The winds right now are 145 miles per hour. We're going to get a new update here in about a half an hour or less from the National Hurricane Center to see what the new wind speed and pressure are. But the pressure that's been declining, that means it's been strengthening. That's just a bad sign, especially when we're approaching landfall here a few hours from now. Forecast to be 150 miles per hour. But I want to show you something. Look at where this track goes, all the way into the Mid-South and then curving into the Northeast here. We could see hurricane-force winds into Shreveport, tropical storm-force winds that could have through the Mid-South, maybe even the Boot Heel of Missouri. But I showed you there that we had winds at 145, right? So the last Hurricane Hunter flight going in there, in particular, here in the northeast quadrant of the hurricane, I got to show this to you, has now measured winds at 155 miles an hour. So I think it's a slam dunk that they will increase the wind speed here. It could go 150. It could go 155. They'll do a couple more crisscrosses in there. I think if they see another wind at 155, then it's a guarantee the Hurricane Center will up this to 155, which is on the precipice of Category 5. Category 5 starts at 157. So you see what we're talking about here, folks. The amount of energy in the high tops on this storm is incredible. North side, south side, the eye wall has tightened and shrunk. This thing is getting very, very intense. And I'm going to show you the storm heights, the echo tops, if you will, as we measure them. This tells you the thunderstorm tops that surround the storm. 47,000 feet tall there on the western side. Alex, it's about 9 miles up. So the top of the hurricane is about 9 miles tall. This thing is a monster right now.
It is an absolute beast. Meteorologist Reynolds Wolf is in Beaumont, Texas. Reynolds, you got one more hit for us. You're going to be back up later tonight. We're going all night long with coverage to keep people safe.
Absolutely, no question about it. I'm sorry, I was listening to what Mike was saying, and folks, I'm just dumbfounded by it. I mean, we're talking strongest winds on the planet, 155 miles an hour, and possibly strengthening more as it makes its way to our shores. To find the beach here, you've got to travel. You got to go some 30 miles in that direction. And the way to get there, these roads lead to water. At least this exit does. You'll notice here's I-10, but notice you get over to 287 southbound, you'll find the city of Port Arthur. Port Arthur rests only 7 feet above sea level. 7 feet, ladies and gentlemen. Think about this for a moment. And it's just, it really is the stuff of nightmares. Field producer Jamie Morrison and I went down there earlier this morning, and the place is empty. A few telltale cars and really just an odd silence, but the wind every now and then would begin to pick up. A faint whisper here or there. Well, that whisper will be replaced by a deafening roar later on tonight. Unbelievable, and all hell is going to come with it. So, folks, you've got to be on guard. Keep it here at the Weather Channel. We got crews around the clock. We're going to be here for you. We're all in this together. We truly are. All right, folks, let's leave you with another shot at those gray skies and rain and more is on the way. You're watching.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to lower cholesterol and slows sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. So start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
It's open.
Hi. This is amazing. With moderate to severe ulcerative colitis.
Are you okay?
Even when I was there, I never knew when my symptoms would keep us apart. So I talked to my doctor about Humira. I learned Humira can help get and keep UC under control when other medications haven't worked well enough. And it helps people achieve control that lasts, so you could experience few or no symptoms.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious, sometimes fatal infections and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Be there for you and them. Ask your gastroenterologist about Humira. With Humira, control is possible.
Water?
Incoming! Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Mio.
And Doug.
You know, Limu, after all these years, it's the ones that got away that haunt me the most. Because you're not like everybody else. That's why Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. So you only pay for what you need.
What?
Oh, I said.
Oh, this is my floor.
No! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
From kitchens broken in by new chefs to bathrooms sinking battleships, Terminix is committed to keeping pests out, always backed by the Terminix promise to protect your home for all the love it holds.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
How do you make a Pinot Noir taste like no other? Start with grapes from 3 California regions. Push flavor in new directions. And put a bear on the label. Made like no other for a taste like no other. Maomi. Flavor forward.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
This is a major hurricane. It's going to be a large, powerful storm.
Time is running out for those preparations. This will be catastrophic.
It is all about the storm surge here.
All right, and time has ran out, guys. Looking at the radar, things are about to get bad, and this is what we're talking about. I want to show you the radar and where the rain is because it's still fairly dry in Lake Charles. We had one of the outermost bands come through a few hours ago that produced some tropical storm force winds, even prompted a severe thunderstorm warning and several tornado warnings. That's another factor too. We'll get to that, but I want to talk about the water level rise because we're getting reports now. Obviously, the coastal communities like Holly Beach and Cameron, they've been seeing that water rise. In fact, debris even coming over some of the roads there on the highway out of Lake Charles south towards Holly Beach. But now notice too, there's a town in between Holly Beach and Cameron, and it's called Hackberry. So it's kind of halfway between Lake Charles and the Gulf of Mexico, and they're now starting to see that water come up, okay? So that's about 10 or so miles inland. That's up the Calcasieu River, and that means you go another 10, 15 miles into Lake Charles, and that's where we are. All right, so we're seeing all of the coastal communities and even 200 miles to the east.
outside of New Orleans into those low-lying parishes, we've had water rise because of that surge. It's going to be far-reaching and very impactful, and it's going to be deadly, catastrophic, and the National Weather Service saying unsurvivable if you chose to stay behind in an area that was ordered to evacuate. People did make the last-minute change this morning. They were probably planning on staying, and then they saw that forecast. They were out of here, including this woman who took her chances and left as fast as she could.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I didn't think I was going to make it here. I'm paralyzed from the waist down, and nobody was coming to get me. I had to travel on the road from my house to one of the recreation in my seat because there was nowhere I could go. I just left and took it to faith. I barely made it.
Okay. Thankfully, she's at a safe place, and hopefully you are as well, because that rain's coming in, those winds are picking up. Where do we go from here? It's 6:41 local time in Lake Charles. I would say by 8, it's going to be raining, and we're going to have much stronger gusts. By 10, we could be seeing 70, 80 miles per hour. That's when you start getting power outages. That's when you start seeing tree limbs come down, weak trees, and weak structures start taking a beating. And then after that, it's done deal. It's catastrophic, just horrible conditions. It's going to be pitch dark too, and that's going to make it all the more scary. So riding this out, it's going to be just a long night. You mentioned tomorrow afternoon, Alex, things start to clear up, but that just feels so far away. We're still on the 4 side. It's hard to imagine 10 hours of just chaos and what it's going to leave behind.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a long 10 hours for the people that stayed there. It is going to take a while. Chris mentioned some of the impacts we're already seeing. Behind me, the water already covering the roads in Cameron, Louisiana. So we're beginning to see that water inundate some of those low spots, those areas along the coast as expected, and that water's only going to go up. Surge, so many times the underestimated threat and the one that provides the most in the way of devastation and deaths. Right now, we are looking at the forecast for Laura. This isn't something that makes landfall and then no longer becomes a story. We're going to be tracking this all the way into the upcoming weekend. Portions of the mid-Atlantic even watching for this storm to bring some gusty rain showers by Saturday. But in the meantime, flash flooding will be a real danger. Tomorrow and into early Friday, we're going to be looking at the threat of flash flooding very likely across parts of Arkansas, Louisiana, eastern Texas. Then, as we get you into Friday and Saturday morning, how about parts of West Tennessee, southwest Kentucky, southeastern sections of Missouri, and northeastern Arkansas? These are areas and communities that we think will see too much rain and will see high water. So creeks, streams could overflow their banks. Water could cover roadways. Really need to keep in mind the threats that will be on this table, or that will be on the table with this storm as we head into the end of the week and even into the upcoming weekend. Look at Shreveport tomorrow afternoon, getting in on the gusty winds. Again, it's going to take some time for these winds to wind down. So gusty winds, very heavy rain likely into tomorrow afternoon. Little Rock, by the time we get into late Thursday, early Friday, you've got very, very heavy rainfall and gusty winds. I think by the time we get into Friday, finally those winds begin to ramp down to the point that we're not looking at a lot of power outages, a lot of downed trees. They'll still be gusty, though, across parts of the Tennessee Valley into the Ohio Valley as we head into the upcoming weekend, parts of the Mid-Atlantic as well. Have a new advisory in on Hurricane Laura. Let's get to Mike for more.
Alex, we feared it. The winds are going up. Another tick up here with the wind speed up to 150 miles per hour. This is such an intense hurricane right now. The pressure also dropping like a rock. Pressure's now down to 940 millibars. It's 12 millibar pressure drop in the last 6 hours. It's going at a fearsome pace right now, 120 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana, but an intensifying, still Category 4 hurricane. We're just 7 miles away from a Category 5. Back after this.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
At Philadelphia, we know what makes the perfect schmear of cream cheese. The recipe we invented over 145 years ago, and me, the world's best, and possibly only, chemelier. Philadelphia, schmear perfection.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it. Frisbee it. So we went with what we do best. Delivery. To your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
These days, every dollar counts. And with the Lowe's Advantage card, you build savings on top of savings. With 5% off eligible purchases every day. That's 5% off to sand it down, keep it trim, and get the upgrade. Last year, 9 million Lowe's shoppers saved big with the Lowe's Advantage card. Open an account today to build your own savings. 5% at a time, every time.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know, but that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Real people are realizing there's a better way to mobile.
My carrier probably has a lot of fees I don't even know are there. Basic phone line access, federal universal service charge, I don't even know what that is. Why am I paying these fees?
At Spectrum Mobile, there are no added taxes and fees. What you see is what you pay. $45 a line with our unlimited data plan or $14 a gig with our Buy the Gig plan.
The calculator said that we would save $600 a year. We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $350 a year.
$650 a year. It's true. Most customers who use our calculator find they could save hundreds every year. Don't wait. Find your savings at SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115 and get it all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts.
I'm ready to switch.
Get more for less with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Plus, get the flexibility to mix and match plans. Visit a Spectrum store. Go to SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115.
Unbelievable, this is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, late night thunderstorms, low 72, chance of rain 50%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe, high 94. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe, low 77, chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
NOAA hurricane hunter Kermit making 5 passes through Hurricane Laura today. This is the time lapse of the second pass, the beginning of the third. Boy, I got to tell you, they do some incredible work. And then in the eye, look how calm it is. You can see right down, you can see the white caps down below, and then just look up through the eye wall and up to the top. And then they are just working left and right. See what he's doing there? It's one drops on after another, after another, after another. They do them fast and furious, folks, as they are dropping those things out of the belly of the plane and getting as much data as they can. The most recent hurricane hunter, verifying some 150-mile-per-hour winds with this thing. They're measuring with via dropson. They're measuring what's known as the SMRF, the stepped frequency microwave radiometer. That's a lot of words, folks, for basically radio waves that are sent down to the surface, and they measure the white caps or the bubbles, in essence, on the surface of the water, and they can estimate wind speed. You got to be a genius to invent this kind of stuff, but it's remarkable technology. Nonetheless, 150-mile-per-hour hurricane with a pressure that continues to drop. I'm stunned by how much the pressure has dropped here throughout the day. It's dropped 7 millibars since the last advisory. North-northwest movement at 15 miles per hour. Expected landfall is going to happen after midnight tonight, most likely right here on the Louisiana shoreline. So a lot happening for us tonight with this hurricane, and we'll show you the updated cone here that has most of it in Louisiana. Can't completely rule out Texas, but I think Louisiana is almost a slam dunk. Winds is estimated to be at 150 at landfall. They could go higher still. This is a really remarkable hurricane. The track takes it all the way into the northeast through the weekend. So the westerlies pick it up and push it in that direction. Here's what we're really concerned about: the storm surge in the heart of it. As much as 20 feet of storm surge with waves on top of that, which will just destroy buildings, truly destroy buildings. I want to show you a lay of the land on a Google map. We're going to show you some places right at the coastline here in Louisiana. Cameron sits right in here, all right? Grand Chenier is sitting right over here. I'm going to take you to Holly Beach tonight and show you what that location looks like. And the Hurricane Center, the National Weather Service in Lake Charles saying, if you're in these places, it's too late to leave now. The water's already rising. You're not going to get out because of flooded roadways. And this is why they've used the word unsurvivable today, because of 20 feet of storm surge and waves on top of that. This is kind of a vacation community here. You go down here, you enjoy the views of the water. A lot of RVs will come down here, and hopefully all of those have gotten out because they'll just completely wash away. But I want to show you what some of these homes look like. A lot of them are new. A lot of them have been built after Rita. A lot of them are up on stilts. Are they high enough, though, with a right front quadrant hit? I don't know if they are. Again, RVs, any kind of boats, those all have to go. You got to get out of the way. There's a look at homes that are built on stilts. But again, are they high enough? If you're up 12 feet, 15 feet or so, I don't know if it's enough. And if your pilings aren't concrete, I don't know if wood pilings are going to be enough. Again, you can see all the buildings are raised here, and that's good, but then the waves on top of the water rise is going to be devastating and take these homes out. And so unsurvivable is a good word to use, especially if you're riding this out and your home is about to wash away completely because of the storm. Again, this is an area here which is right on the water, unfortunately for us here. That's a look at Cameron, Louisiana. This is just a bit down the road from the images that we're showing you on Google Maps. Same thing here. The water's already rising for us here, all right? And so all these roads that are going underwater now, Alex, gives you no route to escape, unfortunately. I think if you're still farther inland, like a Lake Charles, where you're still dry, where the winds are still under tropical storm strength, I still think you have a little bit of time. That window is closing, but in places down along the coastline, our fingers are crossed for you, and our prayers are with you, because if you're still there, this is potentially life-threatening.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really tough overnight. We've all been in these storms. They are scary stuff, not to be messed with. So yes, thinking of everybody in the path of this one. We take a look at Galveston, and you can see the waves already beginning to pick up. And now is really the time. Tonight into tomorrow, that's when we've got those 25-mile-per-hour gusts or greater. The strongest of gusts for a place like Galveston will be the 45-mile-per-hour more gusts. Those come Thursday morning. Rainfall of less than an inch, so we're not looking at a big flooding threat there, but storm surge of 3 to 5 feet possible in the Galveston area. Take a look at the winds. They're going to be offshore to start, around 40 miles an hour, shifting to more of a westerly wind. So we will see those winds shift and increase in intensity overnight into tomorrow morning. By later in the morning and afternoon, beginning to back off. All right, let's get back to Chris Bruin in Lake Charles.
Hey, guys, I got to show you this. Take a look at the sky. That is the last we're going to be able to see of the sun. Somber moment here in Lake Charles. Rain is less than an hour away, and with that comes those tropical storm force winds, and then the hurricane force winds, and then the catastrophic damage and extremely life-threatening storm surge.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life. posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of the Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
Jake from State Farm. I would like to formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the oak and the eagle as witness, consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
You're watching the Weather Channel. This is Lake Charles, Louisiana. We've got crews up and down the East Texas and Southwest Louisiana coastline, as well as inland. We are anticipating just a historic night ahead as Hurricane Laura bears down on Southwest Louisiana as we speak. The surge is rising. Roads are starting to become impassable, and winds are picking up. The latest advisory in, Mike. What's the update?
The winds are going up, Chris. It's what we didn't want to hear. Winds now clocked at 150 miles per hour. Still a strong Category 4. We are just 7 miles per hour away from this being a Category 5. Truly an unprecedented storm for this part of the Gulf Coast. A storm of this strength has never happened in this part of Louisiana or Texas. Pressure, 940 millibars, still continues to drop. That means the hurricane is still strengthening. The hurricane hunters that have been out there, by this was 120 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana. It's even closer to the coastline at this point. The hurricane hunters that were out there had clocked winds at 155 miles per hour, surface winds at 145, so it looks like they've made some compromise here. But you take a look at what the forecast is, still at the very least going to maintain its current strength through landfall. And then we could have, I think, hurricane-force wind gusts even in northern Louisiana around the Arklatex here, eventually going into the Tennessee Valley and into the Northeast. That is a monster of a storm right there. There's the Hurricane Hunter flight, and again, it measured a 155 in the northeast quadrant here. I was talking with a hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, with the Smurf radar, the stepped frequency microwave that hits the ocean waves and measures those, calculates the wind speed. He said that can get a little disruptive when you're getting a storm that's closer to the shore because of the shallow water. It can give you a little bit of an erroneous reading, give you a hot reading. And so sometimes you have to make adjustments down a little bit because it's reading too high. But there was the northeast quadrant wind that was measured. There's the eye that they went through right there as the pressure bottomed out. Then they went back through the eye wall, and the wind speed went right back up. So, I mean, just incredible storm all the way around. A perfectly formed eye in there. It's breathing beautifully. Unfortunately, and intense winds are going to be the result. There's a look at the radar. The eye is clearly visible on the radar for us this evening. And if you look at that thing, boy, it's loaded, really heavy thunderstorms all on the north side, but I'd say at least 180 degrees of really intense thunderstorms and wind. So when this thing comes in, it is going to hit, and it is going to hit like a heavyweight fighter. There's a look at the max wind potential here, all highlighted in purple. We believe 110 miles per hour or more is possible for you here. And knowing that we're at 150 right now, I think 110 is about minimum. That's going to destroy things. That's going to pull roofs off of homes and businesses. It's going to knock trees over. It's going to take down power poles. Infrastructure is going to be severely compromised as a result. Widespread power outages in this area that's highlighted in purple. That goes up the Sabine River here through Lake Charles and beyond, and then likely power outages all the way up into central Arkansas here, so be prepared to go a lengthy amount of time without power here. Not to mention we'll have a lot of trees that come down. What that means is, and we've seen this play out recently, Alex, with the big derecho we had in the Midwest a couple of weeks ago, when there are so many trees that go down, power crews really have to navigate through those trees, and the trees have to be cleared before they can restore power here. So this could be a very lengthy power outage, and not to mention the destruction we think could be immense with the current wind speed pegged at 150 miles per hour, and will likely maintain at least that through landfall.
Absolutely. Mike, it's scary stuff. You know, we talked about this days ago, knowing what could happen. You know, we say never take our eye off the Gulf of Mexico. These storms can explode. And sure enough, this one taking advantage of those very warm waters. We get you a look at Galveston, Texas right now. Winds beginning to pick up, waves as well. Galveston, you're going to see your strongest winds as we head into the morning hours of your Thursday. Want to get you caught up on what we know right now. Some of the headlines with Hurricane Laura. The eye of the storm now 30 miles in diameter. The National Weather Service office in Lake Charles, they've actually had to evacuate, so the office in Brownsville, Texas is taking over for them. Laura will have far-reaching impacts from Louisiana into southeast Texas. Residents in Houston have been urged to hide from the wind. Residents should call 311 if they need any help evacuating. Meteorologist Chris Bruin is in Lake Charles, Louisiana, just one of our crews there. And Chris, I know you've got a really safe spot to be tonight because things are going to amp up, and they're going to amp up very quickly there in Lake Charles.
And it's already happening. Winds have noticeably started to pick up. It just sounds a little bit louder, and you can hear the trees moving a little bit stronger. Nothing, you know, that's causing any issues at this point, but it tells you it's happening, and we are only in the beginning, okay? So winds have picked up. Let's pull up the radar. I want to show you kind of what we're seeing and what's going on with the radar, because look at the rain about to push in. And in those rain bands, you're going to pull down more energy from upper levels of the atmosphere from the intensity of the storm. So that's going to increase your winds as these bands then continue. And once it starts raining, it's pretty much going to be non-stop for the most part, maybe dipping down in intensity at times between bands. But we start with the outer bands now, making it into Cameron, also near Hackberry, starting to see some showers. Noticing a few sprinkles, but not a full shower yet here in Lake Charles. But notice the movement of these. They're racing in. And notice the direction the wind's coming from. Right now we've got that northeast wind in Lake Charles, so storm surge not going to happen at least in the next couple of hours. That will then change as we shift those winds more out of the east and southeasterly, even then southwesterly, get that whole push up the Calcasieu River, which is what you're looking at behind me. I want to paint this sky. Look at the sun. Look at that sunset here that's about to happen. I am amazed how much sun we've had today, given how close the center of this monster hurricane has provided. But that's essentially it for the sunshine, guys. Hopefully a ray of hope as we go into a terrifying night tonight. And then tomorrow, it'll just be catastrophic through the morning and then steadily winding down from there. It's hard to think about the sun returning and what it's going to shine on here around Lake Charles and really all of southwestern Louisiana. Residents are prepared. They're scared, as they should be, but not, they're weary. They know what can happen. Take a listen to what Chris says.
There's going to be a lot of flooding, a lot of wind damage, and hopefully everybody's property makes it. Pray for the people that are staying that can't leave. And hope everything works out right.
All right, we hope everything works out right. I want to bring in Mike to the conversation. Mike, I'm looking at the radar. We're really close to those showers from that next band about to push in. I would say less than 15 miles away from Lake Charles. I'm feeling some raindrops, but they're intermittent. Would you say some of that rain is being blown by the wind, and that's what we're feeling right now this far out?
Yes, some of it could be. I think you're still just on the fringes here, Chris, and I think once it starts raining, it's not going to let up for hours. I think you're probably about, looking at the radar, the movement here, I think you're about 6 hours away from the northern eye wall of this, all right? The rain's going to begin here shortly, and it's going to stay the whole time, but the really intense winds are going to come in about 6 hours from now. But the really heavy rain, I think, is going to cause another issue. I know we've talked a lot about wind, we've talked a lot about surge here. Heavy rain will also cause some flooding in these areas.
Yeah, it will, and I think that brings up another point. People, when you hear these storm surge amounts, it's not to say every single pocket of Lake Charles is going to see the same surge. It'll be different dependent upon the wind direction, what part of the shoreline you're on. If you're on the northwest side, or if you're on the southeast side, if you're on the west side of the river, east side of the river, it's going to be really dependent upon your exact location. So we're giving out these numbers, but don't think it's going to be like that area wide. It has that possibility. So what may flood in one neighborhood may not look the same in another.
I think especially, Chris, if you're on the east side, the farther east you are of Lake Charles, listen, it may happen right in Lake Charles, but I think the farther east you are of Lake Charles, the higher water you're going to end up seeing just because of the force of the right front quadrant of this. But I'm very concerned about what we could see as far as winds, because the winds haven't backed down at all. In fact, they keep going up. I'm really getting increasingly concerned about the widespread destruction we'll see just because the winds are so extreme right now.
Oh, and tell me this too, we see this in South Florida in the Everglades. It's really not land as much as it is swamp and more warm water. Southern Louisiana is like that for several miles too. So will we see a weakening right after landfall, or it may hold its strength 20, 30, 40 miles inland before it starts to feel the effects of all the friction and then the land interaction?
Yeah, it really is a good point, because it's very soupy down there, so it's not like you're just going right into dry land and getting this thing to weaken with some friction and some dry air. That's just not going to happen. Chris, thanks so much. Again, just hours away from what could be devastating effects there in Louisiana and Texas. Alex.
All right, we are also watching the severe threat that comes along with a landfalling tropical system, and we've got a tornado watch in effect until 9 o'clock local time for portions of East Texas getting into the state of Louisiana. So areas from New Orleans to Lake Charles to near Houston not included. We do have a new tornado warning to tell you about on the northwest side of New Orleans. Really, this is north of Lake Pontchartrain, right along I-10 though, or I-12, and near the Hammond area. So that is a location we're looking at for an area where we could be dealing with a tornado. These are not uncommon with these landfalling tropical systems, and you can see that area of rotation right there down at the bottom of the warning. This is moving off to the north and west, so it's going to be crossing over I-12, probably getting very close to, if not on the northeast side of Hammond, and then eventually crossing I-55. So if you're in some of these communities, make sure you're in that lowest level, most interior room. I know basements aren't really a thing in this part of the country, but put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Lee's Landing, you're up next. Coburn at 7:27, then Hammond just after the bottom of the hour. This is something I think will continue as we finish off the evening, head into the overnight, as again, these tropical cyclones move on shore, and a lot of times that northeast quadrant is where we watch for the tornadoes as the storm makes landfall. So we'll be watching areas from Baton Rouge to Alexandria, Lake Charles as well. You can see that very heavy rain, the strong winds that Mike and Chris just talked about. That'll be an issue well into the overnight and well into the day tomorrow. I even think tomorrow afternoon we could be looking at strong winds in a place like Shreveport, getting that heavy rain throughout the day tomorrow across the state of Arkansas. So, Mike, we've also got to talk about the flash flood threat with this storm.
It just seems like the effects will be never ending for us, unfortunately. Yes, we've got a ton of rain that's coming with this right now. It's now beginning to rain here along the Louisiana coastline. Just going to push its way inland as we go through the night tonight. You look at this eye, it's well formed. We've got a ton of really heavy rain and convection on the northern eye wall here. That's where we also have the most intense winds, but the rainfall rates here could exceed 2 inches an hour. The center to the coastline is approximately 90 miles right now. Do the math here. If it's moving at 15 miles per hour, it'll be 6 hours before the center makes landfall, likely near Cameron, Louisiana. All right, I think the eye wall itself right here, that yellow part, probably gets in there about 4 hours from now. So again, we're just hours away from a very big hit here to Louisiana and Texas. Then we talk about what happens not just with the storm surge. That's going to be incredible. We're going to have storm surge here that'll be 15 to 20 feet along the coastline. Lake Charles could have storm surge that goes double digits. 10 feet of storm surge is possible. Then we could see a foot of rain. That is just a worst case scenario right now. We're not going to be able to get rid of the water until the storm goes well past us, but this forecast is awful. The amount of rain that we'll see with this is likely to produce some serious flash flooding. Very likely in the red areas, that does include Lake Charles. Likely in the yellow areas, that's Port Arthur and Beaumont. That's Lafayette. That's over toward Morgan City. There are just a lot of different areas here that are going to feel the effects of flash flooding here, Alex. Even if you're on what's considered the clean side or the west side where you won't have the storm surge, your risk for flash flooding is very high with this hurricane.
Yeah, this is a real concern, as well as the winds. We talk about how large this storm is. Take a look at it out over the Gulf of Mexico. This thing is a beast, and it's going to pack quite a wind punch. And that's why we've also talked about that possibility, or probability really, that we're going to be looking at homes and other structures suffering significant damage. When you've got winds gusting 120, 130, 140 miles an hour, we're going to have some big problems. Maximum wind potential will be in that 110 plus mile per hour range. Take a look how this shapes up moving forward. We've got our wind gust forecast bringing those strong winds into Lake Charles even by this evening. So we're gusting 50 to 60 miles an hour. That's going to be pretty strong. But then 2 a.m., that's when the winds are over 125 miles per hour, more likely than not. So again, this is going to bring widespread power outages, widespread trees down, and I think some significant structural damage. Alexandria, winds picking up tomorrow by mid-morning, could be gusting over 90 miles an hour. Shreveport will be a spot gusting to near 90 miles an hour by the lunchtime hour. Getting into parts of Arkansas, southern Arkansas, I think you're going to be looking at those winds that could exceed 60 miles an hour. Now, Lake Charles, you'll finally begin to tone those winds down as we get into tomorrow afternoon. But as Chris Bruin has been saying, it's going to be a long haul between now and then. Here is that hurricane force wind core making its way over southwestern Louisiana, even extreme eastern Texas. I think we'll likely get in on those winds during the early morning hours. It's going to take some time for this to wind down. So hurricane force winds expected even as we get up into portions of north central Louisiana. This thing doesn't make landfall and then just wind down. Our power outage forecast is for widespread power outages across parts of Louisiana and East Texas. So if you still have power, if you've decided to stay in these areas, make sure everything is charged. Make sure your batteries, your flashlights are all nearby so you're not, fumbling to look for it. Chris Bruin, I know you've got everything packed and squared away. We've been around the block a few times, but key is make sure everything is charged right now.
Yeah, and I'm going to be doing that with my phone after we're done here, just before we lose power expected. I want to show you the winds. They are increasing, all right? So look at the palm fronds, steadily increasing. Rain will begin here shortly, and once that starts, the long night ahead begins. We'll be back with more live coverage next.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. So we asked one of our families to help us make this commercial about that deal. Safely feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person with the $5.99 mix and match deal.
COPD makes it hard to breathe. So to breathe better, I started once daily Anoro.
COPD tries to say go this way. I say I'll go my own way with Anoro.
Once Daily Onoro contains 2 medicines called bronchodilators that work together to significantly improve lung function all day and all night. Do not use Onoro if you have asthma. Onoro won't replace rescue inhalers for sudden symptoms and should not be used more than once a day. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition, high blood pressure, glaucoma, prostate, bladder, or urinary problems. These may worsen with Onoro. Call your doctor if you have worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain while taking Onoro. The most common side effects are sore throat, diarrhea, and pain in the arms and legs.
Ask your doctor about Once Daily Onoro to start treating your COPD.
We're here for you during this challenging time and always. Find support at onoro.com.
Add some resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture!
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Cheddar, jalapeno, and sour cream and onion. The spicy nacho stack.
I wish I could stack Pringles, but I don't have hands or a mouth.
Cool, play my dance playlist.
There's a flavor stack for everyone, sort of.
Dear Tech, you start us. You guide us. You talk to us. And look out for us. The best part? Your Apple CarPlay is standard on more Toyota models than any other full-line manufacturer. Let's connect, Toyota.
Lease a new Corolla or Corolla hatchback for just $139 a month or get 0% APR for 60 months. Find yours at buyatoyota.com. Toyota.
Have you taken a body blow at work? If so, it's good to know that the lawyers at Pasternak Tilker are in your corner, ready to get you back in the ring. Whether you have a workers' compensation claim, a COVID-19 claim, or a Social Security disability claim, Pasternak Tilker, Ziegler, Walsh, Stanton, and Romano will always fight for you. Call them today at 1-800-222-WISH. That's 1-800-222-WISH.
Unbelievable, this is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 76 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy with a slight chance of thunderstorms overnight. Low 71. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
Be ready for impacts well beyond the center of the hurricane.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
We are watching severe weather popping up now on the outer bands of Laura as it begins to make its way closer to the Gulf Coast. So I want you to be aware of that threat as well. Tornado watch in effect until 9 o'clock local time for a good chunk of Louisiana into the eastern part of Texas. So watching for those spin-ups that are oftentimes seen on the northeast side of these systems. That's exactly where we're looking right now. Areas northwest of New Orleans, really northwest of even Lake Pontchartrain at this point. You can see the 3 active warnings we've gotten. Each one of these cells offering some circulation. The first warning is for Tangipahoa Parish. This is Hammond, Independence, and Ponchatoula in the path of this storm. This is going to be crossing over I-12, one area of rotation. Sarah Dillingham, our weather producer, is staying on top of all of these areas because keep in mind, each one of these little cells has some spin to it and could quickly put down a tornado. Robert, Coburn, Tickfaw, and Independence, some of the communities in the path of that first area of circulation. And again, this is just one of several warnings as these storms continue to lift off towards the north and east. Then we look towards the west of I-55, East Feliciana, Livingston, and St. Helena parishes, as well as Amite County in the path of this one. So we've got extreme southern parts of Mississippi also under this warning. Same for our western warning, East Baton Rouge, East Feliciana, and West Feliciana parishes, Wilkinson County there in extreme southern Mississippi under the warning. And each and every one of those circles indicates one of those little areas of rotation. So lowest level, most interior room where you want to be. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's going to be a real danger here moving forward. Milldale, Olive Branch, Browns, McManus in the path of that first area. Hatchersville here on the north side would be another community town watching for a possible tornado. Lowest level, most interior. You know, we talk about, though, the storm surge when you're in those areas where the water's rising at the coast. Say you've got a tornado warning. You can't do both. So hopefully you have left those coastal areas. Some new video coming into us here at the Weather Channel. Some heavy rain and some gusty wind in New Orleans. Gusty showers will be the norm. That's what's been on the leading edge of this storm. And unfortunately, some heavy rain, gusty winds will likely extend all the way up into the state of Arkansas, even portions of western Tennessee and Kentucky, Missouri getting in on that wind. Well, the state of Louisiana has activated its entire National Guard to assist first responders after Hurricane Laura makes landfall. And for those who didn't evacuate, this is the advice from Brigadier General Keith Waddell.
The first thing I would do is make sure that they reach out to family or friends and let them know that they end up staying at their location and they were going to hunker down for the evening. And for those folks that are staying at home or staying in some other location, it's imperative to come up with a little contingency plan right there on site. You know, if you do need to get to higher ground, you may want to consider tools in the event that you have to get in your attic, and you may have to cut your way out of there before we can get to you the next day.
Well, I want to check in with meteorologist Chris Bruin. He is live in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Chris, those winds are just going to intensify here over the next few hours, and early in the morning could be a really scary time. You know, we talk about how scary landfalling hurricanes are, but then you add the extra element of it coming overnight and being in the darkness.
Yeah, we were having a discussion with you guys earlier. You know, the core of the most intense winds probably about 6 hours away. So from now, look at the scene, to 6 hours from now, just imagine what's going to be taking place here, not only in Lake Charles, but really all of southwestern Louisiana and eastern Texas towards Sabine Pass, getting into Port Arthur. By the way, all bridges into Port Arthur closed because of the winds exceeding 40 miles per hour at times. So there's no way into or out of Port Arthur because of the closures there of the high wind. So that's the beginning of what's likely going to be. You're going to be stuck there. All right. Showing you the satellite view of Hurricane Laura, a monster of a storm. And notice that onshore push, Vermilion Bay, that area of Louisiana kind of juts out there. Really concerned about water rise. I'm sure it's gotten several feet high by now and expecting to only get higher. And that may be a spot to watch too. That area flooded majorly. We were covering what was the crystal ball, Mike, a couple months ago, and we talked to a local resident. Rita made the highest list for surge there, even in Vermilion Bay, a couple hundred miles away, at farthest between 150 miles away or so, and we saw that type of storm surge, and this may be even higher in places like that.
It's amazing, Chris. You're sitting about 30 miles from the coastline here, and we could see surge that could be in excess of 9 feet there in Lake Charles, putting just about everyone underwater. I want to go kind of neighborhood by neighborhood in Lake Charles where Chris is and show you what the map is. It's all color coded here. Watch the legend top left of your screen. Going to take it right down to the casino. So Chris is actually right here. That's at the Golden Nugget Casino. Look at the codes here. Up to 9 feet in orange, more than 9 feet in red. The Labarge here is next to it. Same thing. Intense surge here that's going to put you about 9 feet or more underwater. Then I take you over to the middle of town here. Here's the mall. The mall completely surrounded in orange. What's that mean? Up to 9 feet of storm surge will surround the mall here. The Weather Service, if we mentioned tonight, it actually has evacuated, all the duties being taken over by a different Weather Service office. Why? They're expecting 9 feet or more storm surge at their office.
What getting fueled with one protein feels like. What getting fueled with 3 energy-packed proteins feels like. Meat, cheese, and nuts. Pay 3, because 3 is better than 1.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee it.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
They said it couldn't be done. They said it was impossible.
To offer help to all the children of the world, regardless of race, creed, or economic status.
This place has really shown us the strength of what can happen when so many people work together as one.
You can't fake the goodness of real strawberries, the crunch of real almonds, how chocolatey chunks taste in cold milk. We keep it real, because you can't fake delicious. Special K.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just one drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right in the cells that make them itch. Fast, just one drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription. Everywhere.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
My patients, I often see them have teeth sensitivity as well as gum issues. Does it worry me? Absolutely. They are both very much hand in hand, so you should really be focusing on both, and definitely at the same time. Sensodyne sensitivity in gum gives us a dual action effect that really takes care of both our teeth sensitivity as well as our gum issues. By brushing with Sensodyne sensitivity in gum at home, it's giving you the relief that you need and the control that you need to take care of your oral health. And it creates a healthier environment. There's no question it's something that I would recommend.
Super Emma just about sleeps in her cave. But when we realized she was battling sensitive skin, we switched to new Tide Plus Downy Free. It's gentle on her skin and dermatologist recommended. New Tide Pods Plus Downy Free. Safe for sensitive skin with eczema and psoriasis.
Live, Cameron, Louisiana. That's a look. The water's already overtaking the streets here. Just a sign of what is to come as Hurricane Laura approaches tonight. We're anticipating devastating storm surge, devastating winds, flash flooding. And if you haven't evacuated, then you have to hunker down. And the Hurricane Center, they're not mincing their words tonight, saying this could be unsurvivable. Welcome back, everyone. You're following our live coverage tonight here on Weather Underground. I'm Mike Bettis.
I'm Alex Wilson. No doubt we are looking at a potentially catastrophic storm. We've already heard from local National Weather Service offices the window to prepare and evacuate has closed. We've begun to see those winds increase and also the water increase in some of those coastal communities. Mike, want to get everyone caught up on what we know right now. Laura, a very strong Category 4 hurricane with 150-mile-per-hour winds. Could it become Category 5? Yes, but at this point, it's really just semantics, right? We are dealing with basically the worst. Floodwaters will not recede for several days. That surge may penetrate up to 40 miles inland. You don't have to see the water for the water to make it to you, as Dr. Nab always says. And the Louisiana National Guard says if you are staying home, make sure you have tools to get out of your attic if you have to continue to move upwards in your home. Mike, we've seen that happen in storms before. Yes. And when we look at a forecast of up to 20 feet of storm surge in some of these areas, we know it's most certainly on the table with this one as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a life or death situation in some communities tonight, unfortunately, in Texas and in Louisiana. We know with the latest advisory, the winds have ticked up to 150 miles per hour. The pressure continues to drop. The hurricane hunters that are out there right now are continuing to measure lower pressure and higher winds even. North-northwest movement at 15, 120 miles south of Lake Charles, Louisiana. We'll get another position update here in about 30 minutes. Here's a look at the forecast trajectory on this. Expected landfall at 150. I think it might even be just a little bit higher than that. We could see, I think, hurricane winds all the way up towards Shreveport. The westerlies take over and push this thing eastbound here. Louisville, Charleston, Philly, New York, and Boston. We could all see very gusty winds as a result all the way through the weekend, okay? But let's talk about the immediate nature of this. Here's the last flight that's going to go in, and this thing is doing a crisscross pattern through here. It measured 155 through its first pass through the northeast eye wall, and now through the northern eye wall, guess what we're seeing? 158, all right? This was the southern eye wall. This was the eye, so the winds came way down. And then in the northern eye wall, 158 as measured by the hurricane hunters. That's a terrifying sight when you look at it on satellite. It is so close to the coastline, which is right there, and it is just making a beeline for the coastline with a well-formed eye. That eye has shrunk some. The inner eye wall has gotten tremendously strong here. The thunderstorm tops along the edge of that are close to 50,000 feet. So we're talking about 9 miles high. Then we've got tornadoes that accompany all of that because of the bands that are rolling through. We've really had a bad corridor here, especially around Hammond, where it has just been a tornado warning after tornado warning for us. The most intense part of the storm, unfortunately, is the part that's going to hit us first, the northern eye wall. The center now about 84 miles away from Cameron. I think we're about a little bit less than 4 hours away from a landfall there. There's a look at the rainfall forecast, up to a foot of rain in some places here, Alex. And I feel like flash flooding is always a big story, and it could be with this one. Unfortunately, I think it's going to get overshadowed by the storm surge and the extreme winds.
Right. I don't want you to forget about it, because if the flash flooding, the flood threat is what you get in your community, it's going to be a problem. It could be life-threatening. We look at the rainfall that will come out of this storm. Plenty of areas. That orange shading, that's 5 to 8 inches of rain. That's going to be plenty to lead to flash flooding problems. And as we look at the future radar, as we watch this storm move in, places are going to be getting dumped on. Buckets of rain through portions of central Louisiana into tomorrow morning, northern Louisiana by late morning and lunchtime, and then into the state of Arkansas as well. Tomorrow afternoon, Little Rock just going to be drenched drenched in heavy rainfall. So through tomorrow morning, very likely that we are looking at flash flooding across sections of southwest Louisiana and extreme eastern Texas. This is notable because this is not issued very often by the Weather Prediction Center, these very high risk of flooding days. And I should note that when they issue these high risk days, 35% of our annual flood deaths come on these days. So we are talking about significant life-threatening flash flooding. Do not drive over any flooded roadways. You can be, the master of your destiny in these cases. Don't go out on the roads when the rain starts coming down. Don't drive through flooded waters. Don't drive onto flooded roadways. You don't know the shape of the road underneath you. Also, those high-risk days bring 80% of our yearly flood damages. So we think flooding will be a real issue with Laura. More on the storm when we return.
That's a buffalo flatbread bullseye for my mouth to aim at.
Oh, hiding, huh?
The new grilled buffalo chicken papadilla. Tangy buffalo sauce, grilled chicken, and melty cheese for just $6. Papa John's.
When was the last time you really looked out the window? What do you see? The awakening of the rising sun or light dancing across the mountaintops? Look for a moment longer and you'll see beauty is all around us. Like a painting, moving in the wind, speaking to the soul. The world flashing past, still yet to explore. Look out the window. The summer of Jeep is here.
Or get 0% financing for 72 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2020 Jeep Grand Cherokee models.
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This Labor Day, crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of a long weekend. Make the most of your Labor Day by picking up Budweiser today.
3 weeks and still no sign of our elusive subject. So today, we brought a little enticement. Devour buffalo chicken mac and cheese. There he is. What a magnificent beast. Once he locks onto his prey, it's all but over. Oh, wow. It's a female.
Ryan!
Looks like she's the alpha.
Typical.
Eat like an animal. Devour.
Tums versus mozzarella stick.
When heartburn hits, fight back fast with Tums Chewy Bites. Beat heartburn fast. Tums Chewy Bites.
At Bear Naked, soft-baked granola clusters are hand-picked by our very own Bear Naked granola bears. Honey, oats, nuts, and fruit. Satisfying enough for a bear, clean enough to be naked. Bear Naked granola. Feed your bear.
It's so good to see you guys. Hon, out here.
Are we on yet?
Oh.
I thought we were doing a Zoom thing.
Confused?
No.
Maybe you just need a Snickers.
Make the summer yours with a twist of flavor. Discover the Mediterranean flavors and gentle bubbles of San Pellegrino Essenza. Add a twist of flavor.
Yeah. Little choices make a big difference. Like delicious fruits and veggies. However you healthy. Naked.
This is a major hurricane. It's going to be a large, powerful storm.
Time is running out for those preparations. This will be catastrophic.
It is all about the storm surge here.
And welcome back into the Weather Channel's continuing live coverage. Busy nights and the winds are still slowly increasing. They have steadily picked up in sustained winds. Now, over 25, getting closer to 30 miles per hour here in Lake Charles and gusting a little bit higher than that. Of course, the rain now just beginning, and this is the real beginning of the persistent showers, heavy downpours, and then of course the whole hurricane mess that comes along with the eye wall. So that's what we're at right now in Lake Charles. You go 20 so miles down to our south where the sun is shining, under the bridge and to the Gulf of Mexico. They're already seeing that water rise from the storm surge, by the way, especially in those vulnerable communities through Cameron Parish, all the way eastward, several parishes towards Vermilion Bay and even south of New Orleans, okay? And the National Hurricane Center is continuing to update us with the wind measurements every hour. It's not every 3 hours now because it's so close to landfall. They're keeping up those updates every hour, and we're awaiting that next update. So it'll be interesting to see if they hold the winds at 150 or if they bump them up to 155. Either way, we are right on that threshold of strong Category 4 and intense Category 5. Either way, historic storm that has never really threatened southwestern Louisiana, one of this magnitude. Rita was strong in the Gulf, but then it weakened upon landfall. So this is already going to be stronger as it comes ashore and makes landfall here in southwestern Louisiana. So here's where we go tonight. Of course, winds steadily increasing, rain really picking up. I would say in the next hour, you're going to really start noticing those tropical rain bands like we had earlier today with those outer squalls. And it becomes just persistent from there. Take a look at the trees. They're blowing, but nothing that's going to cause any significant power outages, at least right now. So far, we're handling it okay in Lake Charles. That's going to be a far cry as you're continuing to check in. I know a lot of people have left and they're wondering, okay, what's going on near my home, my neighborhood, my city. We're going to continue to update you round the clock through the night. It's going to be interesting to check in at the 8 o'clock hour and the 9 o'clock hour. And every time you turn on the TV and continue to watch, you're going to notice huge changes. That's how quickly things change here in hurricanes. And remember, the next 12 hours is crucial, and this is not going to stay at the coast. We got to look at you in Alexandria. We got to look up I-49 towards Nacogdoches and also up to Shreveport. We got live coverage there too, because we could have hurricane force gusts and still what could be left of an eye that far north, Mike.
The winds that come out of this thing, Chris, I think might surprise a lot of people. I know the forecast has just increased every single day we've watched this, but the winds will be extreme. We're borderline Category 5 winds, folks. We're at 150 right now. And a Category 5 is 157, so we're only 7 miles per hour away from the top end category. 940 millibar pressure right now, so it's been steadily dropping. Hurricane hunters in there right now finding even lower pressure than that. So I still think we're dealing with an intensifying hurricane right up through landfall. So the forecast calls for 150. I wouldn't be surprised to see 155 at landfall. And then Shreveport, I think we could get, winds that are sustained at 70 that could gust higher than that. And then the storm is a big wind maker all the way through the Tennessee Valley. And then the winds start to back off as the storm accelerates through the northeast. So let's talk about those winds. What are we dealing with right now? 22 in Lake Charles, gusting to 32. Those go up exponentially through the night tonight. Again, I think we're about 6 hours or so from the northern eye wall hitting us in a place like Lake Charles, and maybe about 7 to 8 hours away from the eye in that city. All right, so let's break it down hour by hour when the winds come in. Look at that thing. Lake Charles, winds gusting 125 plus at 1 o'clock in the morning, all right, as the center is now onshore. Alexandria, 35 to 40. But watch how these winds just intensify. All right, Lake Charles, we're now on the backside at 9 o'clock in the morning. The winds are backing off somewhat, but surge could still be an issue because of the flow of water here. But look at this, Alexandria, 9 o'clock in the morning, we're forecasting 90-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts. 75 to 90 in Shreveport at noon tomorrow. 75 to 90 in Monroe along I-20 at noon tomorrow, Alex. Those kind of winds will take down trees and power lines and cause damage to buildings. It will be extensive structural damage, we think, all the way to I-20.
Yeah, if you're watching this, even in parts of Arkansas, I want you to be prepared for the possibility of power outages. Make sure everything's charged. Make sure you have flashlights, batteries, the best way to assure you are prepared should you lose it. Cameron, Louisiana, already seeing that water rise as the sun begins to set. And in the days to come, as Mike mentioned, we're going to be watching this storm move north, then eventually east, moving off the mid-Atlantic coast by the end of the weekend. Flash flooding a real concern here in the coming days. This is tomorrow into early Friday. Threat of flash flooding likely across parts of Louisiana, East Texas, Southeast Oklahoma, getting through a good chunk of Arkansas, and that includes the Little Rock metro area. Then late weekend into the weekend, we're going to be watching parts of West Tennessee, West Kentucky, northeast parts of Arkansas, and southeastern Missouri. So a lot of these areas, Paducah, getting to Memphis, could be dealing with some flash flooding issues. Look at tomorrow afternoon. Shreveport getting rocked by the wind, also the heavy rain. That'll move up into Little Rock by the time we get into tomorrow. Late in the day, early Friday, rain coming down, so flash flooding could be an issue by Friday morning. Friday afternoon, now we've got the winds beginning to wind down, but Mike, it's going to take some time, so I think down trees could still be an issue there into parts of the Mid-South with some gusty showers rolling through.
I'm very frightened by those trees. Unfortunately, they take way too many lives, people dying by trees falling on them. Hey, folks, if you are not by your television, you've evacuated, you want to listen to our coverage, you can on a Sirius XM app, digital channel 721. We are streaming live through noontime Thursday.
And we've upgraded her with a sonic shield.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
How do you make a Pinot Noir taste like no other? Start with grapes from 3 California regions. Push flavor in new directions. And put a bear on the label. Made like no other for a taste like no other. Mayomi. Flavor forward.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
Planters is for the cravers. The crunchy, savory cravers. And the cravers that deserve something special. Planters Deluxe Mixed Nuts. Stay satisfied.
Jumbo Snacks! Jumbo Tiger Paw Jumbo Crunch! Jumbo Fruit Loops Jumbo Flavor! Unleash never before seen Jumbo Snacks! Jumbo fun anytime! It's Jumbo! It's for snacking! It's Jumbo Snacks!
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Life. Available across these fun packs.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
We know to wash our hands. Here's a reminder from Cetaphil to wash your face, too. Dermatologist recommended Cetaphil washes away germs in 20 seconds and leaves skin moisturized and healthy. Show your sensitive skin some love with Cetaphil.
Spectrum Mobile is now the fastest growing mobile provider in the nation, growing faster than Verizon and AT&T, and even growing faster than T-Mobile. It's easy to see why. Spectrum delivers the fastest overall speeds and is the most reliable mobile service coast to coast. There are no contracts, added taxes, or fees. Switch and you could save up to 40% and see why Spectrum Mobile is the fastest growing mobile provider. Learn more at spectrummobile.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's Cars for the Cat. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Unbelievable, this is real.
When your cameras roll, our experts react.
Jaw-dropping.
An all-new season of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday night on the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy with a slight chance of thunderstorms overnight. Low 71. Chance of rain 30%. Thursday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. A few storms may be severe. High 94. Thursday night, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 77. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
A somber night tonight in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where we are awaiting the worst that Laura has to bring. This likely will be ground zero, expecting either direct landfall with the eye passing right over Lake Charles or just off to our west. Either way, we're going to be in that eye wall. We're going to have that historic storm surge that could be unsurvivable in places. Guys, it is terrifying. But look at this. Before Laura unleashes its fury here across southwest Louisiana, East Texas. Look at that. Say red sky at night, sailor's delight. It doesn't always work that way. Red sky, yes, not a delight at all. This is going to be just a night to remember for so many who have stayed behind, but even the families who have left that are watching this, of course, keeping up with the Weather Channel continuously. We're going to be all night long, all day tomorrow, and really all week covering this, not just at the coast, but all the way through. It's a long night ahead, and it's going to be an eventful one, that's for sure.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Things are going to go downhill pretty quickly here in Louisiana, unfortunately. We think that the northern eye wall here is just maybe 3 or so hours away from hitting us on the coastline and maybe 4 to 5 hours from hitting us in Lake Charles. 150-mile-per-hour winds, if you're just joining us. They've been going up steadily throughout the day. Could potentially even go up before landfall. Pressure 940 millibars continues to drop. What that means is the hurricane is still intensifying, and some of the more recent passes with the hurricane hunters have measured as low as 936. So it could still be intensifying right up through landfall. The official forecast from the Hurricane Center puts the winds at 150 at landfall tonight. I would say 150 to 155 is a pretty good bet for us this evening, but hurricane winds could go all the way into northern Louisiana and the Arklatex here. And then the storm feeling the effects of westerlies going through Friday and then the weekend, quickly pushing its way even into the northeast, where I think you'll experience the very breezy conditions. Here's the big concern. The storm surge is going to be potentially record-setting in this part of the country. 10 to 15 feet in the varying shades of pink here, and 10 to 20 feet, I should say. There'll be some communities, I'm not kidding here, folks, we wiped out. The homes won't even exist. And when you see some of the aerials that'll come out of here sometime tomorrow, your jaw will drop. We've just seen it happen so many times before that it's almost a certainty at this point with that kind of right front quadrant hit. Large area of 110-plus-mile-per-hour winds are likely here. Numerous counties and parishes inland even. But we think that hurricane-force winds go all the way up to Shreveport. Those would be sustained winds with gusts, I think, that could go as high as 90 miles an hour in Shreveport and a place like Alexandria. That's going to cause damage. That's going to cause extensive power outages. They'll be widespread in this area that's highlighted in purple. Lake Charles and points north up the Sabine River Basin here. Shreveport to Texarkana, Alexandria, likely power outages for us. A lot of trees will come down here as well. And we could have likely power outages that touch us here in Little Rock, Arkansas as well. But it could extend possible power outages into Memphis, Tennessee. The heavy rain also a very big concern, with many locations picking up 8 inches to a foot closer to where the landfall location will be, but 5 to 8 inches that go all the way up into central Arkansas. That will cause flash flooding and potentially life-threatening flash flooding. We urge you not to get behind the wheel of your car and drive into high water. Very likely to see the flash flooding highlighted in red tonight. The pinpointed location, Port Arthur, Beaumont, and Lake Charles. Overall, when you look at this thing, Alex, it is terrifying in every sense of the word.
Scary stuff. You know, we talked about this for days, knowing that a storm making its way into the Gulf could do what it's done. You hate to see it, though. We look at Shreveport now, and this is in the northwest part of the state, and this is an area that could see hurricane-force wind gusts as we head into tomorrow. So let's look right now. Winds gusting to 17 miles an hour. As we head into the overnight, things are going to pick up. We could see those gusts around 40 miles an hour, very quickly ramping up by late morning tomorrow. I think we're going to be looking at gusts around Shreveport at 50 to 60 miles an hour. How about 60 to 70 miles an hour in Natchitoches? And in Monroe, we could be looking at 40+ mile per hour gusts. Now, we get you into parts of Arkansas, northeast Texas. We're looking at gusts, 40, 50 miles an hour. So this is going to be a real issue well inland before they begin to back off late Thursday and into Friday. We look at Shreveport's future radar and things are really going to be picking up in terms of the rain. By tomorrow morning, some of that moderate rain moving in, you're getting soaked by late morning. It's going to be coming down heavy and steady, and that could lead to some flash flooding. So that's why it is so crucial you stay off the roads tomorrow. Never drive through any flooded roadways. This is going to be a real danger in communities into northern Louisiana and portions of Arkansas. Do we have a live look at Arkansas or Little Rock? All right, let's get you a live look at Little Rock right now and see what we're dealing with now. Dry roads, a little bit of traffic out there, but again, staying off the roadway is going to be critical as we go through the key time frame for you guys in Little Rock. So we watch a few showers out there tomorrow morning. It's really late morning and early afternoon that rain begins to really move in earnest. So 3, 4 o'clock, there's the heavy rain beginning to work through the Little Rock area. It's going to pile up, bring that possibility of flooding on roadways. Some of those small creeks, streams could overflow their banks, and rainfall total forecast in the Little Rock area could be around a ½ foot. Mike, you can be the master of your own destiny. Stay off the roads in some of these areas because flash flooding, I think, will be a real threat way inland.
Life-threatening. Well, folks, we're just hours away from landfall along the Gulf Coast. Continuing coverage next. Jackie Jarris, hurricane expert Dr. Rick Knapp, and our crews reporting live from the heart of the storm.